Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
100 Steps Divine Fist. As the name suggested, it was a punch that covered a distance of 100 steps. In truth, 100 steps roughly translated to about 40 to 50 meters, meaning it was an attack launched over that distance. Even if one reached the level where they could emit their chi externally, it was only natural that controlling it would become increasingly difficult the further it moved away from the body. To handle chi precisely over such a distance required intricate and profound study. Thus, it was naturally one of Shaolin's 72 consummate arts. Can I learn this? For a brief moment, Mu Jin entertained such thoughts. From the moment he woke up in Mu Jin's body, he had always been worried about that point. He was concerned about whether he could decipher and understand the essence of complex martial arts known as absolute arts or divine techniques. He was not the real protagonist Mu Jin of the novel, but Choi Kang-hyuk, who had lived in the modern world. He couldn't imagine himself achieving enlightenment through the abstruse terminologies of the mnemonics filled with nonsense. However, I can't avoid it forever. And if grandfather helps, it might be possible. He thought that if Hyun Gwang interpreted the mnemonics for him, even someone with his lacking talents might be able to learn it. Please teach me, grandfather. I shall do so. When Mu Jin bowed and spoke, Hyun Gwang laughed heartily. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The initial training for the 100 Steps Divine Fist involved memorizing the forms and mnemonics. The 100 Steps Divine Fist broke down the simple action of a straight punch into a dozen or so stages, each with a complex process of internal chi manipulation. Moreover, these detailed stages had to flow smoothly into one continuous motion rather than being disjointed. The fortunate thing was, it's a relief that grandfather Hyun Gwang interpreted the mnemonics for me. The terribly complicated mnemonics were, of course, written in Buddhist scripture verses. However, Hyun Gwang didn't leave it to Mu Jin to interpret them himself. Instead, he explained each mnemonic phrase by phrase. The 100 Steps Divine Fist, with its forms and mnemonics alone, could fill an entire book. Including the interpretation of the mnemonics, it would amount to 4 or 5 volumes. Mu Jin transcribed all the interpretations that Hyun Gwang had provided, creating a comprehensive guide to the 100 Steps Divine Fist, and memorized it thoroughly. If one couldn't solve a math problem with genius-level intellect, they could at least memorize the solution process to solve it. Having memorized the forms, mnemonics, and their interpretations over several days, Mu Jin began punching the air continuously, setting aside time for muscle training. Initially, his speed was exceedingly slow. He had to execute the inner energy flow equivalent to the contents of 4 or 5 books with just a single punch. Even though he had performed it incredibly slowly, he made far more mistakes when he properly utilized his inner energy. How much time had passed as he relentlessly swung his fist into the air until he became accustomed to utilizing his inner energy. A month had passed, and when Mu Jin turned 17, Mu Jin had become familiar with the key points of the 100 Steps Divine Fist, enough to avoid mistakes, even though he still performed it slowly and hesitantly. Now I need to connect the movements without breaking. After another 3 months had passed, when the cold winter arrived at Songsan, Mu Jin was able to perform the 100 Steps Divine Fist at a speed that seemed like an ordinary punch. The movements were no longer disconnected. Each time Mu Jin threw a punch, a golden energy burst forth from his fist. However, it wasn't powerful enough to befit the name of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. The energy he emitted only traveled a distance of about 3 feet. If anything, it felt like a 2 Steps Divine Fist. Hyun Gwang, who had been observing the training that continued into the 4th month, spoke up. You seem to have become familiar with the first half of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Now you must learn the second half. Is there a second half? Don't worry. The second half only involves key points. It's not bound by any particular form. Hyun-Gwang omitted the fact that the key points were longer and more complex. If the first half involved utilizing the internal energy within the body according to complex key points to emit it powerfully, the second half involved key points to make the emitted energy travel further, faster, and stronger. Mujin wrote down the key points and explanations of the second half of the 100 Steps Divine Fist that Hyun-Gwang taught him on paper and memorized them thoroughly. Then, as he performed the 100 Steps Divine Fist, he tried to control the energy according to those key points. As he repeated the training, spring arrived. He practiced external energy training early in the morning and in the evening. During the remaining time, he continuously threw punches into the air. Whenever he used too much energy and his danjian became empty, he sat in a cross-legged position and meditated while performing the qi conducting technique. Even during meditation, his mind was filled with thoughts of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. He imagined himself from a third-person perspective performing the 100 Steps Divine Fist. In the imaginary world, he observed himself and revisited the sensation of the energy emitted from his punches. As more time passed, and the warm sunlight poured over Songsan, a rock placed 20 steps away shattered into pieces from the energy emitted from Mujin's punch. Hyun-Gwang, who was observing, clapped with a pleased expression. He, that will do for the 100 Steps Divine Fist. If the goal had been to master the 100 Steps Divine Fist completely, there was still a long way to go. The further the distance that could be struck, the more arduous and lengthy the training to advance to the next stage would be. However, the purpose of teaching Mujin the 100 Steps Divine Fist was not to strike an enemy from 100 steps away. Now, let's incorporate the key points and sensations you've learned from the 100 Steps Divine Fist into your martial arts. Mujin's objective was to create a defensive qi technique that expanded the range of energy concentrated in his hands and feet to protect his entire body. He intended to combine this defensive qi technique with the power of the Jade Vajra technique and the reckless speed of the fast ascent step, to launch a full-body charge and overpower his opponent with sheer strength. That was the path Mujin envisioned for himself. And once again, Mujin received significant help from Hyun-Gwang. Hyun-Gwang explained how to seamlessly integrate the key points of the 100 Steps Divine Fist into various movements at the right moments. With Hyun-Gwang's assistance, Mujin worked hard to become familiar with his martial arts, which now incorporated several key points of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Time passed, and the following spring arrived. Finally, the time for the martial arts tournament had come. 38 years ago, when the demon cult invaded the Central Plains, the Orthodox factions formed an alliance called the Martial Alliance to resist the demon cult. After nearly a year of war, the alliance succeeded in driving out the demon cult. But perhaps because they had expelled the common enemy, the demon cult, the name of the Martial Alliance became increasingly meaningless over time. Historically, there have been several instances where the Orthodox factions united under the name of the Martial Alliance to repel invasions from the unorthodox factions, the Black Path, the Demon Cult, and other foreign forces. Each time, the Orthodox factions claimed themselves to be the rightful masters of the martial world and united under the name of the Martial Alliance. After the wars ended, the organization naturally disbanded. However, this time was different. Perhaps due to the repeated cycles of similar history, a proposal emerged to maintain the alliance instead of forming it only after invasions occurred. To sustain the gradually declining alliance, they started holding a grand unification tournament every 10 years from 30 years ago. Since the tournament was organized by the Martial Alliance, it was called the Martial Arts Tournament. The Martial Arts Tournament featured various events, but the most significant one was the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, where future leaders of the Orthodox factions could be identified. As a competition to identify future leaders of the Orthodox factions, the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly became a small-scale contest among prestigious sects and large clans. Naturally, Each sect sent their most talented young disciples to the tournament. Shaolin was no exception. After a serious meeting among the current Shaolin master, Bang Jian of the Hyunja faction, and the elders for disciples were selected to leave Shaolin in preparation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In a pavilion of Shaolin Temple, Geology looked at his disciple with a pleased expression. He hehit. Mu Yul, who was smiling brightly, now had a leopard design on his spiky hair instead of snake design. Geology had personally trimmed his hair and inscribed the new design not long ago. The design symbolized that Mu Yul had mastered the leopard fist after a year and a half of training. The number of people who mastered the leopard fist at the young age of 18 could be counted on one hand in Shaolin's thousand-year history. Haha, teaching him the key points was like hell, but once he mastered them, he could execute them more freely than anyone else. His outstanding senses and animal-like physical abilities contrasted sharply with his lacking intelligence. To make up for this, he had to repeat the same key points dozens, hundreds, even thousands of times, which was truly grueling. But once he ingrained the key points in his body, he could execute martial arts at a level that could only be described as genius. Thus, Geology confidently told his disciple, Mu Yul, you will surely make the name of our Shaolin and the Shaolin Five Fists renowned at this martial arts tournament. Really? Of course. Absolutely. Does that mean I will win? Geology, who had been answering energetically to Mu Yul's innocent question, flinched. Well, if the matchups are favorable, you could make it to the finals. As he answered, a certain disciple's face surfaced in Geology's mind. In Shaolin, there was a monster who, despite being only an 18-year-old third-class disciple, had already surpassed the level of second-class disciples. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Do not get overly excited just because you are participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Yes, Master. Mugung responded in a flat tone to Haidam's blunt advice. Seeing his calm demeanor, Haidam felt satisfied, albeit internally. Of course, his expression remained as stoic as ever. The martial arts tournament will be a significant experience for you. Over the past 3.5 years, Haidam observed that what his disciple needed most was self-esteem and confidence. Although he might act arrogantly or make reckless mistakes due to such emotions, the steady practice of the immovable heart technique over the past 3.5 years made the chances of such errors very low. On the contrary, Mugung was a child who strengthened his immovable heart through self-esteem. Therefore, meeting and fighting other young talents from different sects at this martial arts tournament would greatly benefit Mugung. From this perspective, I must hope for favorable matchups. Haidam had to entertain an uncharacteristic thought. There was one person in Shaolin whom he hoped Mugung wouldn't encounter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Go and beat up those you don't like. Hee. With his usual nonchalant attitude, Haiguan took a sip of alcohol. But don't kill anyone. Do you think I'm you, Master? Mu Jiang grumbled in response to Haiguan's jest. The once timid boy had undergone a peculiar change in character. Well, after being beaten under the guise of training for 3.5 years, it would be strange if he hadn't become a bit twisted. However, Haiguan did not regret his training methods. Although Mu Jiang's demeanor had become somewhat rebellious and grumbling, at least he no longer succumbed to madness. Instead of switching between personalities like a split personality, the two personalities seemed to have blended, which Haiguan considered better than before. That's good enough. As for martial arts, Mu Jiang was such a genius that there was no need for concern. His already impressive intelligence had been enhanced by the power of the Lesser Restoration Pill, increasing his inner energy. Coupled with steady physical training following Mu Jin's training methods, he had truly sprouted wings. Just aim for second place. Shouldn't you be telling me to win? To Mu Jiang's response, Haiguan lazily pointed somewhere with a nod. It was in the direction of Hyung Wang's residence. You might surpass him in the future, but not now. Ba, at least give me some encouragement with words. Fine. I'll pray to Buddha that you don't meet Mu Jin in the finals. Smirking, Haiguan thought. His disciple was indeed a genius. So, How should he describe Mujin? A mutant? A monster? As he thought this, Haiguan chuckled and glanced at his own arm unconsciously. It was the part that had clashed with Mujin during a recent spar. To think that the grand disciple of Master Hyungwang would use such a brute force martial art. Although he eventually won, Haiguan had only managed to subdue Mujin by going all out. Being known as the anti-demon monk, even the villains of the Central Plains trembled at his full power, yet an 18-year-old boy had managed to draw out that power. It was even more challenging because he had to subdue rather than kill him. Martial Arts Tournament 1. Well then, I'll be off. Grandfather. Hee. Go safely. Mujin bid farewell to Hyungwang as he prepared to participate in the martial arts tournament. A few days before the tournament, Mujin engaged in his final training by sparring with several Shaolin disciples. Skipping the third-class disciples, he began sparring with the second-class disciples, and finally, he sparred with first-class disciples like Haigeology, Haidam, and Haiguan. Thanks to the 100 Steps Divine Fist, my chi sense has improved significantly. By mastering martial arts that involved emitting and manipulating chi over a distance, his chi sensing ability had improved, allowing him to read others' chi more proficiently. The sparring with second-class and first-class disciples was a process of refining the insights he had learned from Yunhyo Junrin by utilizing this enhanced chi sense. It was training to read others' chi and predict the techniques they were about to use. After completing this final training and self-assessment, Mujin was now ready to leave Shaolin. As if reading Mujin's intentions. It seems you'll be away from Shaolin for quite a while. Hyungwang added a subtle remark as Mujin bid him farewell. Once you finish what you need to do, come back to Shaolin. There are still things I need to teach you. Hearing Hyungwang's words, Mujin hesitated for a moment before answering somewhat honestly. I will definitely return once I finish my tasks. Grandfather. That's enough. With Hyungwang's hearty laugh, Mujin finished his farewell and stepped out of the hall. The Wuling Alliance, a coalition of righteous sects, was located there. The reason was simple. The 9 great sects and the 5 great clans, the largest factions in the righteous sects, were most centrally located in Hubei Province or Shanxi Province. Shanxi Province was chosen over Hubei Province because of the past war with the demon cult. Baoji in Shanxi Province was deemed a more advantageous location to confront the demon cult forces invading from Xinjiang. Hanzhong, a strategic point connecting Sichuan and Gansu, was also a candidate, but its difficult terrain made transportation notoriously inconvenient, famously described as a chicken rib by Cao Cao. In any case, for these reasons, the Wuling Alliance settled in Baoji, which was now attracting people from all over the Central Plains. They were gathering to participate in or watch the martial arts tournament, especially the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. It had been 38 years since the Wuling Alliance was established. It had been 30 years since the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly began alongside the martial arts tournament. This upcoming martial arts tournament would be the 4th of its kind, and the vicinity of the Wuling Alliance now resembled a bustling city with a multitude of people and buildings. Originally, the Wuling Alliance was located in a secluded area on a hill in Baoji. But as the saying goes, even rivers and mountains change in 10 years. The once quiet vicinity of the Wuling Alliance had gradually transformed into a town-like area with numerous people coming and going. The grand pavilion built in the outer district surrounding the Wuling Alliance was called Outer Pavilion. It was a mansion constructed by the Jeagle family, where members of the Jeagle family who were working at the Wuling Alliance or visiting from the main house stayed. At that mansion, visitors who were not members of the Jeagle family arrived. How have you all been? In response to Jeagle Hyan's question, who had arranged this meeting, the visitors showed various reactions. It's been a while. The elder of the Wangbo family responded heartily, pretending to be boisterous. What brings you to arrange this meeting? The elder of the Sichuan Tang clan looked at Jeagle Hyan with a keen gaze, trying to discern his intentions. TSK, are you going to tell us another pointless story? The elder of the Hebei Peng family spoke in a dissatisfied tone, clearly unimpressed by the Jeagle family's constant scheming. Meanwhile, The elder of the Namgung family sat arrogantly, as if it didn't matter. These were the elders of the 5 great families, known as the 5 great families of the world. They had come as representatives of their respective families to participate in the martial arts tournament. Kang-hyuk began to speak with a peculiar expression. You may have heard the rumors, but lately, Shaolin's movements have been unusual. In place of the silent Namgung elder and the elder of the Wangbo family, who wore a foolish expression, the elders of the Tang clan and the Peng family spoke up. Unusual movements. Are you talking about that strange business, the clinic? Yes. Are you worried about that volunteer-like activity? Although most of the profits from that clinic are used by Shaolin for poverty relief, it is true that Shaolin is continuously expanding its business. Moreover, they're doing this in partnership with the Qianryu Sangdan. Upon hearing Kang-hyuk's explanation, the elder of the Tang clan began calculating with a cold expression, while the elder of the Peng family looked irritated. Also, the clinic is not the only problem. As you may have already heard, Shaolin has also partnered with Wudong. A year and a half ago, they sent their 2nd and 3rd class disciples for martial arts exchange. Immediately after that, they opened a clinic right near Wudong in Gunyan. So, they have partnered with both the Qianryu, Sangdan, and Wudong. Yes, those who have been pretending to be noble all this time are now slowly revealing their ambitions. Instead of wasting time on things we already know, why don't you get to the main point? In response to the impatient question from the elder of the Peng family, Kang-hyuk answered with an intellectual smile. What does it mean that Shaolin was the first to partner with Wudong? Isn't it that they're trying to create a force centered around the 9 great sects? Are you suggesting that the 5 great families should form a force to counter them? Rather than counter, let's call it insurance. We must prepare for any unforeseen events. With Kang-hyuk's words, the 5 elders present exchanged various glances. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While the elders of each family were discussing this in a corner of the Jeagle family's mansion, the young talents who had accompanied the elders gathered and conversed. Yawn. This is boring. Even within the Tang clan, known for their gloomy personalities among the righteous sects, Tang So-mi was considered an oddity. She stifled a yawn as she tried to pass the time. How can they not be bored of that? She glanced over to where several young talents were gathered around a certain young man, chatting animatedly. Although they were called the 5 great families, there were clear differences in power among them. If the current strongest sect was Wudong, then the current strongest family was undoubtedly the Namgung family. The young man, sitting quietly in the center of the young talents and half listening to their chatter, was none other than Namgung Jinxion, the future of the Namgung family. I don't know why we even need to hold the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. The victory will surely go to Brother Namgung anyway. TSK. While it's a given that Brother Namgung will win, we should also try to make a name for ourselves. Miss Peng. That's true. Well then, let's hope for a favorable draw. Some of the young men harbored a competitive spirit toward Namgung Jinxion, but all the women, except for herself, were trying to gain his favor. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed that there was another woman besides herself who showed no interest in Namgung Jinxion. Naturally, Tang So-mi's curiosity was piqued. Jeagle Jin, right? She had heard of her several times before, as she was a well-known woman. Jeagle Jin was not only a talented lady of the Jeagle family, but also an ambitious person aiming for the head position of the family, despite being a woman. However, recalling this information made Tang So-mi tilt her head in confusion. If that's the case, shouldn't she at least show some competitiveness? Jeagle Jin seemed genuinely uninterested in Namgung Jinxion, showing no signs of even the slightest competitive spirit. At that moment, Jeagle Jin whom Tang So-mi had been observing, moved. Driven by curiosity, Tang So-mi followed her out of the room. Sister Jeagle. Calling out in a cheerful tone, Tang So-mi was met with a stern look from Jeagle Jin. What is it, Miss Tang? Despite being called sister, Jeagle Jin responded in a stiff tone. It's too boring inside, so I followed you out to see what you're up to. Feigning innocence, Tang So-mi smiled while she spoke. Even if you follow me, you won't find anything interesting. I was just thinking of training instead of wasting time in there. Her tone suggested that she wanted to be left alone, but Tang Somi's curiosity wouldn't let her back down easily. As expected of the talented lady of the Jeagle family. Is your goal also to defeat Namgung's sword? I'm not interested in Namgung's sword at all. Well, setting too high of a goal is difficult. I understand that feeling. When Tang Somi made her provocative remark while pretending to be innocent, Jeagle Genie's face broke into a smile. It was a cold smile. Namgung Jin Cheon is just a stepping stone. I have someone else in mind. At Jeagle Genie's words, Tang Somi's eyes sparkled. She had implied that Namgung Jin Cheon was merely a stepping stone. That meant she must know of someone stronger than Namgung Jin Cheon among the young talents. Tang Somi, having reached that conclusion, asked a question. Are you referring to the Sword Dragon of Wudong? Not the Qing Shui sect. I need to train, so I'll take my leave. Jeagle Jean, he responded in her usual blunt manner, and turned to leave. Watching her, Tang Somi's eyes gleamed with interest. This might be more fun than I thought. She suddenly found herself becoming interested in the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The outer district was filled with a massive crowd. Among them, the disciples of Shaolin had arrived. Wow! Mu Yo, the young monk, exclaimed in innocent wonder at the bustling scene. Mu Gung, although not showing it outwardly, spoke in a curious tone. Is this place always this bustling? Hee. People do come and go regularly, but not to this extent. It's because of the martial arts tournament and the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly that so many people have gathered. The one who answered Mu Gung's question was the head of the External Affairs Department, Master Hyun Hyen, who was in charge of this trip. For such a significant event, it was unlikely that Shaolin would send only 4 third-class disciples. The Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was just the biggest event, while the martial arts tournament served as a grand gathering of the righteous sects organized by the Wulin Alliance. Revered martial artists would demonstrate their skills, and the Wulin Alliance would hold meetings with key figures from various sects to discuss important matters. Still, Shaolin had kept their delegation fairly simple. Their delegation consisted of Master Hyun Hyen as the representative, 1 first-class disciple, 5 second-class disciples, and the 4 third-class disciples who would participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. First, we should head to the mansion to settle in and unpack. With those words, Master Hyun Hyen led the way, followed by Mu Jin and the other Shaolin disciples. Naturally, the gazes of the crowd filling the streets turned toward them. Shaolin. Recognizing the distinctive crimson kasaya of Shaolin, the crowd's reactions varied. Some looked on with admiration, others with caution, and some with curiosity. In truth, these reactions were primarily due to the location being the outer district. As in Dungbong Hyen, from the perspective of ordinary people, Shaolin monks were just kind, strong monks who occasionally dealt with bad guys. However, the outer district was a village that had developed around the Wulin Alliance and was now filled with martial artists due to the martial arts tournament. Among those observing the Shaolin disciples in the streets, a good 9 out of 10 were martial artists of some sort, whether skilled or not. It seems Shaolin is participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly as well. But don't they look too young? There are only 3 of them too. Some of the less skilled martial artists whispered among themselves, but their words did not escape the keen hearing of the 4 tiger disciples of Shaolin. Do we look too young? Mu Jiang asked. Mu Jin responded indifferently. We're relatively young for young talents. Typically, young talents are those in their early 20s up to around 30. Participation in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was restricted to young talents. Thus, the usual age range for participants was early to mid-20s. Those younger often lacked the skill, while older participants could still compete, but would lose face as it implied they were clinging to their youth. In this sense, the 4 tiger disciples were quite young. Mu Jin and Mu Yo were 18, and Mu Gung and Mu Jiang were 19. Realizing they were relatively young, Mu Jiang spoke in a somewhat uneasy tone. Then we seem to be at a disadvantage. What are you worried about? There won't be anyone stronger than Master Uncle Haiguan anyway, Mu Jin encouraged. Mu Jiang nodded at Mu Jin's reassurance. No matter who they faced, it wouldn't be as tough as their training sessions. At that moment, Mu Yul, who had been listening with a bright expression, tilted his head and asked, "But why are we only 3? There are 4 of us, right?" At this question, Mu Jin and Mu Jiang glanced at Mu Gong, who would consider that broad frame and mature face as belonging to a young talent. What? What? Mu Gong shouted, his face reddening under Mu Jin and Mu Jiang's gaze. It seemed he still needed more training in the immovable heart technique. Martial arts tournament, too. The Shaolin disciples moved through the crowd and soon arrived at the manor prepared for them. Haha. This is the manor created by the masters of the Biob Gong faction when the Murim alliance was first established. At Master Hyun Hyen's explanation, Mu Jin nodded in agreement. The manor, boasting a history of 38 years, had a certain something about it. As expected of Shaolin, it was exceedingly simple. Mu Jin, who had not expected a grandiose manor or extravagant halls, simply accepted it and entered the manor. Wow, this brings back memories. Right, Mu Jin? Perhaps because they were going to sleep together in a small room. Mu Yul seemed to be reminiscing about their novice days. Mu Jin, smiling slightly at the innocent look, organized the few belongings he had brought and started to warm up his body while thinking. The martial arts tournament. To Mu Jin, the martial arts tournament held great significance. After all, his favorite novel, Legend of the Evil Emperor, began with this martial arts tournament. It might seem strange that the introduction of Legend of the Evil Emperor, which was about the greatest person in the demonic sect, started with the martial arts tournament, a celebration for the Orthodox sections. But it was inevitable. The protagonist of the second part of the novel was originally from the Orthodox sect. To be precise, his family belonged to a small faction within the Orthodox sects. It was only during the process of uncovering the schemes of the hidden forces that he came into conflict with the Orthodox sects. At this time, that guy would probably be training hard at the Demonic Path Institute, right? The Demonic Path Institute was an organization that trained the future successors of the Heavenly Demon cult. Mu Jin had no intention of contacting the protagonist of the first part of the novel, the future Heavenly Demon, who would emerge from the Heavenly Demon cult after graduating from the Demonic Path Institute. Sneaking into the Heavenly Demon cult as an outsider was nothing short of suicidal. Anyway, that genius will graduate as the top student and come out on his own, so I can worry about him later. Mu Jin planned to meet the protagonist around the time he would confront Mu Jiang, who was supposed to become the blood successor in the middle of the first part of the novel. Since he had not interfered with the Heavenly Demon cult, he calculated that everything would proceed according to the novel until then, without him having to contact the Heavenly Demon. On the contrary, if the Heavenly Demon did not become stronger in the fight against the blood successor, he might die in the next trial. Therefore, Mu Jin needed to meet him by then to help him grow. So this time, I should prevent a few of the Hidden Forces' schemes in advance. Thinking about the Hidden Forces, Mu Jin let out a deep sigh. Even though he had read both parts of the novel, and Legend of the Evil Emperor was his favorite, which he had reread multiple times, he still did not know the exact and detailed power and identity of the Hidden Forces. The first part of the novel, Record of the Heavenly Demon's Return, written by martial arts author Jijian, mainly dealt with the protagonist unifying the demon cult. While there were some hints about the Hidden Forces, there were no direct appearances, and it ended with the protagonist starting an invasion of the Central Plains after unifying the demon cult. And the second part of the novel dealt with the protagonist discovering traces of the Hidden Forces and uncovering their secrets. In the process, due to having beaten to death the martial artists and sects belonging to the righteous faction who had either joined hands with the Hidden Forces or were being used by them, he ended up being labeled as a member of the demonic faction. Anyway, even in the second part of the novel, they had only caught the tail and part of the body of the Hidden Forces. They had not chased down the head. The only thing the evil emperor had done was to invade the Heavenly Demon cult's headquarters alone and fight against the Heavenly Demon after discovering their connection to the demonic cult that had begun the invasion of the Central Plains. And there, a person called Saint Monk, who seemed to be the protagonist of the third part of the novel, appeared. The Saint Monk intervened in the duel between the evil emperor and the heavenly demon, mediated between them, cleared up the evil emperor's misunderstanding, formed a temporary alliance, and then vowed to wage war against the hidden forces, bringing the story to a close. In other words, the true nature of the hidden forces was scheduled to be revealed only in the third part. But I got dragged here after reading only 2 parts. Of course, having read the content and possessing basic martial arts knowledge, there were a few expected identities, but nothing was certain. However, he wasn't particularly worried. At least he knew a few of the conspiracies they would carry out in the future and some of the forces related to them. Just like the second part's protagonist, the evil emperor, if he stirred up the tail and body, wouldn't some clues emerge? The incident of the grave of the divine thief should be prevented before it happens, if possible. It would also be better to deal with Baekhyangmin this time, as he was sorting out matters that were supposed to be revealed or dealt with by the evil emperor a few years later. Naturally, his thoughts drifted towards the evil emperor. Should I try to make contact this time? It was a matter of much deliberation. Just as he had postponed his meeting with the heavenly demon, he wondered if there was a need to make immediate contact with the evil emperor. The guy was destined to awaken through a certain event, and he was worried that meeting him now might interfere with that event. Let's just watch for now. In fact, just by his presence in this place, the storyline of the novel was slightly deviating. Originally, Shaolin was not supposed to participate in this martial arts tournament. There was only a mention that a great monk of Shaolin had passed away, leading Shaolin to prohibit all external activities. And Mujin somehow knew who that great monk supposed to die in the novel was. It must have been grandfather. After all, Hein Wang's name had never been mentioned in the novel, while Mujin was organizing his thoughts about the future events internally. First-class disciple Haigong, who had suddenly visited the pavilion where the third-class disciples were gathered, delivered a message. We all have somewhere to go together. It seems we've been invited by Mount Hua. At Haigong's words, Mujin wore a peculiar expression. Mount Hua, huh? The complicated thoughts about the protagonists felt clearer. Since the future could change in unpredictable ways, it was best to deal with the certain matters step by step. Mount Hua was a sect destined to ally with the hidden forces, just like the Jiggle family. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few of the Shaolin disciples stepped out of Shaolin's manor. Not all of the Shaolin disciples were going. Leading the group were Master Hyun-Hyen and the third-class disciples, while the first-class disciple Haigong and the second-class disciples remained at the manor. Shortly after leaving the manor with Master Hyun-Hyen, Mujin arrived at the manor of the Mount Hua sect. This is quite a stark contrast, isn't it? The Shaolin manor consisted of only a few modest pavilions with narrow rooms and a single training ground. The only decorations were small wooden Buddhist statues in each room. On the other hand, the manor of the Mount Hua sect was different right from the walls surrounding it. The appearance of the pavilions visible over the wall was on a whole different level. How much have they spent on this? Mujin thought to himself as he entered the manor. Though it couldn't be compared to the headquarters of the Qianryu, Sangdan, the inside of the manor was still quite grand. The late-stage disciples are currently gathered here. Master, please follow me. At the explanation from the first-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect who was guiding the Shaolin disciples, Master Hyun-Hyen turned to look at the Muja faction. You all stay here and pass the time. Yes, Grandmaster. Mujin replied on behalf of the group and headed to the room indicated by the first-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Entering the room with the Muja faction, Mujin glanced at those already inside. Mount Hua, Wudong, and even Amei. He could recognize them just by their attire. He had seen the Wudong robes before, and the Amei sect members were nuns. The Mount Hua sect disciples wore robes similar to the Wudong robes, but with embroidered plum blossoms. Are more coming, or did Mount Hua only invite these 3 sects? While Mujin was pondering this, the disciples from Qing Shui Hall and Wudong warmly greeted Mujin's group. Mujin Du-Wu, it's been a while. Mujin smiled as he looked at the leading disciple of Qing Shui Hall who was greeting him. He's like a little puppy. He almost reached out to pat his head without realizing it. It's been a while. Ching Shui Dojang. Have you been training diligently? Ha, of course. What else would I be doing? Saying so, Ching Shui Dojang proudly rolled up his sleeve to show off his muscles. Well, the toothpick has developed into a chopstick. Though still scrawny, he had certainly become much stronger compared to a year and a half ago. Not only Ching Shui Dojang, but the other Wudong disciples also exchanged greetings with Mu Yul, Mu Gung, and Mu Jiang. Those three had also visited Wudong before, so they were already acquainted. As the Shaolin disciples and Wudong disciples were catching up, a voice suddenly interrupted from the back. Ching Shui Dojang, isn't it time to introduce us as well? The person who spoke was a young swordsman of the Mount Hua sect. Oh my, I was so happy to see the Shaolin folks that I completely forgot. Ha ha! As Chong Su Dojang laughed brightly and spoke, the swordsman responded in kind. Ha ha! Chong Su Dojang is always like that. How did you manage to earn the nickname Wudong Sword Dragon while being so forgetful? It's truly a mystery. At the words of the Wasan sect swordsman, Mu Jin's lips curled up slightly. What do we have here? Though the Wasan swordsman spoke lightly, there was a hint of sarcasm mixed in. Jealousy is practically dripping from his eyes. Mu Jin, who had grown accustomed to the petty politics of martial arts sects, immediately recognized the underlying hostility, though the other disciples, who spent most of their time training in the mountains, seemed oblivious. Chong Su Dojang, seemingly unaware of the underlying tone, simply laughed cheerfully in response. Haha, indeed, I get so absorbed in thinking about the sword that I can't remember much else. Though spoken brightly, the words were a hidden dagger. Depending on interpretation, it could be taken as a suggestion to focus on swordsmanship rather than trivial matters. As expected, the face of the Wasan swordsman contorted briefly with jealousy and inferiority. Mu Jin, finding the expression amusing, couldn't help but laugh. Annoyed by the laughter, the Wasan swordsman turned to Mu Jin with a feigned smile. What's so amusing? Care to share the joke? It would be nice to laugh together. I just find Chong Su Dojang's words very characteristic of him. That's all. Mu Jin replied with a subtle smirk. It was a delicate expression that could be taken as either a genuine smile or a sneer. Naturally, the Wasan swordsman's smiling face stiffened slightly. Is that so? Ah, come to think of it, we haven't introduced ourselves properly. I am Hong Soil, recently nicknamed the New Dragon of Wasan. Upon Hong Soil's introduction, Mu Jin thought to himself, who is this nobody? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall seeing that name in the novel. Despite being a late-stage disciple from a sect meant to serve as a pawn for the dark forces, he was a complete unknown. Should I approach him like I did with Jiggle Jinhee or Ryu Seowa? He entertained the thought briefly. Mu Jin quickly realized it was pointless. Before participating in the martial arts tournament, Mu Jin had gathered information about the various sects. He knew that the names of the current Wasan sect leaders matched those in the novel. Unlike the Qianryu Sangdan, which had a new leader, or the Jiggle family, whose head had changed, the Wasan sect's leaders had originally allied with the dark forces themselves. Having reached that conclusion, Mu Jin, hiding his true thoughts, spoke lightly with a smile. Nice to meet you. I am Mu Jin, a third-generation disciple of Shaolin. Your Dharma name is Mu Jin. It seems this is your first time in the martial world, judging by the unfamiliar name. The fact that a nobody was calling him a nobody made a vein pop on Mu Jin's forehead. Ah, well, as long as you fight strong opponents, your name will naturally become known. For instance, against someone like the New Dragon of Wasan. Haha, I look forward to it. Let's meet at the Yongbang gathering. You better not be eliminated before then, Mu Jin. I will pray to Buddha that you don't get eliminated, Hong Soil. Offering Hong Soil a courteous smile, Mu Jin thought. Good. I had planned to win the Yongbang gathering anyway. Mu Jin's participation in the martial arts tournament wasn't to meet the protagonist of the second part of the novel. He was actually worried that such a meeting might complicate things. He entered the Yongbang gathering for the winning prize, which was connected to the dark forces. Haha, I hope we can meet there. If he was going to win, he might as well crush the future enemy seedlings of the Wasan sect along the way. Preliminary Round 1. On the way back after the meeting, Mu Jin, noticing the somewhat uncomfortable expression on Master Hyun-Hyen's face, asked him a question. Head of the External Affairs Department, is there something troubling you? Haha, it's nothing, replied Master Hyun-Hyen with a smile typical of a monk, but he did have something on his mind. While the Mujabe were meeting with disciples from other sects, Master Hyun-Hyen had a meeting with the elders of those sections. The discussions from that meeting were enough to cloud his mind. They said this child was involved in most of the affairs with the Kyeonryu Sangdan. Despite his age, he has a deep sense of judgment. It might not be a bad idea to keep an eye on him. Master Hyun-Hyen, remembering that his senior brother and Mu Jin's grandmaster, Hyun-Gwang, as well as Abbot Hyun-Cheon and Chubadang's head, Hyun-Myong, also held Mu Jin's judgment in high regard, sent a telepathic message. Did you know that not only our Shaolin, but also Wasan, Wudong, and Ami were present at today's meeting? Despite the sudden telepathic message, Mu Jin showed no sign of surprise. In fact, he responded as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Yes, head of the External Affairs Department. The disciples of Ami and Wudong were also there. At the meeting today, Elder Hwa Sun Kyung of Wasan's Plum Blossom Drunken Soar mentioned that Wasan also wishes to join us. With Ami added to the mix, that makes 4 sects together. Listening without knowing the context might make this seem like a random statement. But Mu Jin had a rough understanding of the situation. Moreover, despite his average academic ability, his rich social experience made it easy for him to grasp the context. It seems Wasan believes we have allied with Wudong and the Kyeonryu Sangdan. I apologize. I feel like this situation has arisen because of me. Master Hyun-Hyen had to conceal his surprise at Mu Jin's apology, understanding the entire situation with just a brief explanation. They were walking along the main road, conversing telepathically, so he couldn't afford to show any conspicuous reaction. No, you opened a clinic with the Kyeonryu Sangdan to help people, didn't you? And your involvement with Wudong was solely to assist them. It's just that those people misunderstood our intentions. Despite Master Hyun-Hyen's comforting words, Mu Jin was deep in thought. Naturally, he wasn't feeling guilty for the misunderstanding he might have caused. While it's understandable for Wasan to act like that, why is Ami involved? Mu Jin was merely trying to figure out the intention of the Ami sect, not bothering to ponder over Wasan's intentions. It was because the current head and elders of Wasan, as depicted in the novel legend of the evil emperor, were nothing but opportunists. Unaware they were being manipulated by hidden forces, they craved the benefits offered to them, leading to the downfall of the orthodox faction. Therefore, Mu Jin considered Wasan as simply an enemy and focused on understanding Ami's intentions. Ami's sect was neutral. If divided, it was closer to being a part of the hidden forces. Even though the flow had changed due to his actions, it was strange that the Ami sect had suddenly become part of the hidden forces. Therefore, Mu Jin pondered deeply about the commonalities between the Ami sect, Wasan sect, and perhaps soon the Jegal family, which might get entangled with the hidden forces. Before long, he realized a common point. The rival sects are located nearby. The Jegal family shared Hubei province with Wudong. The Wasan sect shared Shaanxi province with the Jiangnam sect, and the Ami sect shared Sichuan province with the Sichuan Tang clan and the Qingxing sect. Naturally, most sects would not be happy with this situation. Just as there couldn't be 2 suns in the sky, if more than one large sect existed in a single province, their relationship couldn't be amicable. Despite their power, they had to share resources. The hidden forces must have exploited this sentiment to approach them. However, questions still remained. Still, in Sichuan province, the Sichuan Tang clan was originally the hidden force. Originally, the 3 major forces in Sichuan were just wary of each other. Then, due to a certain event, a full-fledged conflict structure formed. At that point, the hidden forces extended a helping hand to the Sichuan Tang clan, leading the Sichuan Tang clan to ally with them. As revealed in the latter part of the novel, The event itself was orchestrated by the hidden forces. Thus, Mujin planned to head straight to Sichuan after this martial arts tournament to prevent the event from happening. Of course, he wasn't planning on leaving with Shaolin's permission. Mujin was planning a grand escape and had organized the tasks he needed to complete after his escape. This complicates things from the start. Mujin's head began to ache suddenly. He understood the purpose of the Ami sect joining due to the conflict in Sichuan, but the event hadn't happened yet, and this made things tiring in many ways. No, this isn't the only problem. With a sudden thought, Mujin asked Master Hyun-Hyen another question. Master of the External Affairs Department, did you accept the proposal from Hwasan? Knowing that Hwasan misunderstands us, how could I accept it? But even if we tried to clear the misunderstanding, they didn't seem to believe it. So I only answered that I would return to Shaolin, discuss it with senior brother Bang Jian, and then contact them. Mujin pondered for a moment at Master Hyun-Hyen's answer. It's both regrettable and fortunate. If Hwasan and Ami had teamed up, it might have created a connection to the hidden forces, making it easier to investigate. Conversely, things could have gotten more complicated. However, since an answer had already been given, he couldn't interfere further and decided to focus on other matters. What about the reactions of the other sects? Wudong knew it was a misunderstanding, so they were indifferent. But Ami seemed a bit complicated. I heard that the elders of the 5 great families had a meeting at the Jiggle family last night. Only after hearing Master Hyun-Hyen's response did Mujin understand why Ami had acted a bit more proactively. If the 5 great families formed an alliance, the power of the Sichuan Tang clan would become formidable. Ami must have wanted an allied force to counter that. A meeting of the 5 great families. Is this also an event from the original novel? This was something even Mujin couldn't have known, but the 5 great clans often held meetings. However, a meeting significant enough to discuss an alliance between the 5 great clans was supposed to be a far-off event. This future event was brought forward by the Jiggle family, who became prematurely frightened upon hearing that the Shaolin, Wudong, and Qianryu Sangdan had joined forces. The efforts Mujin made to recruit the Qianryu, Sangdan, and Wudong were transforming into the fluttering wings of a small butterfly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even after returning to his lodging, Mujin repeatedly pondered, but he realized that his conclusion had not changed much. Although the Ami sect has become anxious because of the meeting of the 5 great clans held yesterday, nothing has happened in Sichuan yet. Whether it turns out good or bad, I should head straight to Sichuan as soon as the martial arts tournament ends. Mujin knew that without any additional confirmed information, mere speculation would not change anything. Thus, Mujin decided to sleep with a calm mind in preparation for the preliminary round of the Yongbangji meeting the next day. After waking up, Mujin, along with the remaining 3 members of the Mujabi trio, headed to the Murim Alliance. The one guiding them was a first-class disciple of Shaolin residing in the Murim Alliance. Although Shaolin did not generally involve themselves in external matters, they had nonetheless dispatched a few disciples to the Murim Alliance, which was at the center of the alliance. In fact, the accommodations used by Shaolin disciples when participating in the martial arts tournament were also managed by those dispatched to the Murim Alliance. Thanks to the guidance of the first-class disciple residing in the Murim Alliance, the Mujabi trio arrived easily at the entrance of the Murim Alliance. Indeed, the entrance of the Murim Alliance was packed with people, likely due to the high interest in the Yongbangji meeting. However, the Mujabi trio did not need to wait in front. Can we go in first? You have already completed the registration to be judged on the first day, so it actually helps us to handle things more efficiently if you go in for the evaluation immediately. Mujin nodded in understanding at the explanation given by Hai Mil, the first-class disciple guiding them. It seemed the registration had been handled in advance since the first-class disciple was stationed at the Murim Alliance. Passing through the crowd gathered at the entrance, they arrived at the entrance of the training ground of the Murim Alliance. Originally, this place was used for the training of warriors affiliated with the Murim Alliance, but now it was being used for the preliminary evaluations of the Yongbangji meeting. Only those being evaluated are allowed into the examination area, so come out once you're done. Yes, Master Uncle. After greeting Hai Mil, the Mujabi trio entered the training ground. It seemed that not only Shaolin had completed early registration, as several young martial artists were already lined up, waiting for their evaluations. However, instead of checking each individual's appearance, Mujin focused on the evaluation scene visible from a distance. I was curious about the first preliminary round since it wasn't mentioned in the novel, but it's quite simple. Those taking the evaluation first were undergoing a test of lifting a large piece of metal. Following Mujin's gaze, Mu Gung, Mu Yul, and Mu Jiang also looked at the scene and soon shared their impressions. It looks too easy, maybe because it's the first preliminary round. Senior brother Mu Gung? Hee, this sounds fun. Mujin blurted out something completely random as he observed the confident expressions of the trio. It looks pretty tough to me, he said. At this, the Muja faction trio tilted their heads in confusion and asked, Isn't it difficult to do without internal energy? Well, I can manage it, but you guys might have a hard time. Of course, you have to use internal energy to pass it, right? No way. If we're using internal energy, who wouldn't be able to pass that? Even when I was 14, I could get through it. Mu Gung and Mu Jiang looked at Mu Jin in disbelief, while Mu Yul seemed to be convinced by his words. Mu Jin, looking at their faces, grinned as if he had thought of something amusing and said, Why? Do you think you can't pass it without internal energy? At Mu Jin's question, Mu Gung snorted, Humph. Mu Yul was just all smiles, and Mu Jiang logically rebutted, What if we get disqualified in the first round? If that happens, we'll be tormented by the Master Uncle for at least a month. Thinking of Haiguan, Mu Jiang shivered. However, Mu Jin wasn't one to back down easily. All right, then let's do it without internal energy at first. If anyone feels like they're going to fail, they can use their internal energy. But whoever uses it will get a penalty, and if you hold out and get eliminated, an enormous punishment will await for disgracing the sex name. In the end, a peculiar bet was established by Mu Jin's insistence. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, among the countless young martial artists gathered at the training ground for the first preliminary round of the Yangbanji tournament, there was someone intently watching the Shaolin disciples. Jigul Uni, what are you staring at so intently? Tang Somi asked Jigul Jinhe, who had spotted Mu Jin from afar. It's nothing, Jigul Jinhe replied. Over there. You were looking at the Shaolin people. No matter what Jigul Jinhe said, Tang Somi grinned as she followed her gaze. If we do well in this tournament, we might get to see the famous 72 consummate arts. Tang Somi spoke with excitement, but Jigul Jinhe responded with a peculiar expression. We'll see. Jigul Jinhe wasn't particularly interested in Shaolin's 72 consummate arts. The best young martial artist from Shaolin that she knew hadn't mastered them. With that ambiguous response, Tang Somi turned her gaze back to the Shaolin disciples. Not only Tang Somi, but many others at the training ground were subtly paying attention to the Shaolin disciples as well. It was an opportunity to gauge the level of the renowned 1,000-year Shaolin, the revered pinnacle of martial arts. Preliminary Round 2. Countless individuals gathered at the martial arts arena were unaware that Mu Jin's turn for the examination was approaching. Mu Jin looked at the iron block before him and thought, I was disappointed to skip strength training yesterday, but this is perfect for warming up. Without hesitation, Mu Jin grabbed both sides of the iron block with his hands. The iron block didn't have handles, making it inconvenient to hold and lift. However, there didn't seem to be a specific stance required to lift the iron block. In other words, he could use his entire body, like performing a tire flip, to lift it. Grasping both sides of the iron block, Mu Jin bent his knees as if doing a squat. Using the muscles of his lower body, glutes, core, and arms, he lifted the iron block with a powerful motion. A little over 400 gun, maybe. Thinking it might weigh around 250 kilograms, Mu Jin lowered the iron block after lifting it. Then, he lifted it again. You've passed, so you can move on to the next stage. In response to the words of the Murim Alliance warrior overseeing the examination, Mujin put down the iron block he had lifted again and replied with an embarrassed look. "Oh, it's a habit because I lift it 10 more times." It was the habit of a fitness enthusiast. The weight was just right, making him feel like his muscles would swell after a set of 12 lifts. Of course, the examiner had no reason to know Mujin's situation. Ahem, there are others waiting, so please move along. Suppressing the regret in his itching muscles, Mujin turned his gaze to the side. Phew! Next to him, Mugung, who was also undergoing the examination, succeeded in lifting the iron block like Mujin, accompanied by deep breaths. Mugung, naturally broad-shouldered, had been practicing Mujin's training methods for over 5 years. In terms of sheer strength, he was not much inferior to Mujin. Meanwhile, Mu Jiang and Mu Yul, on the other hand, were wrestling with the iron block, their faces flushed red. Watching their muscles bulge with veins popping out from beneath their kasaya, Mujin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Mu Jiang and Mu Yul had also been training their muscles with Mujin's help, but in a way that suited their martial arts. Unlike Mujin or Mugung's brute strength, they had to maintain a well-balanced physique. Some of the disciples from other sects watching this scene began to smirk slightly. Haha, so much for Shaolin. They can't even handle this simple task. Unaware that Shaolin disciples weren't using internal energy, most of them thought that way. Among them were disciples of the Wasan sect. So that's all there is to them. Especially Hong Soil, who had clashed with Mujin the previous night, had a deep sneer on his face. At this rate, they won't even make it past the preliminary round, let alone meet at the Yongbong gathering. Thinking so, Hong Soil, who had lost interest in the Shaolin disciples, looked around the training ground, searching for someone else. Several years ago, while wandering the Central Plains as a chivalrous hero, he had met a woman as delicate as a flower. Of all things, she's with the younger generation of the 5 great families. Should I wait for another opportunity? Seeing Jiggle Genie, Hong Soil clicked his tongue lightly and simply gazed at her. Just like the first time they met, her expressionless face remained as aloof as ever. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, a sense of crisis shook Mu Jiang's heart, thinking that he might be eliminated at this rate. Specifically, he imagined a future where, after being eliminated in the first preliminary round, he would return to Shaolin Temple only to be tormented by Haiguan. In the end, judging that it would be dangerous if things continued like this, Mu Jiang discreetly used his internal energy to lift the iron bar. Similarly, thinking that Mu Yul might be eliminated if left alone, Mujin discreetly sent a voice transmission. Yula, if you continue like this, you'll just get eliminated. At Mujin's warning, Mu Yul whimpered and groaned before lifting the iron bar. For now, you two are definitely getting punished. When Mujin said this with a grin, the faces of the two fell into despair. Mugung, feeling proud of his own success, snorted alone. Since there are people waiting behind you, can we move on to the next assessment? Sorry. At the examiner's instruction, the 4 quickly moved to the next assessment location. The second task was to run back and forth 20 times between 2 places where flags were planted. Shuttle run. Mujin thought of the endurance and direction-changing training often used in modern sports like soccer and basketball. Several young martial artists, including the 4 from the Muja faction, who had passed the first task, waited at the starting line. As soon as the examiner raised and lowered the flag, everyone ran towards their respective flags. At the same time, another examiner flipped an hourglass. For a moment, several martial artists who had started simultaneously ran back and forth between the 2 flags placed 6 to 7 jang, 18 to 21 meters, apart. What? Why are they so slow? A young martial artist from the Kunlun sect looked to his side with a bewildered expression. While he had gone back and forth between the 2 flags 5 times, the Shaolin disciples had only managed 2 or 3 trips. Is our Kunlun's Qigong technique really that superior? The difference was more than double by simple calculation. To think that there was such a gap with the 1,000-year Shaolin. The young Taoist from Kunlun trembled, once again realizing the greatness of his sect. Of course, the other martial artists watching the assessment had slightly different thoughts. Lower-level martial artists looked at the Kunlun Taoist in awe. As I felt during the first round, Shaolin's level seems lower than expected. The young prodigies of high caliber, especially those from the 9 schools and the 5 great families, were more disappointed by Shaolin's level than impressed by Kunlun's standard. Regardless of how others perceive them, the 4 of the Muja faction were simply sprinting back and forth between the flags without using internal energy. Their well-trained muscles, particularly the strength of their thighs, were exploding with power as they frantically swung their arms and legs. As a result, Mu Jin, Mu Jiang, and Mu Yol were running between the flags at nearly the same speed as the sand falling in the hourglass. Only one of them, Mu Gung, who had a much larger build, started to lag behind. Gradually, he fell around behind. By the time Mu Jin, Mu Jiang, and Mu Yol had completed 15 laps, Mu Gung was already 2 laps behind. This is dangerous. Mu Gung glanced at the hourglass and realized he was on the verge of elimination. Damn it! In the end, Mu Gung explosively increased his speed using his internal energy. The sudden burst of speed caused a ripple of astonishment in the eyes of the martial artists who had been watching the second assessment with mocking expressions. His speed rivals that of a Kunlun disciple. Was he conserving his energy by distributing it? This means he lacks sufficient internal energy. If we meet in the future, it would be best to aim for a prolonged battle. Regardless of the spectator's surprise, Mu Gung focused solely on running until the hourglass's sand ran out. Just before the examiner struck the bell, indicating the hourglass was empty, Mu Gung, who had caught up from 2 laps behind, narrowly passed the assessment. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Mu Jin spoke to Mu Gung. Mu Gung, you're also confirmed for punishment. Damn. Mu Gung briefly expressed his regret, but quickly regained a calm demeanor. Mu Jin, who chuckled lightly at the sight, took a moment to steady his breathing. In reality, Mu Jin, who had just teased Mu Gung, was also in a similarly precarious situation. Considering the distance between the flags, he had run approximately 800 meters. Not a straight distance, but sprinting at full speed while changing directions every 20 meters, his thigh muscles felt like they were about to burst. He had barely passed. Regardless, all 4 of them had successfully completed the second task, so they moved on to face the final third task. The last task involved attacking a large boulder. If one was a swordsman, they could attack with a sword, and if one was a spearman, they could use a spear. Of course, the 4 of the Muja faction had to use the striking bone technique. We would have failed here anyway. Wouldn't it be dangerous to attack without using internal energy? Shall I give it a try? Don't do it, Mu Yol. You'll break your bones. Yes, Mu Gung, senior brother. The trio of the Muja faction discussed the third task among themselves. Unlike Mu Jin, the 3 had not learned the Jade Vajra technique or the Iron Skin technique. Striking a boulder with bare hands without internal energy meant their hands wouldn't survive. Mu Jin, are you going to try this without using internal energy? I'll see how it goes. Mu Jin answered Mu Jian's question casually, and then asked the examiner of the third task. What are the passing criteria? Do we have to completely shatter the boulder? As long as the martial technique leaves a clear mark on the boulder, that will be enough. For instance, if you use a sword, you could cut a part of the boulder. Mu Jin nodded at the examiner's response. This seems doable. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The final task of the first preliminary round took place in the training ground. Compared to the area where they lifted iron bars in the first task, the number of martial artists who had made it this far had been halved. In other words, most of the mediocre third-rate martial artists had been eliminated. The 2 tasks Mu Jin had completed without using internal energy were meant to filter out martial artists who barely met the minimum standards. For instance, those who emphasized the essence of martial arts could pass the first task, even if they were third-rate martial artists. However, those third-rate martial artists who had learned the essence of martial arts would likely fail the second task, which required speed. Thus, the first, second, and third tasks were designed to verify the minimum standards for strength, speed, and skill. By the time they reached the third task, all the mediocre martial artists who had only trained in third-rate martial arts books or small village dojos had been weeded out. Among those eliminated, there were naturally many martial artists from the 9 schools and the 5 great families. The level of Shaolin's third-generation disciples seems much lower than expected this time. Sister Jiggle. Jiggle Jinhee did not respond to Tang Somi's comment, disappointed by the Shaolin disciples' performance. But it wasn't that she was disappointed. Instead, she was struggling to hide her surprise. To think that monk Mujin has grown this much in such a short time. She knew the level Mujin had reached 2.5 years ago. Therefore, she immediately understood. Mujin had participated in the assessment without using any internal energy. His physical capabilities without using internal energy surpassed the basic level of third-rate martial artists who used internal energy. Indeed, how much strength and speed could he achieve if he wielded internal energy with such physical abilities? He must have also improved his martial arts during this time. Jiggle Jinhee was quite looking forward to sparring with Mujin in the finals of the Yangbanjiao. However, unlike Jiggle Jinhee, who knew Mujin's and the Shaolin disciples' true abilities, others thought similarly to Tang Somi. Soon, the Shaolin disciples' third task began. Mu Gung was the first to step forward. Phew! Mu Gung lightly regulated his breathing and spread the energy he had drawn up from his Danjian throughout his body. Since I decided to use internal energy, there's no need to hold back. As the extreme yang energy circulated through his meridians and gathered in his palm, Mu Gung struck the boulder. Bang! With one palm strike from Mu Gung, the boulder, as large as a person, shattered into pieces. What? Naturally, those who had been mocking the Shaolin disciples' abilities were now shouting in astonishment. However, their surprise was premature. Following Mu Gung, Mu Jiang didn't shatter the boulder completely like Mu Gung did. Instead, a golden aura enveloped his fist. Thud! With a dull thud, a hole the size of Mu Jiang's fist was drilled into the center of a large boulder. This was a technique that required delicate manipulation of qi. It was actually more difficult than simply shattering the boulder. Lastly, it was Mu Yul's turn. Haha. Perhaps excited by the permission to use internal energy, Mu Yul didn't finish with just one attack, but went berserk, wildly striking the boulder in various places. After a while, a wolf. The boulder was now carved into the shape of a wolf, resembling the design etched on Mu Yul's head. Has he been hiding his true skills all this time? Why would he do that? While it is a common saying in martial arts to hide one's true strength, this seemed less like hiding 3/10 of their ability and more like only showing 3/10. If they were going to hide it, why reveal it now? This was the main question on everyone's mind. The passing criteria were merely to leave a noticeable mark on the boulder. There was no need to shatter it or display such impressive skills. Naturally, everyone's gaze turned to the last Shaolin disciple, Mujin. Mujin took a deep breath and delivered a single punch with all his strength. Crash! Mujin's punch barely broke the front of the boulder. No matter how much he had strengthened his skin with the Jade Vajra technique and trained his muscles, it was impossible for a purely human punch to shatter a massive boulder without internal energy. Yet, even creating a dent in a massive boulder with just human strength was already surpassing the limits of a normal human. Puff. Those unaware of this mocked Mujin's results. Perhaps he purposely limited his strength to just enough to pass. Some were trying to deduce the intentions of the Shaolin disciples. There was only one person who truly understood what Mujin had done, to leave such a mark on a boulder without internal energy. Jiggle Jinhee was the only one who realized the significance of Mujin's feat. She observed the reactions of the other prodigies watching the Shaolin disciples. Some were mocking, others were watching with suspicion. As Jiggle Jinhee took this in, she realized an important fact. Only she understood Mujin's true value. Fu. Knowing a secret that the world didn't, she felt a strange thrill. Chaotic Scene 1. Shaolin's Mujin passed the first preliminary round. Congratulations on passing. The first preliminary round is over, and the second preliminary round will be held in 5 days. So please come back then. One of the examiners wrote Mujin's affiliation and name on a paper that looked like a guest book and handed over a token for the successful candidates. On the way out of the training ground, after finishing the first preliminary round, someone approached the Mujibi quartet. Master Mujin, long time no see. Umitba, benefactor Jigul Jinhe. It has indeed been a long time. Ha ha. Jigul Jinhe, who had been watching Mujin's examination from a distance, greeted Mujin with a smiling face. Ah, you must be seeing these guys for the first time. This is Mu Gung, Mu Jiang, and Mu Yo in order. Nice to meet you. I'm Jigul Jin. Jigul Jinhe greeted the Mujibi trio after Mujin introduced them, and then the trio greeted her in return. Mu Gung greeted in his usual blunt tone, which had become quite accustomed to recently. Umitba, I'm Mu Gung. Mu Jiang, who seemed a bit shy, or perhaps surprised by Jigul Jinhe's beauty, greeted her somewhat awkwardly. Umitba, I'm Mu Jiang. Lastly, there was Mu Yo's straightforward greeting. Wow, you're really beautiful. Mu Yo, mind your manners. Hee. I'm sorry, senior brother Mu Gung. Umitba, I'm Mu Yo. Jigul Jinhe smiled faintly at the sight of the stern senior brother and the mischievous junior disciple. Ho ho, it's fine. What woman dislikes being called beautiful? Among them, there was one person who made a strange face at her answer. It was Tang So-mi, who had approached them following Jigul Jinhe. A few days ago, after meeting Jigul Jinhe for the first time at the Jigul family's pavilion, Tang So-mi, who had become intrigued by her, had been following her around. Since Jigul Jinhe was simply indifferent, it wasn't too difficult to follow her. From what Tang So-mi had observed over the past few days, Jigul Jinhe usually looked at men who flirted with her, saying she was beautiful or lovely, as if they were bugs. But why was she smiling so calmly here? Mujin, noticing Tang So-mi's change in expression, tilted his head and asked, By the way, is the lady behind you a companion of benefactor Jigul Jinhe? Ah, rather than a companion. We're companions. Nice to meet you all. I'm Tang So-mi. Jigul Jinhe, who had been trying to shake off the annoying follower, turned her head slightly and sighed. Meanwhile, Tang So-mi energetically chatted with the Shaolin disciples. By any chance, are you from the Tang family in Sichuan? Yes, the unparalleled beauty of the Tang family. The number one beauty in Sichuan. I'm Tang So-mi. Oh, is that so? Mujin replied with a reluctant expression, and Mu Gung and Mu Jiang pretended not to hear anything. Huh, that benefactor from before is more beautiful. Mu Yo, who had been about to blurt out something tactless, was restrained by Mu Gung, who was quick-witted despite his large build. My junior brother spoke out of turn. I apologize on his behalf, benefactor Tang So-mi. Oh my, it's fine. Doesn't everyone have different standards of beauty? Ho ho ho. Whenever I look in a mirror, I think I'm the most beautiful, so it doesn't bother me. Her confident remark even made Mujin silently click his tongue. Of course, that didn't mean she was unattractive. Objectively, she was a beauty, but her type was entirely different from Jigul Jinhe or Ryu Seowa. Jigul Jinhe was an elegant and graceful beauty. On the other hand, Tang So-mi had a look brimming with healthy charm. From Mujin's perspective, who knew Jigul Jinhe's dedication and effort toward martial arts, Jigul Jinhe could also be seen as a beauty radiating healthiness. But in terms of appearance alone, that's how it was. Meanwhile, Jigul Jinhe, seemingly displeased with Tang So-mi's close attention to Mujin, quickly joined the conversation. Actually, we were also watching while participating in the examination. Master Mujin, it seems you have further trained your external energy during this time. 2.5 years have passed since then. So shouldn't I improve at least a little? Ha ha ha. I thought I had put in quite an effort over the past 2.5 years, but it seems you have improved much more than before, Master Mujin. I'm curious to see how much you have improved, benefactor Jigul Jinhe. How much weight are you lifting these days? As the conversation shifted to the topic of exercise, Jigul Jinhe and Mu Jin engaged in a lively discussion about the weights they were lifting. However, much to Jigul Jinhee's dismay, Tang Somi unhesitatingly joined their conversation. 2.5 years ago, did something happen between you two at that time? Jigul Jinhee quickly answered on behalf of Mu Jin. Around that time, I happened to meet Master Mu Jin, and we had a sparring match. After the sparring, we talked a bit about martial arts. Tang Somi's face showed a hint of surprise at Jigul Jinhee's explanation. That high-nosed Jigul Jinhee, having a sparring match and even discussing martial arts. Jigul Jinhee was someone who didn't easily get along even with other late-stage geniuses from other prominent families. The fact that Tang Somi was currently following her around was also purely one-sided. As Tang Somi pondered this, a story she had heard a few days ago naturally came to mind. So he was the monk, the one she wanted to defeat at this Yongbong meeting. This Mujin monk was undoubtedly the mysterious late-stage genius that Jigul Jinhee considered superior to Namgung Jinxion, who was known as the greatest prodigy of the continent. Master Mujin, you are an incredible master, Tang Somi said with a bright smile, but Mujin shook his head. I'm still far from deserving such praise. When Mujin replied modestly, Jigul Jinhee subtly joined the conversation again. It seems you all passed the first preliminary round. Where are you headed now? Actually, while we were participating in the first preliminary round, we made a small bet among ourselves. We're planning to have some strength training to carry out the punishment. A bet. A Buddhist disciple making a bet. And a Shaolin disciple at that? Tang Somi asked in a perplexed tone, but her question was drowned out by Jigul Jinhee's next inquiry. If you're going to do strength training, can I join as well? I was curious about how much benefactor Jigul Jinhee had improved, so this is perfect. Tang Somi, regaining her composure, quickly interjected into their conversation. May I join as well? Mujin hesitated for a moment at Tang Somi's request. After the martial arts tournament, Mujin planned to leave Shaolin and head to Sichuan. This was to thwart the conspiracy that the hidden forces were preparing. The Tang family. There's no need to form ties with them right now, is there? However, he didn't need to form a close relationship with Tang Somi. In fact, it might be wiser to avoid her altogether since his goal was to finish things before the Tang family got involved. I'm sorry. Since this is a training method of our sect, we cannot casually share it with outsiders. As Mujin firmly declined her request, Jigul Jinhee felt a burst of joy inside, but Tang Somi was quite the persistent one. Oh, but why is it okay for Jinhee? Because of our relationship from 2 years ago, she received permission from our sect at that time. Living as a daughter of the Tang family, it was the first time Tang Somi had been so coldly rejected, so she responded in a slightly flustered voice. Shall we go then, Master Mujin? On the other hand, Jigul Jinhee's face revealed a faint smile amidst her usually stern expression. To go so far as to tell such a lie to cut her off. Does that mean he considers me special? She had never heard of any such permission from the elders of the sect. 2 years ago, Mujin had merely shown her an exercise method when she visited Shaolin. Mujin had chosen to do so as part of a deal to obtain information about the Jigul family. But Jigul Jinhee, unaware of this fact, simply saw it as a gesture of goodwill from Mujin. In the end, leaving Tang Somi behind, Mujin, Jigul Jinhee, and Muyul began to move together. Was the punishment muscle training, senior brother Mugung? I have no idea. But why is Mujin going for muscle training, even though he isn't part of the punishment? He's always been like that. That's true. Mugung and Mu Jiang sighed as they talked, their faces filled with exhaustion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After walking along the roadside for a while, Mujin, the Mujibi Quartet, and Jigul Jinhee reached their destination, and Mujin stopped and spoke. This is the place. Naturally, Jigul Jinhee's gaze followed to the plaque of the location they had arrived at. Qianryu Sangdan. It was the branch of the Qianryu Sangdan. As one of the 5 major trading companies, Qianryu Sangdan maintained a positive relationship with martial artists and provided a slight sponsorship to the Martial Alliance. It wasn't surprising at all that a branch of the Kyeonryu Sangdan was located in the outer area where the Martial Alliance was based. The only issue was why Mu Jin, who said he was going to do strength training, came to this place. Could it be? Feeling a vague sense of foreboding, Jigul Jinhee's face hardened strangely. Mu Jin Sunim. At the unmistakable, lively voice, her already stiff face hardened even more. The owner of the lively voice was none other than Ryu Seohwa. Thanks to the head of the merchant group, Ryu Jigwang. Accepting Mu Jin's request, Ryu Seohwa was currently at the Kyeonryu Sangdan branch, not at the clinic with various exercise equipment that Mu Jin had requested. Since the outer region was a place where only martial artists gathered, it was not a suitable place to open a musculoskeletal treatment clinic. There were no high officials or local influential figures who were customers of Kyeonryu Sangdan, nor were there common people that Shaolin needed to save. However, Jigul Jinhee did not care about such circumstances, and soon Ryu Seohwa, who had been greeting Mu Jin energetically, also noticed her. It's been a while, Jigul Jinhee. Nice to see you, Ryu Seohwa. Mu Jin tilted his head and asked at the awkward greeting between the two women. Do you two know each other? Being the daughters of famous families in the continent, they might have heard each other's names, but their greeting suggested they were already acquainted. We got to know each other by chance. Yes, by chance. That's right. At the awkward answers from the two women, Mu Jin and the Shaolin disciples felt a strange sensation. To break the awkward atmosphere, Mu Jin asked Ryu Seohwa, Seohwa, could you show us to the prepared place? Of course. Are you all coming along? Ryu Seohwa asked with a heart hoping for a no. Yes, we are. Sadly, her hope did not reach Mu Jin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mu Jin, Jigul Jinhee, and Ryu Seohwa arrived at the training ground prepared at the Kyeonryu Sangdan branch. The training ground was filled with various pieces of equipment that Mu Jin had requested. Mu Yul, Mu Gung, and Mu Jiayong, who had been exercising with Mu Jin for over 5 years, started their training according to their routines. Mu Jin was helping Jigul Jinhee, who hadn't exercised with him in a long time. For some reason, Ryu Seohwa was also there. First, let's start with a warm-up before strength training. Warming up before weights was basic. Under Mu Jin's lead, they started with close-range spear techniques. Ryu Seohwa, who had been learning Pilates, yoga, and close-range spear technique from Mu Jin for over 3 years and was working as a rehabilitation exercise instructor, performed the movements very flexibly. Jigul Jinhee also performed the movements that Mu Jin had taught her 2.5 years ago quite well. Since Jigul Jinhee's martial arts value quickness and elegance, teaching her a bit more should help. Thinking so, Mu Jin demonstrated some more challenging movements, closer to yoga than close-range spear techniques. Ryu Seohwa, who had already learned these movements, followed along well, but Jigul Jinhee, who was learning them for the first time, had her posture slightly off. Naturally, Mu Jin approached Jigul Jinhee, just like he did 2.5 years ago. Let me help you a bit. He directly corrected her posture with his hands. Ryu Seohwa's eyes shook violently as she proudly followed the movements Mu Jin taught her. She had never been in direct contact with Mu Jin while learning exercises from him. Therefore, Ryu Seohwa acted boldly. It's too hard. Mu Jin Sunam, could you help me too? Although she had been following along just fine until a moment ago, she suddenly twisted her posture and asked for Mu Jin's help. Scene of mayhem, too. If you bring your right leg slightly inward and balance with your core muscles, that should do it. However, for some reason, Mu Jin only explained verbally without touching Ryu Seohwa's body. Could you hold me directly to help me balance? Normally, she would have been too embarrassed to say such a thing. But after seeing Mu Jin touch Jigul Jinhee's body, Ryu Seohwa had nothing to lose. Of course, from Mu Jin's perspective, it was a very awkward situation. Ahem, how could I dare touch a woman's body so carelessly? Although Mu Jin wasn't an overly old-fashioned person, he did have a sense of tact. He was mindful enough to act according to the social norms of the time. However, The problem was that he lacked the tact to read a woman's feelings. Then why is it okay with Jiggle Genie? Ah, she's also a martial artist, and we've already clashed several times during sparring, so I thought light contact wouldn't be an issue. But if it made you uncomfortable, I'll refrain from now on, Lady Jiggle Genie. When Mujin spoke while looking directly at Jiggle Genie, she shook her head vigorously. No, it's fine. We're martial artists, right? Unlike Lady Ryu Seolwa. Then, behind Mujin's back, she flashed a victorious smile at Ryu Seolwa. Naturally, seeing that smile made Ryu Seolwa's eyes blaze with anger. I don't mind either, so please show me directly with your hands. Others might see and spread rumors. Lady Seolwa, wouldn't that sat in the head of the Sangdan? It's fine. My father would be delighted. Pardon. When Mujin, puzzled by her incomprehensible words, asked again, Ryu Seolwa hastily corrected herself. Oh, I misspoke. I meant he would understand. The fact that her father, Ryu Jigwang, the head of the Sangdan, was trying to match her with Mujin to bring him back to the secular world was a secret known only to her and Ryu Jigwang. And Jiggle Jin-hee, who was watching their conversation, quickly caught the true meaning behind Ryu Seolwa's hasty correction. The head of the Kyeonryu Sangdan is also targeting Mujin, as expected of the head of one of the 5 great Sangdan. He recognizes Mujin's worth. It was very significant and threatening information. Unlike her own family, the Jiggle clan, which had a rather hostile attitude towards Mujin, Ryu Seolwa's family was after him with full force. Naturally, Jiggle Jin-hee and Ryu Seolwa exchanged glances filled with various meanings. Could it be because of me? Mujin finally began to entertain a thought close to the truth. No, that can't be. But soon he dismissed the idea. It was an unavoidable issue. Mujin. No, Choi Kang-hyuk had been a man who, from his early 20s when he served in a special forces unit, worked relentlessly to support his grandmother. Even after that, it was the same. After his grandmother passed away and he was forcibly retired from the military, he had lived a life obsessed with work and exercise to survive and regain his health. For 17 years, he had lived without any romantic relationships, and then an additional 6 years as a monk, leaving his romantic instincts severely atrophied. Of course, despite this, given his years of experience, the sudden reactions from the women sometimes led to strange thoughts. I must be really lonely these days. There's no way anyone would like me, a monk. He simply thought this and laughed it off internally. Though he had every intention of escaping Shaolin and engaging in romantic relationships in the future, the idea that women who knew he was a monk could have romantic feelings for him seemed absurd. So, why was Ryu Seolwa suddenly reacting this way? In the first place, Mujin knew that Ryu Seolwa was capable of doing that move herself. For over 3 years, Mujin had taught her rehabilitation exercises, close-range spear technique, and yoga. Despite this, she suddenly insisted she couldn't do it and demanded to be taught directly by hand. Soon, Mujin came up with a new answer. Come to think of it, this happened in modern times too. Members who received PT from the same instructor would complain if the instructor's teaching style or attitude was different, accusing them of favoritism. Everyone feels the same way. It's natural to feel wronged if one doesn't receive at least equal treatment. Few people get angry when they receive better treatment. Therefore, there was only one solution. I had to treat them both equally. One was a young lady from the Kyeonryu Sangdan, who had been a great help, and the other was a young lady from the Jiggle family, who might provide important information in the future. Mujin decided to treat both members completely equally, as he could not afford to be negligent with either. Ahem. In that case, I will also help you with your posture directly, Lady Seolwa. Yes. As Mujin said this and approached Ryu Seolwa, Jiggle Jin, he glared at Ryu Seolwa with a cold expression. Of course, with his back to Jiggle Jin, Mujin could not see her expression. On the other hand, Ryu Seolwa also didn't have the time to worry about Jiggle Jin's expression. Though she had requested physical assistance out of jealousy, When Mujin actually approached and extended his hand, she found herself unable to keep her composure. In this posture, the most important things are your core muscles and waist strength. As Mujin said this, and his palm touched Ryu Seowa's waist. Hi! Ryu Seowa let out a strange scream. Startled, Mujin slightly withdrew his hand and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "No, it's good." "Pardon." "No, I mean not good, but I'm okay." "You can't continue." Ryu Seowa shook her head vigorously as she shouted, making it hard to understand what she was saying. In truth, even Ryu Seowa herself didn't know what she was blurting out. "Ah, yes." Mujin, with a somewhat awkward tone, placed his hand on her waist to guide her where to apply strength, or held her abdomen to support her, while helping her lift her right leg up. Hi. Of course, each time, she let out a sound that was somewhere between a scream and something unidentifiable. "Are you really okay?" Mujin asked, looking at her as she kept making strange noises, her face flushed as if it would burst. "I am fine." While Ryu Seowa was losing her composure due to the intense contact, though from Mujin's perspective, it was merely a light touch of his fingertips. "Ahem. Master Mujin, it seems Lady Seowa has got her posture right. So could you assist me now?" Jiggle Jean, he quickly intervened. "Yes. Fairly. There was a chance Jiggle Jean, he might complain if he didn't. So now, it was her turn to receive his attention. It seems your body is well warmed up. So let's move on to strength training." With that, Mujin brought over some weights. "Let's see how much you've improved over these 2.5 years. He handed her an empty bar without any weight plates attached. "We'll start with a simple weighted squat." Given the importance of speed and fluidity, the most crucial muscles for Jiggle Jean were her lower body and core, making squats an ideal exercise. Holding the empty bar Mujin handed her, Jiggle Jean said, "It's been a while, so could you help me with my posture, Master Mujin?" Despite having learned and practiced under Mujin for 2.5 years, she deliberately adopted an awkward posture. Mujin, with no other choice, touched her back to help her balance and placed his hands on her thighs to adjust the angle of her legs. Thanks to Mujin's assistance, she successfully completed several reps of the empty bar squat and continued to gradually add weight plates to the bar, increasing the load. "The weight seems to be throwing off my posture a bit, Master Mujin." Feigning nonchalance, Jiggle Jean lied, having deliberately twisted her body. Every time the weight increased, Mujin had to readjust her posture. In the meantime, the weight she was lifting gradually increased to 150 pounds, 90 kilograms. It seemed 150 pounds was her limit as she completed the squat with a flushed face and used her internal energy to set the bar down. Watching her, Mujin clapped with a pleased smile. "You can really feel how much effort you've put in over these 2.5 years. The fact that you can lift such heavy weights, especially considering your thigh muscles, glutes, and spinal erectors, you become much more toned during this time." Due to the typical loose clothing of martial artists, he couldn't see it precisely, but he could tell by feeling her muscles as she increased the weight during squats. From her lower body up to her core muscles, every muscle was highly developed, or rather beyond that. It's not easy for a woman of her build to lift 90 kilograms. Jiggle Jean, he appeared to be around 166 to 168 centimeters tall. In this medieval martial arts world, she was quite tall for a woman. However, given the nature of the martial arts she practiced, she was likely to have a lean, muscular build. Although it was not clearly visible due to her martial arts clothing, Mujin estimated her weight to be around 52 to 55 kilograms. While that might seem heavy for a woman, considering the proportion of muscle over fat, it was a balanced weight for her height with muscle. And for a woman, squatting 90 kilograms at that weight was an elite level. Through the quality of her muscles he felt, and the weight she lifted, Mujin could clearly see how much effort she had put in. Therefore, he praised the results of her hard work, her thigh muscles, glutes, and spinal erectors. Thank you. For some reason, Jiggle Jean, he blushed and cleared her throat. Master Mujin seems to pay a lot of attention to women's lower bodies. and it seems he prefers toned bodies over those with more flesh. She believed she had figured out Mujin's preferences from his compliments. I need to increase my lower body exercises. Even more, yes, to suit Master Mujin's preferences. My preferences? What do you mean? Oh no, I guess lifting heavy weights made the blood rush to my head. I misspoke. For my martial arts. My martial arts emphasize the lower body and core, after all. Seeing her fan herself with her hands as she spoke with a flushed face, Mujin smiled gently. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between the member and the trainer, Ryu Seolhwa's eyes burned with jealousy. Master Mujin. Yes, Lady Seolhwa. Please teach me too. Teach you what? What do you mean? What you just taught Lady Jin. Strength training. Ryu Seolhwa had been learning rehabilitation exercises, Pilates, from Mujin and working as a kind of rehabilitation exercise instructor for over 3 years. But conversely, she had only been consistently doing rehabilitation exercises and yoga-related techniques up until now. She had rarely touched strength training involving heavy weights. Yet suddenly, after watching Jin and Mujin interact, she showed interest in strength training. It was quite a peculiar situation. Oh, that's a great idea, Lady Seolhwa. While rehabilitation exercises are good, combining them with strength training is the best approach. Mujin was simply delighted that she showed interest in weight training. Then we'll start with the lower body today, Lady Seolhwa. Both of you can do it together with different weights. Since Jin was already working on her lower body, Mujin thought to have them both do lower body exercises equally. As expected, he likes strong lower bodies. I was satisfied with just losing weight until now. I must have been such a fool. The two women continued to foster their strange misunderstandings. Afterward, Mujin was busy alternating between correcting the postures of the two women, who kept saying, "I really don't know the posture." The two women, meanwhile, each flashed a victor's smile at the neglected opponent whenever Mujin focused on them. That guy's so lucky. Is it okay for a monk to act like that? Senior Brother Mugung? It seems he has no idea what's going on. So what can you do? Even Mujin has something he doesn't understand. Mugung and Mujiang, who were watching the scene, exchanged incredulous looks as they spoke. Yeah, how can he not get it? Maybe we're the only ones who understand. Saying this, Mujiang looked somewhere, and Mugung followed his gaze, where their eyes landed. Hee, Senior Brother Mugung, Senior Brother Mujiang, aren't you going to work out more? Muyeo was smiling innocently. Protagonist 1. For the next 4 days, Mujin's routine flowed similarly. He trained in martial arts at the Shaolin Hall and continued his strength training at the Kyeonryu Sangdam branch. Since he had scheduled his time in advance, Jin often visited him. One peculiar point was, is it lower body training again today? I'm ready, Monk Mujin. For some reason, both women showed an excessive obsession with lower body exercises. Thus, they spent 3 days in a seemingly harmonious, yet somewhat intense atmosphere. On the 5th day, the Mujibiye 4 visited the Murim Alliance. Today was the day of the second preliminary round evaluation of the Yongbonji Conference. Handing over the first preliminary round pass, the Mujibiye 4 passed through the entrance of the Murim Alliance and headed to the training ground where the second preliminary round was held. Near the training ground, they encountered Jin and Tang So-mi, who had also come for the second preliminary round. "You come out early. It's been a while, Monk Mujin." Jin greeted calmly while Tang So-mi was extremely cheerful. Despite being firmly rejected last time, she showed no trace of negative emotions on her face. To Tang So-mi, Mujin was an intriguing figure. Jin, who burned with a stronger desire to compete than Namgung Jincheon, was someone who straightforwardly rejected the demands of a direct descendant of the Sichuan Tang clan, as if it were natural. Her sharp rejection only heightened Tang So-mi's curiosity. "Who are you most looking forward to sparring with in this tournament?" "Monk Mujin." Naturally, having met Mujin for the first time in 4 days, Tang So-mi kept talking to him, trying to get closer and learn more about him. "If you ever visit Sichuan after the tournament, please come by. I'll treat you properly." The one who first showed signs of annoyance at her persistent courtship was not Mu Jin, but Jigul Jinhee. Miss Tang, don't make Monk Mu Jin uncomfortable before the evaluation. Surely, you're not trying to hinder him, are you? Oh ho ho, what are you talking about? Do you really think Monk Mu Jin, whom you consider a rival, would fail at this mere second preliminary round? Jigul Jinhee maintained her usual expressionless face, while Tang So-mi wore a cheerful smile as they faced each other. Sparks were flying, sparks that only Mu Jin couldn't recognize. It's tiring enough dealing with the youngest daughter of Kyeonryu Sangdan, and now there's also a woman from the Tang clan. Judging by Jigul's reaction, it doesn't seem like she sees him just as a rival. Jigul Jinhee felt slightly annoyed, while Tang So-mi found the situation increasingly interesting. Sensing a foreboding aura in Tang So-mi's gaze, Jigul Jinhee quickly turned her head to look at Mu Jin. Monk Mu Jin, instead of staying here, shouldn't we proceed with the evaluation registration? It would be best to finish the evaluation quickly and return. I need to train today as well. That sounds good. Let's complete the evaluation and go back together. Jigul Jinhee smiled softly at Mu Jin's words. She felt happy at the thought of training with Mu Jin after the evaluation. Well, even though she would have to deal with the youngest daughter of Kyeonryu Sangdan and her competitive spirit there, she could at least get rid of Tang So-mi for now. Seeing that smile, Tang So-mi thought to herself, as expected, Jigul Jinhee, known for her pure and elegant beauty, was often called the woman with a heart of stone because of her always expressionless face. But whenever she was with Mu Jin, she would smile every time. And that rare smile from such a beautiful woman was enough to captivate the attention of those around her. Why is that woman with such a despicable monk? Hong So-il, a disciple of the Hwasan sect who had come for the second preliminary evaluation today, also saw that smile. Disciples of the Hwasan sect, who live closer to the secular world compared to Wudong or Shaolin, often traveled around the Central Plains engaging in chivalrous acts. During these travels, they sometimes made acquaintances with disciples from other sections. Hong So-il had met disciples from Wudong and the Jigul family in Hubei province. It was there that he was captivated by Jigul Jinhee's appearance and her lofty, proud demeanor. He even felt a desire to conquer her, wanting to break her high and mighty attitude. Though it might seem odd for a Taoist sect disciple to desire a woman, the Hwasan sect, unlike Shaolin or Wudong, permitted marriages. There was nothing sinful about it. With this reasoning, he had planned to approach her through the Yongbonji conference. Why was the woman who acted so haughtily toward him now smiling so brightly at a monk from Shaolin? Feeling displeased with the situation, Hong So-il confidently approached them. He thought there was no need to hesitate, as he was the second-class disciple of the great Hwasan sect and had started learning the plum blossom sword technique. It's been a while, Lady Jigul Jin. At his sudden greeting, Jigul Jinhee returned to her expressionless face to acknowledge him. It has been a while, Taoist Hong So-il. His mood soured further at her response. Why did she smile at that monk but treat him so coldly? However, it would be disgraceful to blame or get angry at her just because she did not smile at him. Ha ha, Monk Mu Jin, you're here too. I didn't recognize you, thinking you had failed the first preliminary round. Hong So-il decided to belittle Mu Jin, who had taken away Jigul Jinhee's smile. It seems Lady Jigul Jinhee didn't properly watch Monk Mu Jin's first preliminary round. It was hard to believe he was a disciple of Shaolin, which is known as the pinnacle of martial arts. Ha ha ha. At Hong So-il's crude provocation, a sly smile appeared on Mu Jin's lips. Oh really? As the saying goes, a monk cannot shave his own head. People often find it easier to solve others' problems than their own, especially when it comes to matters of love. Just like how a perpetual bachelor can give the best dating advice, Mu Jin instantly saw through Hong So-il's feelings. A Taoist disciple blinded by a woman. How amusing. After a moment's thought, Mu Jin realized a significant fact. Hwasan sect allows marriage. Mu Jin, who had reached this conclusion, had veins bulging on his forehead. Damn, thinking about it now makes me angry. If the protagonist of the third part had been a disciple of the Wasan sect, there would have been no need to defect, right? Compared to Wudong, which shared the same Taoist roots, Wasan had a more secular atmosphere. It allowed marriage and even permitted meat and alcohol on special occasions. Recalling this fact made Mu Jin, who already considered Wasan an enemy, dislike the sect even more. So, just before Mu Jin moved to stomp on the guy regardless of the tournament or anything else, Jiggle Jin, he spoke first. Truly pathetic. It seemed like her usual expressionless face, but there was more chill in her voice than usual. However, Hong So-il interpreted her change positively. Haha, that's right. For a Shaolin disciple, he really is pathetic, isn't he? No, I said pathetic, but I wasn't referring to Mu Jin, but to you, Dojang Hong So-il. What do you mean by that? I mean it's pathetic to mock someone without even having the eyes to discern their skills. At the blatant criticism from the woman he had feelings for, Hong So-il's face turned as red as if it would burst. Are you saying that my skills are inferior to that monk's? Yes. How dare you insult a disciple of the great Wasan sect? You will pay for that insult. At his act of beating the drum alone, Mu Jin almost burst out laughing out of sheer absurdity rather than anger. Jiggle Jin, he seemed to feel the same way, as she also smiled. It was the smile Hong So-il wanted to see, but it was a little different from what Mu Jin had seen. It was an overt mockery. If what I said is wrong, then whatever you demand, I will do it. You must keep that promise. Hong So-il ground his teeth as he replied to the mocking promise made by Jiggle Jin. However, everyone there except Mu Yul didn't miss it. The distorted desire in Hong So-il's eyes, pretending to be angry. Jin He Uni, isn't this dangerous? After Hong So-il left, Tang Somi cautiously asked Jiggle Jin. She seemed worried, but her eyes were full of excitement. There's no need to worry. Monk Mu Jin won't lose to a swordsman of that caliber. Jiggle Jin's confident answer was seconded by Mu Jin. Well, it seems he's not a match for you. Donor Jiggle Jin either. There shouldn't be any problem. Ignoring Hong So-il, Mu Jin's group chatted amongst themselves as they completed the registration for the second preliminary round. Afterward, they waited for their turn to be judged while continuing their conversation for a while. A judge's voice shouted, piercing Mu Jin's ears intensely. Dao Yuetian of the Cheon Siam Moon, Thousand Lightning Sect. Please enter. Dao Yuetian of the Cheon Siam Moon. That name was very familiar to Mu Jin. Mu Jin's gaze instinctively turned in the direction of the sound. Following the examiner's call, a young warrior heading towards the training ground came into view. Mu Jin. No. Choi Kang-hyuk recalled his high school days, when his favorite novel, the second part of Zhejiang's trilogy, was Legend of the Evil Emperor. The protagonist of that novel, destined to become the future ruler of the demonic path, the evil emperor, was right there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Protagonist. While this term refers to the leading character in a novel or play, its original etymology is derived from Buddhism, meaning an enlightened person. Mu Jin had no idea that protagonist was a Buddhist term, but he learned it during his 6 years at Shaolin Temple. Naturally, the protagonist of the second part of the novel, Dao Yuetian, did not succeed in attaining enlightenment. It was more akin to the Azura path rather than the Buddha's way. Mu Jin reminisced about the novel he had read dozens of times during his school days, his favorite. In the novel, Dao Yuetian's talent was quite ordinary. That didn't mean he was as average as common people. He wasn't a genius like Mu Jiang or from a prestigious place like Qing Shui, just had the talent of an average third-generation disciple of Shaolin. And through this Yangbanji conference, the starting point of the novel Legend of the Evil Emperor, Dao Yuetian realized his talent was not extraordinary. He came to understand this by witnessing true geniuses. Dao Yuetian accepted this fact humbly and returned to his hometown, simply refining his family's martial arts. Then, the event happened. The massacre of his family. That was the trigger for Dao Yuetian's awakening. He entered the mountains and dedicated himself to training for 5 years for revenge. Dao Yuetian knew his talent was average, so He gave up perfecting his family's martial arts. Instead, he endlessly honed just one technique. And after 5 years, when he descended from the mountains, his single blade technique, originally the best skill of an ordinary small sect, transformed into an extraordinary art that couldn't be blocked, even if known. In exchange for this divine skill, he lost the comfort of being human. The human body is imperfect. Through habits, sleeping patterns, and lifestyle, it gradually distorts. Just as athletes, after practicing certain movements for over a decade, have their bodies reshaped to specialize in those movements. His body also distorted, becoming more comfortable wielding a blade than just standing still. He surpassed his limits by turning his body into a device for wielding the sword, not a human. When I was young, it seemed so cool. After experiencing physical deterioration, studying rehabilitation therapy, Pilates, and working as a fitness trainer for 10 years, Mujin now knew how horrifying that act was. But that's why Dao Yuetian was Choi Kang-hyuk's idol. In a poor environment, with no parents, and even his grandfather who raised him had passed away. Despite facing the massacre of his family and lacking talent, Dao Yuetian surpassed his limits through sheer effort, which was a great comfort to young Choi Kang-hyuk. Whenever he felt exhausted while training to join the Special Forces or during the grueling training sessions at the Special Forces training camp, he endured by thinking of Dao Yuetian. I had forgotten it for a while. After successfully joining the Special Forces and finding stability in life, he had forgotten about martial arts novels. Though Dao Yuetian was his childhood idol, he was just a character in a novel. Confronted with such a person in reality, Mujin found himself instinctively moving towards him. Mujin monk. Mujin, where are you going? If his companions hadn't called out to him from behind, he might have been so dazed that he would have spoken to Dao Yuetian. That was close. If he approached Dao Yuetian here and something went wrong, the future could be twisted. To see the end of this novel, Dao Yuetian had to grow into the evil emperor according to the content of the second part of the novel, and the event that triggers that is the massacre of his entire family. So, at least until that event occurs and he completes his 5 years of training, no variables should arise. However, can I really just let his family be destroyed? It was nothing when he thought of him as just a character in a novel, but after directly witnessing Dao Yuetian's appearance, his mind became complicated. Dao Yuetian was certainly just a character appearing in a novel. Mujin monk, are you okay? What's wrong? Your expression doesn't look good. Jigul Jinhe, Mujiang, Muyol, and Mugung looked at him with concern. So, are these people who laughed and chatted with him until now just characters in a novel? Was even Hyungwang, who cared for him like a grandfather, merely a character in a novel? Had he treated them all just as characters in a novel until now? The question he had consciously ignored until now took root in Mujin's mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mujin, lost in deep thoughts, couldn't continue worrying for long. Shaolin's Mujin monk, please enter the training ground. It was because he heard the voice of the examiner calling his name. Mujin, pushing aside his complicated thoughts, headed to the training ground for the second preliminary round. The inside of the training ground was divided into sections by some sort of curtains, and in the section Mujin entered, a middle-aged martial artist was present. The second preliminary round will be conducted through a sparring match. I'll let you take the first move, so start when you're ready. The middle-aged martial artist briefly explained the second preliminary round. Since the second preliminary round was a sparring match, the training ground was divided into sections with curtains. While this wouldn't matter in the finals, in the preliminaries, no one would want to reveal their martial arts techniques to others. The middle-aged martial artist, who was in charge of Mujin's second preliminary round, calmly drew his sword and observed Mujin. He's a disciple of Shaolin, but the results of the first preliminary round were quite close. I heard. The middle-aged martial artist, who was in charge of this round, belonged to the Murim Alliance. As the Murim Alliance was a coalition of all Orthodox sects, the level of martial artists belonging to it was quite high, especially for sects and families that were not part of the 9 great sects or the 5 noble families. Having one of their disciples become a martial artist of the Murim Alliance was a great honor and opportunity. When selected as a warrior of the Murim Alliance, one could learn martial arts provided by the Murim Alliance and be trained by instructors chosen from the 9 great sects or the 5 noble families. The middle-aged martial artist who had drawn his sword had also been active as a warrior of the Murim Alliance for over 10 years, reaching a level where he could be called master. Conversely, having spent a long time in the Murim Alliance, he knew better than anyone the fearsome nature of the 9 great sects. But he was confident that he wouldn't be defeated by the younger generation, even those at the level called future hopes. However, the moment Mujin, who had assumed his stance, moved, ripples appeared in his seemingly calm eyes. Mujin moved with extreme proficiency in the fast descent step technique, so much so that even to the eyes of the master martial artist, only afterimages were visible. It was an explosive speed, fitting the expression, a shadow springing from a bent bow. But his movements are too obvious. Only momentarily surprised, the middle-aged martial artist swung his sword in the path Mujin was charging. The Shaolin disciple, who was expected to dodge, astonishingly thrust his fist toward the oncoming sword. There was a golden energy swirling around the young monk's fist, prompting the middle-aged martial artist to hastily gather his own energy. Just before Mujin's fist and the martial artist's sword clashed, a blue sword energy erupted from the middle-aged martial artist's sword. Bang! Right after the explosive clash. Clang! Huh! Ha ha ha! With the sound of metal ringing on the floor, the middle-aged martial artist let out a hollow laugh. To think it would break. He looked at his broken sword with a bewildered expression. Of course, his sword wasn't a special one at the level of a divine weapon. Even so, it was surrounded by sword energy. How'd it break so cleanly in two? It was a complete defeat, with only a single exchange. Ahem. Shaolin's Mujin monk. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. Amitabha. Thank you. Mujin bowed in the Buddhist manner, offering his respects to the middle-aged martial artist. Given his complicated state of mind, he hadn't held back his strength and had unleashed his martial arts fully, ending the sparring match more easily than expected. After the victory, Mujin, having regained some composure, asked the middle-aged martial artist a question that had come to mind. By the way, is this the end of the preliminaries for the Yongbanji conference? I thought there were 3 rounds. The third preliminary round is a sparring match among the outstanding future hopes from the second preliminary round. However, those who win against the examiners in the second preliminary round advance directly to the finals. Thank you for the explanation. Amitabha. After offering his respects once more, Mujin left the examination hall. As he watched Mujin's retreating figure, the middle-aged warrior thought to himself, Shaolin has raised an absurd monster. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After finishing the second preliminary round, Mujin and his companions headed to the Qianryu Sangdan branch for training. However, Mujin, whose mind was cluttered, couldn't properly focus on his exercises. Thinking he might get injured if he continued like this, Mujin uncharacteristically decided to take a day off. A day off? Are you feeling all right, Mujin? Could it be inner demons? When Mujin mentioned he would take a day off, the eyes of the 3 martial artists in his group widened in disbelief. Mujin skipping a workout? It was as if the sun would rise in the west. I just have some things to think about. Since there are no evaluations tomorrow, I'll double up then. Don't worry. Having reassured them, Mujin returned to his quarters and shut himself in his room to organize his thoughts. In the end, the crux of the matter was this. Should he leave Du Yuetian alone and let him become the tyrant as per the novel's plot? Or should he warn him of the impending threat to his family, thereby completely altering the storyline? The first option only caused psychological discomfort. It was the safest way to see the end of this novel. In the second scenario, Du Yuetian, who wouldn't experience the annihilation of his family, might develop slower than he did in the novel. Although Mujin had previously intervened in the matters of Qianryu Sangdan and Jigul Jinhe, Du Yuetian was different. He was the protagonist of the second part, and the annihilation of his family was his trigger for awakening. If he didn't awaken, it would become increasingly difficult to fight the hidden forces. Moreover, if Du Yuetian's growth merely slowed, it would be fortunate. The plot could become completely tangled, and his family might still be annihilated. This was because informing them wouldn't increase Cheonseum Moon's chances of survival to even 0. The hidden forces targeted the heirloom of Cheonseum Moon, the Cheonseum Blade. More precisely, it was the secret hidden within the heirloom. Naturally, Du Yuetian's father wouldn't abandon or sell the heirloom to avoid an attack that hadn't happened yet. This was a medieval martial arts world that valued history, family, and sect above all. As the plot twisted, there was a chance Du Yuetian might die, along with the destruction of Cheonseum Moon. Logically thinking, the first choice seemed a right answer, but damn it, Mu Jin, who had refrained from swearing while pretending to be a monk, suddenly stood up. He didn't even know where Du Yuetian was staying in the outer city. Or maybe the plot had already twisted, with 4 Shaolin disciples, including himself, advancing to the finals. Du Yuetian might have failed to make it to the finals. There could be problems if he left Du Yuetian alone, and conversely, he might not even encounter him if he tried to intervene. Considering every possible scenario with no definite answer was not Mu Jin's style. Let's just do what I want. Rather than worrying about things that hadn't even happened yet, he decided to follow the path he believed was right. And if problems arose, he would solve them then. That was Mu Jin's way. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Having sorted out his thoughts, Mu Jin focused on training for the next 7 days and nights. During that time, the second and third preliminary rounds of the Yangbanji Conference were held by the Murim Alliance. At the entrance of the Murim Alliance, a bracket listing the names of those who had advanced to the finals was posted after the preliminaries were completed. Mu Jin and the Shaolin disciples headed to the Murim Alliance to check the announcement. Mu Jin scanned the bracket, stroking a non-existent beard. At least we should easily make it through the second round. The opponents of the Shaolin disciples were all characters he didn't remember seeing in the novel. Of course, Mu Jin's memory wasn't perfect, so they might have appeared in the novel. However, if he didn't remember them, it meant their roles were insignificant, so it didn't matter much. As he turned his gaze, whether fortunately or unfortunately, Du Yuetian's name was also listed. It seems fate does exist. Even though 4 Shaolin disciples, including himself, had advanced to the finals, Du Yuetian's opponent was exactly as it was in the novel's plot. Cheonseum Moon Du Yuetian versus Namgung family Namgung Jinshin. Du Yuetian's opponent was Namgung Jinshin, known as the greatest prodigy in the world. Namgung Jinshin. In the novel Legend of the Evil Emperor, Namgung Jinshin and Du Yuetian clashed 3 times, establishing a rivalry of sorts. He was also the person who made Du Yuetian realize the wall of talent. I've read it so many times that honestly, it feels less like a rivalry and more like a combat power gauge. In their first duel, Du Yuetian was one-sidedly defeated. In their second duel, Namgung Jinshin, who had underestimated Du Yuetian, narrowly lost. And in their third duel, Du Yuetian completely crushed him. It was inevitable. By the end of the novel, Du Yuetian was a monster comparable to the 3 swords of the world. On the other hand, Namgung Jinshin's martial arts development was hindered by a certain problem. That problem was also revealed by Du Yuetian after their third duel. Namgung Jinshin participated in the Yangbanji Conference because of that problem. If not for that problem, Mu Jin would have just used the conference as an excuse to leave Shaolin and run away. While Mu Jin recalled the novel's plot as he looked at the names of Du Yuetian and Namgung Jinshin on the bracket, the 3 martial artists were also discussing their matchups. They each confirmed their opponents and then scanned the rest of the bracket. Looks like Jigul Jin he will be facing that Wasan sect master. Noting the unusual matchup, they murmured to themselves. Pulled from his thoughts by their conversation, Mu Jin checked the bracket again. Jigul family Jigul Jin he versus Wasan sect Hong So Il. Indeed, as Mu Gung had said, Jigul Jin he was set to face Hong So Il. I was planning to crush the Wasan sect myself this time. Feeling a bit regretful, he realized it was actually quite an interesting matchup. If he gets beaten one-sidedly by the woman he likes, it'll be humiliating in its own way, right? In Mujin's view, Hong Soil was no match for Jigul Jin-hee. Naturally, he pictured Hong Soil being beaten one-sidedly by Jigul Jin-hee in his mind. Surely, that Wasan sect disciple doesn't have such tastes, right? Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Mujin's mind. A few days later, finally, one of the main events of the martial arts tournament, the finals of the Yangbanji Conference, began. Unlike the preliminary rounds, which were held as an internal event within the Murim Alliance, the finals of the Yangbanji Conference took place in a specially prepared arena in the outer courtyard. Naturally, to watch this major event and martial arts competition, countless spectators filled the seats surrounding the arena. Despite the numerous late-stage contenders who participated, only 32 made it to the finals. Just qualifying for the finals was enough to be considered a late-stage contender, which fueled the excitement for the ongoing finals of the Yangbanji Conference. Wow! Some exclamations burst out as they watched the duels of the young warriors. Oh, the Kunlun sect has raised an excellent disciple this time. To have already mastered the Unryong Daepal technique at that age. Others gauged the future of each martial sect through the skills of the late-stage contenders. After 7 duels had concluded, it was Mujin's turn, and he headed towards the arena. Ryu Seohwa, seated in the front row, watched Mujin with bright, sparkling eyes, though she wasn't the type to cheer loudly in front of others. But then, surprisingly, despite not being able to shout, Mujin somehow found her spot and smiled directly at her. Ryu Seohwa's heart pounded with the thought that they might be bound by the thread of destiny. I can make a good amount of emergency funds for my escape after the Yangbanji Conference ends. The reason Mujin smiled at her was different. As he looked at Ryu Seohwa, who was blushing, Mujin recalled what had happened the previous evening. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. One day earlier, as usual, after finishing his strength training at the Kyeonryu Sangdan branch, Ryu Seohwa shared an interesting story with Mujin. Mujin, do you know this? The odds of you winning are quite high. It seems people still don't fully recognize your abilities. What do you mean by my winning odds? Many groups gather at the martial arts tournament, and various businesses engage in activities to make money. Naturally, those who have donated the most to the Murim Alliance get the best spots for better business. So, does that mean Kyeonryu Sangdan is running a betting pool on the outcomes? Mujin asked in a bewildered tone, and Ryu Seohwa shook her head. No. While we have secured several locations to do business through inns and stalls, Daegum Sangdan has given up other interests in exchange for control over the betting pool. Ryu Seohwa added with a gentle smile. After the final tournament bracket was released, Daegum Sangdan announced the odd for the finalist victory, and they set Mujin's odds quite high. However, this time, the smile on Ryu Seohwa's face was a bit different from usual. It wasn't the shy smile she usually showed Mujin, but a merchant smile. So our Kyeonryu Sangdan decided to bet a significant amount on Mujin. Is that all right? What if you invest too much money and they refuse to pay out the winnings? There's nothing bad about it for us. If Daegum Sangdan, which is also called one of the 5 great Sangdan like us, doesn't return the winnings, their credit will be damaged. Even that alone is beneficial for us. They know that too, so they won't dare to do such a thing. If Kyeonryu Sangdan places a bet on me, won't they prepare some countermeasures? So, we're not betting under my name or Kyeonryu Sangdan's name. We're spreading the bets under different names. They probably won't suspect that we're behind it. Watching Ryu Seohwa respond, as if this was only natural, Mujin thought. Seeing her like this, she really does look like a merchant. It seemed her business acumen had blossomed since she began overseeing the operations of the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. Her personality had become more lively as well. She still wasn't the type to raise her voice in front of others. At this rate, won't she become a merchant who controls the economy from the shadows? Come to think of it, the original novel portrayed Ryu Seohwa as a villainess who would do anything for money, even earning the nickname Golden Demon. It felt like he had made a rather dangerous woman his ally. Well, as long as she's an ally, it's a good thing, right? Although he felt a bit uneasy, Mujin had a more pressing concern at the moment. By the way, can I join in on this bet too? Are you saying you want to bet as well, Mujin? I have some money I received from the Sangdanja last time. I can't place a bet under the name of Shaolin Disciple. So could you help me a bit? At Mujin's words, Ryu Silwa's eyes sparkled. If it's that much, of course. It would just increase our funds to attack Daegum Sangdan, so there's no harm for us. Since Kion Ryu Sangdan was already changing the names for their bets, they could simply mix in Mujin's money with theirs. One might be disappointed that a monk wanted to join a gambling ring, but Ryu Silwa was rather pleased. The more interested Mujin becomes in the secular world, the easier it will be to draw him out of Shaolin. Her father, Ryu Jiguang, had told her that whenever Mujin made a request that was unbecoming of a monk, she should willingly grant it. The more he enjoyed the pleasures of the secular world, the easier it would be to pull him in. The end of this defection would naturally lead to her marriage with him and his entry into Kionryu Sangdan as a son-in-law. How much are you thinking of betting? Mujin felt an inexplicable sense of unease at her question, her face blushing with thoughts of the future. Surely, she's not blushing because she's excited about taking Daegum Sangdan's money. The thought of a woman getting excited about troubling a rival Sangdan made Ryu Silwa seem quite frightening to Mujin at that moment. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Despite being surprised by Ryu Silwa's different demeanor, Mujin bet all his money on his victory. In the past, he had received 100 niang of gold from Ryu Jiguang. Although he had spent quite a bit on Haiguan's drinks and Nanchang, he still had over 90 niang left. And the odds set by Daegum Sangdan for Mujin's victory were 21.7 to 1. Including the original principal, it was a return of 3.17 times the amount. This was a reduced rate set by Daegum Sangdan, considering Mujin was a Shaolin disciple and had passed the second preliminary round in one go without needing to participate in the third round. For martial artists from lesser-known factions that people showed no interest in, like Dao Yuetian, the odds were nearly 100 to 1. If one were aiming for a windfall, betting on Dao Yuetian might be tempting. No one would be that crazy. Sure, someone might bet 1 niang of silver for fun, but no one would stake their entire fortune. Conversely, the overwhelming favorite Namgung Jinxion's odds were a mere 1.07, and the odds for the next favorite, the Qing Shui Dojo, were 1.13. Since odds were assigned to all finalists, spectators often based their predictions on these odds while watching the Yangbanji Conference. A late-stage genius from Shaolin. Shaolin rarely sends their disciples outside, so I haven't heard of that Dharma name. Still, a 21.7 to 1 odds suggests they have some skill, right? But their opponent isn't easy. It's young master Huang Boang from the Wangbo family. Indeed, young master Huang Boang cleared the Red Snake stronghold in the Green Forest last year, didn't he? Looking at it that way, Daegum Sangdan's odds seem quite accurate. Young master Huang Boang's odds are around 10 to 1, so aside from Namgung Jinxion and Qing Shui Dojo, his odds are quite low. I can hear everything, you fools. Although these martial artists were whispering among themselves while watching the Yangbanji Conference, their voices couldn't escape Mujin's heightened hearing. And whether it was because of the odds or the reputation of Huang Boang, who had cleared a Green Forest stronghold, many were betting on Huang Boang's victory. However, it wasn't a bad thing. Thanks to their underestimation, Mujin stood to make a large profit. Mujin had bet 90 niang of gold on himself, so if he won, he would gain around 300 niang of gold. With 300 niang of gold, he could travel the martial world for years without worrying about money. Begin! At the judge's shout, the marble floor of the martial stage cracked under Mujin's foot. Bang! With a noise like a thunderclap, Mujin's first punch struck. Unable to dodge in time, due to the incredible speed, Huang Boang hastily raised his arm, but was sent flying out of the ring, spitting blood. The overwhelmingly one-sided result brought a chilling silence over the previously fervent spectators. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After easily winning the first match, Jin retreated to the waiting area, watching the martial stage. He intended to observe the skills of the other late-stage geniuses participating in the Yangbanji conference, but he was also waiting for someone. However, separate from the duel Jin was waiting for, the Jiggle family's Jiggle Jin and Wasan Sek's Hong So-il. Let the duel begin. A rather interesting duel was just about to start. On the Yangbanji conference's dueling stage. I trust you remember our promise. Hong So-il spoke to Jiggle Jinhee, trying to maintain a dignified demeanor. Yet, deep within his eyes, an unmistakable desire stirred. Since you'll be eliminated here anyway, what meaning does that promise hold? Jiggle Jinhee's provocative response made Hong So-il's eyebrows twitch. Are you ignoring me right now? The very notion that someone like you, who can't even defeat me, thinks he can win against Monk Jin is laughable. And above all else, Jiggle Jinhee paused for a moment, smiling at the reddening face of Hong So-il. Before I am a woman, I am a martial artist. I have no interest in a martial artist weaker than myself. Her cold sneer cut deep. You'll regret those words. An excited Hong So-il drew his plum blossom sword and executed the plum blossom 24 movements of the Wasan sect. Contrary to his appearance, his sword danced with an incredibly dazzling movement, painting red plum blossoms in the air with the crimson aura from his blade. Hong So-il seemed poised to fill the entire dueling stage with plum blossoms created by his sword aura, but Jiggle Jinhee did not just stand by and watch. At some point, her hands had gripped iron fans, and she moved gracefully like dancing a fan dance, swinging them. Each time her iron fans met Hong So-il's plum blossoms, the sword aura dissipated as if petals were touched by a harsh wind. Soon enough, only one solitary plum blossom remained from Hong So-il's creation. Rather than using her fan to eliminate the last lonely plum blossom, thud, she kicked Hong So-il in the stomach, who was busy painting flowers. Ugh! Hit by a kick infused with internal energy, Hong So let out a pained groan, his breath momentarily choked. His flow of internal energy disrupted. Hong So staggered back, swinging his sword clumsily, not befitting his status as a master. Don't forget, the plum blossoms of Wasan bloom twice. In that case, I'll just uproot them. Jiggle Jinhee responded with a cold expression and charged. Unlike her earlier smooth movements, she now moved swiftly, as if one with the wind, showcasing the power of her lower body training over the past 2.5 years. Gasp! Startled by her unexpected speed, Hong So attempted to weave plum blossoms with his sword aura again. But inevitably, the plum blossoms withered away like fallen leaves before the whirlwind created by Jiggle Jinhee's iron fans. Thud! Ugh! On the dueling stage, only Hong So groans consoled the scattering plum blossoms. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wow! Watching Hong So being beaten unilaterally on the dueling stage, Jin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Fortunately, for Hong So he did not seem to have any peculiar inclinations. Hong So face, beaten as it was, did not show a hint of pleasure. Instead, it was filled with humiliation and pain. Thus, Jin's gaze was more directed at Jiggle Jinhee than Hong So. Indeed, her vastly improved skills compared to 2.5 years ago were impressive. She's a bit scary, though. The way she trampled Hong So, looking at him like an insect, was quite shocking. If Jin had such a preference, he might have considered her expression as a reward. Protagonist 4. After the bout between Jiggle Jinhee and Hong So ended, 2 more rounds of duels proceeded. Finally, the duel that Jin had been waiting for arrived. On each side of the duel stage stood a swordsman and a saber master. Dao Yuetian and Namgung Jin Xion faced off. In terms of betting odds by the Dagum Sangdan, it was a match between 100-to-1 odds and 1.07-to-1 odds. Without a miracle, it seemed impossible for Dao Yuetian to win. Asterisk Chung. Asterisk. Winner. Namgung Jin Xion so high up. In reality, the duel ended in just one move. On the duel stage, Namgung Jincheon, the victor, looked expressionless as if it was the most natural outcome, while Dao Yuetian looked slightly dazed. It was the moment when a man, who had lived like a frog in a well, first encountered the wall. It's just beginning. And more importantly, this was the starting point of the novel legend of the evil emperor. However, it wasn't merely to feel such sentiments that Mu Jin was observing the duel. Spotting Dao Yuetian descending from the duel stage, Mu Jin carefully followed him. Mu Jin had already made a decision regarding the dilemma he'd been pondering since he first met Dao Yuetian. Thus, Mu Jin followed Dao Yuetian as he left the area prepared for the Yangbanji conference and exited the outer hall. Sir, at some point, he overtook Dao Yuetian and blocked his path. Do you have something to say to me? Looking at the puzzled Dao Yuetian, Mu Jin thought. At this point, he was still quite naive. If he had suddenly blocked the path of Dao Yuetian, who had started walking the Azura path after his family was massacred, he would have likely drawn his saber immediately, and the tremendous saber strike would have cleaved his body in two. However, seeing Dao Yuetian's naive reaction instead, Mu Jin felt assured of his choice. I am Mu Jin, the third disciple of Shaolin. Ba. I know from watching the duel. I am Dao Yuetian of Cheon Siamun. Responding naively to the sudden greeting from a stranger blocking his path, the young man showed his simplicity. If he had ignored the misfortune that would befall this young man, who was to become the future evil emperor, he would have deeply regretted it later. The driving force that had helped him overcome his troubled childhood was the desire not to turn a blind eye to the misfortune that would befall his school days idol. And most importantly, this guy, even without that misfortune, would still grow strong. Mu Jin decided to trust in Dao Yuetian, his idol from the past. The only problem was, suddenly showing up and saying your entire family will be massacred soon would just make me seem like a madman. Therefore, Mu Jin pondered how to persuade Dao Yuetian on their first meeting. The conclusion Mu Jin reached through his deliberation was simple. Dao Yuetian so high up. Do you have any interest in the Buddha's way? He intended to sell the idea to the future evil emperor. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As expected, Dao Yuetian looked at Mu Jin with an expression that he had seen something bizarre. I have no interest in the Buddha's way. Goodbye. And shortly after, Dao Yuetian, managing his expression with effort, replied bluntly and tried to pass by Mu Jin. Ba. While you, Dao Yuetian, may not be interested in the Buddha's way, there is such a thing as fate in this world. At some point, Mu Jin had moved a step to the side and blocked Dao Yuetian's path again. Already frustrated from losing in just one move and on his way back home, Dao Yuetian was beginning to get annoyed by this persistent monk blocking his path, but he was also curious. Why is a monk who defeated Huang Boang from the 5 noble families in just one move like Namgung Jincheon doing this? He wondered why a monk who had reached a level far beyond his own was behaving this way. Thanks to studying the Buddha's way, I can read a bit of fate. However, the more he listened, the more ridiculous it sounded. Is that so? I'm not interested in such things, so goodbye. Dao Yuetian tried to ignore the crazy talk and walk past the monk, but Mu Jin's next words stopped him in his tracks. And today, I happen to see your fate, Dao Yuetian. You have a small scar on your left forearm, don't you? The one you got as a child when you swung a real sword instead of a wooden one and cut yourself. How do you know that? Dao Yuetian asked in shock. Of course, I know it from the novel. Although the novel didn't describe the scene of young Dao Yuetian cutting his arm, there was a part where he recalled it. When Dao Yuetian walked the Azura path, his body was covered with wounds and scars. The scar on his left arm was hidden among other scars, and he remembered his family while looking at it. There was another scene in the novel where Dao Yuetian reminisced about his family and his past. And you have a younger sister, don't you? The one who loves the mooncakes made by your mother more than anything else in the world. During a conflict with the hidden forces, minions of the Peidobang attempted to kidnap his uniquely constituted sister. To thank him for saving her child, a peasant woman gave him mooncakes. Mooncakes, being an ancient food, had various fillings depending on the region and family. But the mooncakes the woman gave him tasted just like the ones his mother made. And while eating them, Dao Yuetian reminisced about his murdered sister and family. And the next day, in Dao Yuetian's hands, the Peido Bang was destroyed, and a few days later, the Qian Ryu Sangdan fell. Ah, that was epic. Thinking about how the Qian Ryu Sangdan fell, and how even the formidable Ryu Seohwa lost her life to Dao Yuetian sent chills down his spine. Since Ryu Seohwa and the Qian Ryu Sangdan have changed, such a thing won't happen, right? Shaking off the terrifying vision of the Qian Ryu Sangdan collapsing at Dao Yuetian's hands, Mujin focused on the man in front of him. Did you truly read my fate? Dao Yuetian's eyes were filled with astonishment as Mujin accurately mentioned things no stranger could know. Mujin, bowing his head with a solemn expression, responded to the bewildered Dao Yuetian. Yes, and I apologize. I know it is wrong to read someone else's fate, but this matter is too important not to mention. Important? What do you mean? According to the fate I read, a great misfortune may befall Cheon's Siam Moon within a year. A misfortune will befall our family. Dao Yuetian asked, startled. Normally, if someone he met for the first time said something like this, he would have been angry. Saying that a calamity would strike his family sounded like a curse. However, since Mujin had already revealed two things about his life, Dao Yuetian saw him not as a fraud, but as a genuine prophet. Confident that his act as a prophet was working, Mujin continued speaking. It's exactly as I said. A great wave of fate awaits both you and Cheon Siam Moon. And, unfortunately, in your current state, you do not have the strength to overcome it. Then what should I do? Dao Yuetian asked through gritted teeth. Ba. Mujin pulled out a small box from his sleeve and handed it to Dao Yuetian. As Dao Yuetian looked at the box with a puzzled expression, Mujin smiled kindly and said, It's a lesser restoration pill. I wish I could personally help you fend off this misfortune, but I have other calamities I must prevent. So use this to gain the strength to withstand the wave of fate, Dao Yuetian. With that, Mujin opened the box, revealing not one, but two pills inside. Dao Yuetian looked at the two pills in the box and asked in a bewildered tone, Why are you giving the elixir of Shaolin to someone you just met? As I said, I read the great misfortune entangled in your fate. Mujin's answer moved Dao Yuetian deeply. He looks about my age, yet this monk is truly remarkable. Considering the skill he had shown at the Yongbandi conference, his deep devotion to the Buddha allowing him to read others' fates, and his generosity in giving a precious elixir to a stranger, Dao Yuetian was filled with admiration. With a face full of gratitude, Dao Yuetian quickly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. I will repay this kindness with my life, if necessary, Mujin. It is merely my duty as a Buddhist, so do not concern yourself with it. Looking at Mujin's kind smile, Dao Yuetian felt moved once again. Mujin handed him the box with the pills as if he might cry at any moment, and Dao Yuetian accepted the box, not knowing what else to do. Mujin, still smiling warmly, added, To be honest, even taking 2 lesser restoration pills won't be enough to fend off the misfortune that will befall you. Then what should I do? Should I relocate my family's home? Dao Yuetian asked urgently, completely swayed by the pills and Mujin's persuasion. Mujin shook his head and replied, Moving to another place won't avoid this disaster. But, as fate usually dictates, there's no adversity that can't be overcome. After all, hardships exist to be conquered. Then, what is the way to overcome this disaster? As I said, Dao Yuetian benefactor must become strong enough to overcome this disaster. For this, your resolve is necessary. My resolve? Yes, the resolve to acknowledge the limits of your talent. And above all, the resolve to endure hellish suffering to surpass those limits. Acknowledging the limits of his talent, he had already sensed a wall when sparring with Namgung Jinshin, but hearing it from someone else was not pleasant. However, until the disaster arrives, should I train relentlessly to overcome my limits? The threat to his family was more important than a slight sense of humiliation. That alone is not enough. You must let go of your greed. Abandon the desire to master the martial arts of your sect. Instead, you must hone just one technique to its limit, just as monks achieve enlightenment through asceticism. The lesser restoration pills I gave you are merely a gift to slightly shorten the period of suffering. Are you saying that even with my talent, it's difficult to master just one technique? Even with these lesser restoration pills? To Dao Yuetian's somewhat forlorn question, the monk standing before him made a peculiar expression. Yes, the monk, as if looking at a distant place or swimming in a dream, added. But once you have mastered that one technique, benefactor Dao Yuetian, you will gain a blade capable of shattering the heavens. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Phew. Watching Dao Yuetian's departing figure, Mu Jin sighed. It seemed his acting had worked. Well, the main reasons were probably the personal matters he brought up and the bribe of the lesser restoration pills. It wasn't my original intention to care for Dao Yuetian. From the beginning, Mu Jin had secretly taken 3 lesser restoration pills from the pharmacy when he left Shaolin this time. Originally, they were meant for Mu Gung, Mu Jiang, and Mu Yao. Although all 3 had taken 1 each, their internal energy was still lacking compared to their martial arts levels. Since it was their second time taking the pills, the effectiveness would be less than the first time, but they could still gain about 10 years of internal energy each. However, he had given 2 of the 3 lesser restoration pills to Dao Yuetian. Despite this, Mu Jin wasn't particularly worried. There are ways to obtain elixirs once I leave Shaolin this time. Mu Jin couldn't remember all the fortuitous encounters or elixirs from the first and second parts of the novel, but he remembered 1 or 2. During this journey, he planned to obtain one of them and share it with the Mujibei trio. Since that was the plan, it wouldn't be bad to give all 3 lesser restoration pills to Dao Yuetian, but taking the same elixir multiple times reduced its effectiveness. Up to 2 pills might retain about half the effectiveness, but by the 3rd pill, there would be little benefit. I should keep the remaining lesser restoration pill as an emergency medicine for internal injuries. With that thought, Mu Jin watched Dao Yuetian's distant figure, with a face mixed with expectations and concerns. Could Dao Yuetian overcome his limits before facing misfortune? It would be nice if Mu Jin could help prevent that bloodshed since he decided to assist him. For now, I can only trust him. Helping Dao Yuetian was never part of Mu Jin's original plan. He had intended to leave him alone. He thought he could finish his planned tasks and only assist if the bloodshed had not occurred by then. First, I need to win the Yangbanji conference. With his thoughts organized, Mu Jin turned away from the disappearing figure of Dao Yuetian. The 4 monks of Shaolin won. The first match of the Yangbanji conference had just concluded. Out of the 32 contestants who advanced to the main tournament, 16 had progressed to the second round. This was an expected outcome. However, outside the venue of the Yangbanji conference, a significant topic of conversation was circulating. No one expected all the Shaolin disciples to win in the first round. They call it the 1,000-year Shaolin for a reason. Its reputation is well-deserved. There were 16 contestants in the second round, combining the 9 great sects and the 5 noble families, which were regarded as the pillars of orthodox martial arts. There were a total of 15 contestants. Logically, each sect should have only one outstanding late-stage disciple, making it to the second round of the Yangbanji conference. For any sect, having 2 contestants in the second round was already a tremendous achievement. Conversely, it was a disgrace for a sect not to have a single contestant advance. However, Shaolin had managed to send 4 contestants to the second round. Because of this, several sects like the Wasan sect and the Wangbo family failed to advance any contestants to the second round. In 20 years, it might be the era of Shaolin. Thus, many predicted that in 20 years, when the late-stage disciples reach their prime age to be considered true masters of martial arts, Shaolin might reclaim the title of supreme sect of the world. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. What does it matter if many contestants reach the second round? Ultimately, The most outstanding one will become the supreme martial artist. The sect of the supreme martial artist will be the supreme sect of the world. Ahem. Indeed, we can't ignore young hero Namgung Jinshin and the Qing Shui Dojang. Despite Shaolin's resurgence after living in seclusion from the secular world, the strongest candidates for victory remained Namgung Jinshin and the Qing Shui Dojang. Moreover, with both the Namgung family and the Wudong sect still standing strong, if either one, they would undoubtedly be called the supreme sect of the world. And there were some who were quite displeased with such evaluations. This sentiment was shared among the sects whose disciples had advanced to the second round, just like the disciples of Namgung Jinshin, the Qing Shui Dojang, and the Shaolin Temple. Tisk, WHIL, pay no mind to the ignorant words of the common people. There's no need to worry, Master Uncle. WHL's confident response made the elder of the Jiamchang sect smile with satisfaction. WHIL was among the youngest of the second-class disciples in the Jiamchang sect. He was only a few years older than some of the senior third-class disciples. As the lowest ranked among the second-class disciples, no one expected WHIL to become the head of the Jiamchang sect, but all the elders of the sect shared the same thought. They believed this boy would become the greatest swordsman of the Jiamchang sect and bring the title of Supreme Swordsman from the Namgung family and the Wudong sect to Jiamchang. Indeed, WHIL was the secret talent nurtured by the Jiamchang sect to surpass Namgung and Wudong. This Yangbanji conference was the opportunity for WHIL, who had been meticulously trained, to shine, and to trample over Namgung Jinshin and the Qing Shui Dojang in the process. If WHIL wins the grand prize, the goal of him becoming the supreme martial artist in the future would not be a mere fantasy. While thinking about the tremendous item the Murim Alliance had put up as the prize for the Yangbanji conference, ILY, with a confident expression, spoke to the elder. I am just disappointed that I haven't yet met young hero Namgung Jinshin or the Qing Shui Dojang. The sooner I meet them, the sooner I can correct the common people's ignorance, don't you think? Haha, that's an excellent mindset. Don't worry, you'll meet them soon enough if you keep winning in the martial arts matches. The Shaolin disciples are merely stepping stones. Moreover, ILY was scheduled to duel a Shaolin disciple in the second round. Was it Mu Gong? ILY briefly recalled his opponent's Dharma name for the second round, but soon erased it from his mind. After all, he was not a worthy opponent to concern himself with. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thanks to all four members of the Muja group advancing to the second round, the atmosphere in the hall where the Shaolin disciples resided was subtly elated. However, despite the surrounding excitement, the Muja group spent their time, as usual. They spent their time strengthening their muscles at the Qianryu Singdan sub-branch and honing their martial arts skills in the halls of the Shaolin Temple. Amid this consistent atmosphere, Mu Jin sensed something strange. Is there something on your mind? Mu Jin asked, looking at Mu Gong, who seemed different from usual. Mu Gong, who looked and had the build of a bandit but was surprisingly vain, had been acting stiff and rigid over the past couple of days. Normally, he was already stiff due to his build and nature, but this was different. It wasn't his body that was stiff, but his actions and movements seemed unnaturally rigid. Ahem, it's nothing. Mu Gong responded with an uncharacteristically stern expression, claiming it was nothing, despite having trained in the immovable heart technique for 4 years. Don't put on a tough act. If you have something on your mind, just say it. Often, when you talk about your worries, they turn out to be nothing. However, this didn't work on Mu Jin, who had decades of social experience. Why? Are you nervous about advancing to the second round? Advancing to the second round isn't what's causing this. Then what? Is it because of your opponent? Mu Gong hesitated at Mu Jin's question. From his demeanor, it wasn't hard to guess the reason. Who is your opponent in the second round? Do you know them? It's ILY Dojang from the Jiamchang sect. I didn't recognize him at first, but I knew him when I saw his face. You probably won't remember me, though. You know him, but he doesn't know you. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Gong began to share a lengthy story with Mu Jin. You know I'm from a minor sect, not the secular Shaolin, right? I heard about it when you joined as an apprentice disciple. In fact, our main family is located in a small county in Yunnan province. So if I had to join one of the 9 great sects, I should have joined the Jiamchang sect. Then why did you come to Shaolin? There was a very famous genius in our county. He was 4 years older than me, so he was usually compared to my older brothers rather than me. Is that genius your opponent, Ily Dojang? Yes. His original name was not Jin Song. So, until I saw his face, I didn't know it was the same person. Listening to Mu Gung's explanation, Mu Jin seemed to understand why Mu Gung had stiffened. It had been nearly 10 years since he last met the genius who had frequently crossed his path and been compared to him in their childhood neighborhood. Childhood experiences tend to be intense, so perhaps deep down in his heart, he already felt a sense of defeat. However, as one question was answered, another arose. But aside from that, why did you come to Shaolin instead of Jiamchang? At Mu Jin's question, Mu Gung, in a manner uncharacteristic of his bulky frame, scratched at a non-existent beard in embarrassment as he replied, "If I joined Jiamchang, I would constantly be compared to him. There's only a 4-year age difference, and we came from the same county. Besides, I heard rumors that he was already being considered a promising talent in Jiamchang. So if I joined, everyone would only pay attention to Ily Dojang." Listening to Mu Gung's explanation, Mu Jin recalled a forgotten memory. Now that I think about it, this guy was quite a coward despite his bulky frame. To be precise, it wasn't that he was cowardly, but he had an obsessive dislike of losing. He was the type who didn't want to show an unsightly side to others. In reality, even though he knew Mu Jiang was being bullied, he ignored it because he couldn't win against the 3 bullies. Now that I think about it, I really didn't like this guy at first. As a kid, he just took care of him out of habit, and that's why they ended up sticking together. Recalling how Mu Gung had ignored Mu Jiang back then, Mu Jin smacked the back of Mu Gung's head after a long time. "Ow, why did you hit me?" "Just reminiscing about old times." "What?" Mu Gung asked incredulously, but Mu Jin brought up another topic instead of answering. "Anyway, enough about the past. How do you feel now?" "Now? Well, I guess I'll only know after I fight." "No, I mean other than Ily Dojang. Do you regret coming to Shaolin?" "Regret coming to Shaolin? What nonsense is that? You said you were scared of being overshadowed by Ily Dojang if you went to Jiamchang, so you came to Shaolin instead. Do you regret that decision now?" Mu Gung's expression became quite complex at Mu Jin's question. When he had joined Shaolin, he had harbored great dreams. Dreams of becoming renowned in the martial arts world through Shaolin. To this end, he had strived to monopolize the attention of Shaolin's elders since his novice days. However, as time passed, he found himself overshadowed by the monstrous talents of Mu Jin and Mu Jiang. At first, he had been jealous of the two. He had felt bitter about why he lacked their talents. Perhaps his constant grumbling at Mu Jin had been an attempt to hide his jealousy. Even now, the reason he continued to grumble was that it had become a habit. But did he still envy them? Mu Jin is Mu Jin, Mu Jiang is Mu Jiang, and I am me. He did not. By being with Haidam, who was like a living statue of the 4 heavenly kings, his mind had matured as well. And Mu Jiang aside, this guy is beyond comparison. Moreover, Mu Jin was not someone to be jealous of in the first place. In the early days, he had thought his own talent lacking, but now he knew better. Not only had Mu Jin easily won against Chong Su Dojang, one of the most prominent upcoming martial artists, but now, as a mere 3rd-class disciple, he was sparring on equal footing with 1st-class disciples. This guy was not just exceptional among Shaolin's 3rd-class disciples, or even within Shaolin. He was a phenomenal monster by the standards of the entire Central Plains. Ironically, Mu Gung had received significant help from him. Hadn't Mu Jin taught him training methods that even 1,000-year Shaolin did not possess? Not only to him, but also to Mu Jiang and Mu Yul. Thanks to this, he was now counted among the strongest of Shaolin's 3rd-class disciples. He had even reached the 2nd round of the Yangbanji Conference, where the best of the rising stars across the continent competed, ranking among the top 16. Therefore, You're stating the obvious. Of course, I don't regret coming to Shaolin. He did not have the slightest regret left. At Mu Gung's now confident answer, Mu Jin chuckled and replied, Right, you've thought it through. The past is the past, and now is now. Besides, you're stronger, so why worry about someone like ILY? I'm stronger. Mu Gung's lips trembled at the question. He tried to maintain a neutral expression, but his face clearly showed his joy. Had someone else said it, he might have dismissed it as mere words. But coming from Mu Jin, it held a different weight. Mu Jin had reached a level where the term upcoming martial artist was laughable. Compared to the so-called genius ILY Dojang from the countryside, Mu Jin's words meant that he truly might be a superior martial artist. Right. Compared to Mu Jin, ILY Dojang is nothing. The presence of ILY Dojang, which had been gradually growing in his mind, rapidly shrank. Of course I'm stronger. I was just reminiscing for a moment. Mu Jin smiled lightly at Mu Gung, who now acted boastful. Right. Since you're the stronger one, if you lose, it means your mind wavered. So, if you do lose, I'll make sure to tell Master Uncle Haidam. You'll tell Master Uncle? What do you mean? I'll tell him that your immovable heart technique training seems lacking. If it's Master Uncle Haidam, he'll probably give you one-on-one special training for a month or so. The color rapidly drained from Mu Gung's face, which had just brightened up. Despite his bulky appearance, Mu Gung craved attention and was overly concerned with outward appearances. The thought of having a silent, intensive, one-on-one session with the extremely taciturn Haidam was nothing short of a nightmare for him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, to participate in the second round of the Yangbanji Conference, the Shaolin disciples headed to the location of the martial stage. The procession included not only the 4 members of the Muja group, but also Master Hyun Hyen, the second-class disciples, and the disciples who had been dispatched from the Murim Alliance. Upon reaching the vicinity of the martial stage, Mu Jin scanned the crowd surrounding the area and muttered, It looks like the Wasan sect has gone back. I guess they felt it wasn't worth staying. They were all eliminated in the preliminaries and the first round. But over there, the Wangbo family seems to be mingling. Where Mu Jin pointed, Huang Boang, who had been defeated by Mu Jin and eliminated, was sitting with several others. Did they stay to socialize? Their outfits are all different. Indeed, as Mu Jiang noted, their attire didn't seem uniformly coordinated. There were rumors about a noble family alliance, and it looks like they're maintaining their connections. Upon closer inspection, the outfits of the 5 noble families were mixed together. While observing the noble families, Mu Jin accidentally made eye contact with Jigul Jinhee, who subtly greeted him with her eyes. Mu Jin returned her greeting with a simple nod before looking around again. With the Wasan sect gone, there doesn't seem to be any other group clustering together. Unlike the 5 noble families, the martial artists of the 9 great sects were scattered and had taken their own positions. As Mu Jin pondered the power dynamics of the orthodox factions based on their positions around the martial stage, the time for the second round of the Yangbanji Conference approached. Mu Gung, who was to fight first in the second round, paid his respects to the highest-ranking master present, Master Hyun Hyen. I'll be back. Don't be nervous, and do your best. Ba. Yes, Master of the External Affairs Department. Watching this, Mu Jin smiled faintly. It looks like he's let it all go. As Mu Gung headed toward the martial stage, there wasn't a trace of tension left on his face. The 4 Shaolin monks, too. As Mu Gung headed towards the martial arts arena, a young swordsman stepped forward for where the Taoists of the Jiangcheng sect were gathered. Mu Gung greeted ILY Dojang with a bandanju. Ba. It's been a long time. Do you know me? To ILY Dojang's blunt question, Mu Gung responded calmly. If you don't remember, it doesn't matter. In the past, his pride might have been hurt. Of course, that didn't mean he felt no emotions now. Rather, it was more like, I will make sure he experiences the defeat from someone he doesn't even remember. Thanks to his training with Haidam, Mu Gung maintained a calm expression while burning with a competitive spirit inside. Let the martial contest between Shaolin's monk Mu Gung and Jiangcheng's sect's ILY Dojang begin. At the referee's shout, A sharp sound accompanied the flashing of a sword light, echoing beyond the arena. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At that age, to wield the Sael sword technique with such ease. Master Hyun Hyen murmured in a somber tone as he watched the martial contest between Mu Gung and Ily Dojang. As soon as the contest began, Ily Dojang's sword moved so swiftly that it was unclear when it had been drawn. Mu Gung, who lost the initiative with that first strike, found his monk's robe torn and was pushed into a defensive stance from start. Ily Dojang continued to thrust his sword rapidly, and the sword energy emanating from his blade kept slashing Mu Gung's casa. The Sael sword technique. One of the Jeomchang sect's ultimate techniques, it focused on thrusting attacks. True to its name, meaning shooting the sun sword technique, its speed was so great that it was difficult for the eye to follow. Oh, as expected of Jeomchang, spectators were exclaiming in awe, unable to properly see the sword's path due to its tremendous speed. In contrast, the faces of the Shaolin disciples darkened. What do we do? It looks like Brother Mu Gung is struggling. Brother Mu Gung might be facing an opponent that's a bit too much for him. Ba. As Mu Yul and Mu Jiang murmured in regret while watching, Mu Jin spoke with a faint smile. Don't worry, Mu Gung can definitely win. We hope Brother Mu Gung wins too, but it's not just that it would be good if he won. Mu Gung's skill is superior. When Mu Jiang and Mu Yul looked at Mu Jin with puzzled expressions, Mu Jin pointed to Mu Gung on the martial arts stage, whose robe was being torn. Look closely. Only his clothes are being cut. He has almost no injuries. It means he's dodging with minimal movements, not that he can't avoid it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In a situation that seemed to be driving him into a corner, Mu Gung calmly observed Ily Dojang's movements with serene eyes. He is indeed fast. As expected, the Sael sword technique, considered a top technique of the Jeomchang sect, which valued the essence of speed, made it nearly impossible to dodge just by seeing. Therefore, just as he had learned from Mu Jin in his childhood, Mu Gung was predicting the sword's path through the opponent's preliminary movements. Does he lack real combat experience? Or is it hard to vary his moves because he focuses so much on speed? Though incredibly fast, the sword's path was too straightforward. Despite this, his robe was being torn partly because of his large body. When movements become larger, crises tend to arrive. This was also due to the direction of martial arts he pursued, the subtlety of stillness within movement. It was the path chosen by someone with a large build and mighty strength, but lacking in agility. Mu Gung, while appearing to stand still, evaded the strikes of Ily Dojang's sword with very slight movements, teetering on the edge. In the subtlety of stillness within movement, the most crucial aspect was the immovable heart technique. Even as sword energy flew toward him, appearing as if it would pierce his body, his eyes did not waver. Swish! Swish! The moment he became fully accustomed to the movements of the Sael sword technique. Bang! A powerful shockwave resounded across the martial arts stage with a fierce vibration. Unerringly, Mu Gung, evading a thrust by a hair's breadth, closed in on Ily Dojang and unleashed a palm strike. Mu Gung's hand, imbued with extreme yang energy, resembled that of Shakyamuni Buddha. As the opponent, who had been toying with his sword strikes, suddenly closed in and unleashed a palm strike, the greatly alarmed Ily Dojang hurriedly executed a hidden technique. Naturally, the quick thrusting motion of his sword changed. Mu Gung's hand, glowing crimson with extreme yang energy combined with metal energy, was met with a thin white line. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To Thagata palm. Someone, realizing the martial art through Mu Gung's crimson palm, shouted in surprise. Then, someone else, seeing the thin white line drawn in the air, exclaimed, and even the splitting light 18 hands. With the renowned 72 consummate arts of Shaolin and the ultimate technique of the Jeomchang sect simultaneously on display, the crowd surrounding the martial arts stage went into an uproar. How can late-stage disciples already wield such ultimate techniques? As expected of the 9 great sects, Neutral spectators from lesser-known sects or one-man schools all expressed their admiration, while most of those from the 9 great sects and 5 noble families who had advanced to this round wore rather serious expressions. I'm closing in. Seizing the opportunity, Mugung boldly stepped forward once more. Mugung had not expected Ily Dojang to suddenly unleash such an extraordinary technique. However, the first move of the splitting light 18 hands that Ily Dojang executed, the splitting light flash, was hastily performed without preparation. Moreover, the clash between the splitting light flash, which emphasized speed, and the Tathagata palm, which contained the essence of stillness, had a predetermined outcome unless there was a significant difference in skill level. GUH. After the collision, Ily Dojang, pushed back by the force difference, let out a groan and displayed an alarmed expression as he executed the cell sword technique. He had not anticipated that the premier technique of his esteemed sect, the splitting light 18 hands, would be overpowered. As expected, he lacks experience. On the other hand, Mugung moved with a heart settled in utmost calmness, analyzing his opponent. If he had aimed for a counterattack, I would understand, but choosing defense at that moment, one of the ultimate skills desired by martial artists who pursued speed, the technique of attacking after the opponent, but striking first. If Ily Dojang had used splitting light flash to target Mugung's vital point instead of blocking Tathagata palm a moment ago, he might have achieved a draw, or perhaps won instantly with a counterattack. However, a flustered Ily Dojang failed to capitalize on the strengths of his martial arts. In contrast, Mugung still calmly advanced toward Ily Dojang. Ily Dojang hastily performed the Sai sword technique to drive Mugung back, but due to the internal injury and broken posture from the earlier clash, the speed was reduced compared to the technique he had displayed at the beginning of the duel. Naturally, the slower Sai sword technique did not reach Mugung's body. It's over. Before anyone realized, Mugung's crimson palm had already touched Ily Dojang's abdomen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Did I win? Even with his palm against Ily Dojang's abdomen, Mugung still felt dazed. Wow, wow. As expected of Shaolin. But the cheers erupting around the martial arts stage as soon as the duel ended snapped Mugung out of his daze. The roar of the crowd, deeply immersed in the duel, shook Mugung's immovable heart. Yes, I won. I beat that genius. Realizing his victory, Mugung struggled to suppress the smile, threatening to break out. If I'm to be a refined martial arts master, I must act like it's no big deal. Indeed, flaunting after a victory would diminish his gravitas. Mugung straightened his posture, imagining the composed demeanor of the dignified martial arts master he aspired to be. Amitba. He stepped back, maintaining an air of nonchalance after the victory. This is it. This was the image of a Shaolin master that Mugung envisioned. The crowd erupted in cheers again at his composed display. Mugung forced his rising smile and cheekbones down as he descended from the stage. He had defeated a genius of the past and garnered the crowd's attention. Truly an ideal situation. Mugung felt as if he was soaring in the sky, trying to look cool in those rags. Until Mu Jin spoke to him. Our rags. Look at your clothes. Even beggars wouldn't take those. Snapped back to reality, Mugung examined his clothes. Sure enough, dodging the Sai sword technique by a hair's breadth had left his clothes in tatters. Damn, I won so stylishly, but my clothes are in this state. Feeling embarrassed by his shabby appearance, Mugung's face reddened slightly. Here, you might have some shallow cuts from not fully dodging, so apply this. Mujin handed over the golden wound medicine he had prepared for the martial arts tournament. Such minor wounds are nothing for a martial artist. Mujin chuckled at Mugung's boastful, yet still dazed demeanor. Yes, of course. Mujin casually tossed the golden wound medicine to Mugung and said, Apply it when you return to the pavilion this evening. With that, Mujin turned his attention to Muyul, who was about to spar, leaving Mugung, who was still pouting, to be approached by Master Hyun Hyen and the Shaolin disciples. You did very well, Mugung. to calmly secure victory against such a formidable opponent. Splendid. The praise from the Shaolin elders naturally caused Mugung's smile and cheeks to rise once more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the duel between Mugung and Ily Dojang concluded, following a brief period of commotion, the next duel began. The second duel of the second round of the Yongbunji Conference was between Chongsu Dojang, the top prodigy of Wudong, and Bohyan, the nun from the Ami sect. However, instead of watching the duel, Mu Jin spoke to Mu Yul, who was scheduled for the next bout. Yola, you know you're up next, right? Oh, it's my turn next. I was just planning to go out when they call my name. As expected, Mu Jin was worried, confirming his suspicions with Mu Yul's carefree response. Do you remember who your opponent is? I saw him 2 days ago, I think. As I thought, you forgot. Mu Jin sighed lightly. He had anticipated this, so he had memorized Mu Yul's opponent for him. Peng Kahu. He's from the Peng family in Hebei and uses a saber. From what I saw in a last duel, it seems he's mastered the Five Tigers severing blade technique. Upon hearing Mu Jin's brief explanation of his opponent, Mu Yul's previously carefree expression turned into one of surprise. Really? The Five Tigers severing blade technique. Mu Jin tilted his head in confusion at Mu Yul's excessive reaction. What is this? Does he have some story related to the Five Tigers severing blade technique like Mu Gung does? Did he have some childhood experience with a martial artist who used the technique? Why? Is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. Five tigers means there are five tigers. Right. Then it must be stronger than the tiger fist. Tiger fist is just one tiger. What was I expecting from him? Mu Jin felt a strange sense of despair. However, regardless of Mu Jin's feelings, I haven't even learned Dragon Fist yet. What should I do, Mu Jin? Mu Yul was deeply worried, a troubled look on his face. Mu Jin unconsciously rubbed his face dry and thought of someone. Master Uncle Hygeology, what kind of fight are you having? At that moment, the character Leopard, engraved on Mu Yul's back by Hygeology, who had celebrated Mu Yul's mastery of the leopard fist, caught Mu Jin's eye. 4 monks of Shaolin 3. At the place where the members of the 5 noble families had gathered, the later generation masters were all watching the martial arts stage. This was because it was the martial arts contest of Qing Shui Dojang, the only rival of Namgung Jinxion in the current Murim. Brother Namgung, this matchup has turned out to be quite strange. At this rate, I'll have to defeat Qing Shui Dojang in the semifinals to meet you in the finals. The man, acting as if it was natural that he would reach the finals by winning all the remaining matches, was Peng Kahu, a direct descendant of the Peng family. That would indeed be interesting. Namgung Jinxion replied coldly, not looking amused at all. However, it wasn't that he was engrossed in watching the duel on the martial arts stage either. From the start, Namgung Jinxion had no interest in Peng Kahu and even less in Qing Shui Dojang. What did it matter who his opponent was? In any case, he would be the one to reach the summit. Due to this very obvious principle, Namgung Jinxion found no special meaning in competing with others. However, Peng Kahu, who felt ignored after awkwardly trying to start conversation, had his face slightly reddened. The Hebei Peng family, known for their excellent physique and fiery temper, were remarkable for not losing their temper in this situation. Given their generally aggressive martial arts style, it was almost miraculous that he hadn't lost his temper here. If it hadn't been for the fact that he was facing the young master of the Namgung family, he might have already attacked. Just then, the duel on the martial arts stage came to an end. As most people had expected, Qing Shui Dojang won, and the next match was Peng Kahu's turn. Then I'll be off. Peng Kahu decided to vent his anger from Namgung Jinxion through this match. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I am Peng Kahu. I am Mu Yul of Shaolin. Ba. With a rough voice, Peng Kahu greeted and looked at the young monk who had become the target of his venting. For some reason, the monk named Mu Yul seemed slightly intimidated even before the match began. Looks like he's scared just by hearing my name. Deciding to toy with his opponent a bit for his anger release, Peng Kahu swung his sword playfully, and Muyul, as if it were the most natural thing, avoided the sword. Indeed, he's come this far, so he must have some basic skills. After swinging his sword a few more times, Peng Kahu drew more internal energy from his Danjian. As his internal energy level increased, naturally, the Peng family's characteristic aggressive sword technique was displayed, but Hayacha, his opponent easily avoided his sword technique. No, simply avoiding it would have been fine, but the monk was even adding strange exclamations as he darted around playfully. How could a monk move so frivolously? Feeling that the opponent was toying with him, Peng Kahu, already furious, began to unleash his signature technique, the Five Tigers Severing Blade. The start was the first move of the Five Tigers Severing Blade. Ferocious tiger appears. The blade energy that surged from his sword took on the form of a tiger and flew towards Muyul. Ah, it's a Real tiger. Muyul, greatly surprised, began to frantically dodge around the martial stage. In other words, he had evaded Peng Kahu's ferocious tiger appears. Feeling more and more like he was being mocked, Peng Kahu drew upon all his internal energy and consecutively unleashed the successive moves of the Five Tigers Severing Blade. The blade energy from his sword sometimes manifested as a tiger's swipe with its paw, and sometimes as its fangs, attacking Muyul. Hee. This reminds me of playing with Master Uncle. Muyul, who had long forgotten his fear of the Five Tigers, smiled brightly as he dodged all the attacks. This was similar to how it was when he sparred with his Master Uncle, Hygieology. When Hygieology created tigers with the Tiger Fist technique, Muyul would instinctively dodge the attacks in various ways. For Muyul, who was pure-hearted, it wasn't training but rather playing a game of tag with Hygieology. Of course, that was only from Muyul's perspective. You brat! Seeing Muyul dodge his moves while laughing, a vein bulged on Peng Kahu's forehead. Of course, Muyul was laughing simply because he was enjoying himself, but to Peng Kahu, it looked like ridicule. It was no wonder, as the infuriating monk sometimes spread his arms like a bird and soared into the air, sometimes twisted his body like a mollusk to let the blade energy pass by, and even dodged on all fours. Is this monkey mocking me? Peng Kahu screamed again, but Muyul felt unjustly accused. His soaring like a bird was an application of the crane fist technique. His twisting was the snake fist, and running on all fours was an application of the leopard fist. It's not a monkey, it's a crane, a snake, and a leopard, Muyul replied with an innocent face, which made Peng Kahu's rage boil over. Peng Kahu decided to end it. He unleashed the ultimate technique of the Five Tigers Severing Blade, which he had mastered up to the 7th level, 4 Tigers Encirclement. Slashing his sword ferociously, for masses of blade energy shot out with a time difference. Each blade energy took on the form of a different tiger, attacking Muyul from all directions. Muyul, relying on his instincts, dodged the blade energies again, but even for him, it was impossible to evade all the blade energies coming from all directions. In the end, with no way to dodge the last blade energy, Muyul had to use the leopard fist. Suddenly, his hands emitted energy resembling the claws of a leopard, and as Muyul's energy collided with Peng Kahu's tiger-shaped blade energy. Bang! With a fierce explosion, Peng Kahu's blade energy scattered. Muyul, who had blocked the blade energy, tilted his head in confusion. Peng Kahu, whose breathing was disrupted from using the ultimate technique, looked at Muyul, trying to understand why he had suddenly stopped. And Muyul's next words were enough to snap Peng Kahu's sanity. Why is a tiger weaker than a leopard? You brat! Having completely lost his mind, Peng Kahu drew upon all the energy from his Danjian and swung his sword madly. Cough! Cough! Suddenly, Peng Kahu started coughing and blood spurted from his mouth. The rapid depletion of his internal energy, combined with his rage, had caused a chi deviation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wow! Mujin, who had been watching the duel between Muyul and Peng Kahu, let out a sigh of admiration filled with various emotions. He won like that. It was a method that Mujin could never have imagined. From now on, if we encounter any nasty villains, I should just send out Muyul. It seemed that Muyul was an instant remedy for dealing with bad-tempered people. Well, it was like that in the army. In the military, the person most difficult for a naturally bad-tempered and explosive person to deal with wasn't a senior soldier, the unit's ace, or even a rebellious junior. It was the perpetually cheerful simpleton who never understood the anger directed at them and just laughed it off, driving the angry person to madness. In that sense, Muyul's innocent cheerfulness was indeed a perfect counter to such explosive personalities. To think they taught that kid the leopard fist technique. Mujin couldn't help but feel a strange respect for hygeology. He wondered if hygeology might have grown a Sarira, a relic, somewhere in his body from all the patients. Clearing away his needless thoughts, Mujin approached Muyul, who had won the duel, and spoke to him. "Why? Is there a problem?" Mujin asked because Muyul was making a strange expression despite his victory. Tilting his head, Muyul replied, "It's strange, Mujin. He clearly said it was a tiger, but it's weaker than a leopard. Are tigers usually weaker than leopards? Then why is the tiger fist technique taught after the leopard fist?" Mujin chuckled at Muyul's innocent question and answered, "Maybe the tigers from their place are weaker." Oh, so it was a fake tiger. It was a conversation that could cause the entire Peng family to suffer chi deviation if they heard it. Regardless, Muyul seemed satisfied with the clear answer and laughed cheerfully. "But why did you come up, Mujin? It's my turn for the next duel." Mujin had stepped forward not to greet Muyul, but because he was next in line for the duel. Muyul, with a bright expression, said to Mujin, "You'll be back down soon? I'll be waiting." In Muyul's innocent mind, there was no scenario where Mujin lost. He was so pure that he hadn't even considered the possibility that if Mujin won this duel, they would have to face each other in the third round. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, unlike the harmonious atmosphere among the Shaolin disciples, the mood on the side of the five noble families was quite serious. "Gahu, get a grip. Bring the medicine. Quickly." To be precise, it was the Peng family members who were in an uproar. "Those damned monks. To duel in such a despicable manner. We must immediately protest to the Shaolin. First, we need to treat Gahu. We must fix him before his chi and blood become completely disrupted from chi deviation." The Peng family members, with their rough faces and bulky bodies, were shouting loudly, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. TSK. How pathetic. Of course, there were also those who found such a display pathetic. One of them was Jigul Jin. She was embarrassed to belong to the Jigul family, which was lumped together with such fools as part of the five noble families. Feeling her eyes and ears rotting, she forcibly turned her attention to the martial stage. It was because she knew that the next duel was Mujin's turn. But for some reason, even though she was watching Mujin ascend to the stage, she felt a vague unease in her heart. And she was somewhat aware of the reason for that unease, though she tried to ignore it. "Oh my, it's my turn already. I'll be back soon." Jin Hee Yuni, a woman who had been sticking close and acting friendly since their first meeting, Tang So-mi, greeted Jigul Jinhee before heading to the martial stage. In this second round, Mujin's opponent was Tang So-mi. However, Jigul Jinhee's unease wasn't solely because Tang So-mi was fighting Mujin. The real reason for her discomfort was, why is she wearing a different outfit than in the first round? It was because of Tang So-mi's attire. She was wearing a tight-fitting chi pao, commonly known as a chong sam, which exposed one leg entirely. Tang So-mi had appeared in this bold outfit to participate in the Yongbangji Conference's martial duel. With her bold choice of attire, Tang So-mi walked lightly towards the stage. With each confident step she took, her right leg flashed through the slit of her chi pao, catching the eyes of the crowd surrounding the martial stage. Yet Tang So-mi didn't mind. Not only did she have a confident personality that disregarded others' gazes, but she had chosen this outfit precisely to attract attention. "I wonder how he will react." Suppressing her amusement, She looked at Mu Jin, who stood opposite her. Mu Jin, the man that even Jigul Jin He, who showed no interest in Namgung Jin Cheon, had her eyes on. And he was a monk of the Shaolin Temple. In many ways, he was an interesting subject for her little experiment. Nice to meet you, Monk Mu Jin. Before the duel began, she greeted Mu Jin with a bright smile. Umitba. Nice to meet you, Lady Tang So-mi. Mu Jin responded indifferently as always with a slight bow. Monk Mu Jin, did you know? Despite his indifferent reaction, Tang So-mi smiled sweetly and spoke in a seductive manner as she slowly walked around the stage, as if drawing a circle around Mu Jin. Walking slightly sideways, each step revealed her bare right leg through the slit of her qipao. Momentarily distracted, the referee cleared his throat and spoke up. Ahem. Lady Tang, we should start the duel. Oh, you can start now, she replied with a sultry smile, finally stopping her steps. The duel between Lady Tang So-mi of the Sichuan Tang clan and Monk Mu Jin of the Shaolin Temple will now begin, the referee announced, but instead of displaying her martial arts, Tang So-mi spoke to Mu Jin again. Do you know what Jin He-yuni said during her duel with Hong So-il? I'm not particularly interested. Shouldn't we start the duel now, Lady Tang So-mi? Mu Jin answered indifferently, but Tang So-mi continued unbothered. She clasped her hands behind her back and leaned slightly forward. Although her upper body was fully covered, the tightness of her outfit accentuated her curves. In that provocative pose, she spoke. Jin He-yuni said she's not interested in men weaker than her. Is that so? But did you know? I'm the same way. Tang So-mi's face lit up with a mischievous, alluring smile. Watching her, Mu Jin thought. She wasn't in the novel, so I was curious, but she's a lunatic. Mu Jin vaguely sensed what Tang So-mi was trying to do. It was the infamous honey trap. The only problem was using a honey trap on a monk. To Mu Jin, her actions seemed nothing short of insane. There was an old saying that came to mind. For madness, the best cure is a beating. To cure her of her madness, Mu Jin diagnosed that physical therapy was necessary. Umitba, chanting the Buddha's name as if delivering a death sentence, Mu Jin launched himself at her. Shaolin Temple monks 4. What is she doing right now? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of Jigul Jin He and Ryu Seowa as they watched the sparring match. Both women felt an unusual mix of emotions. One was anger at Tang So-mi, who dared to flirt with Mu Jin. The other was a worry. Do we need to do the same? They were concerned that Mu Jin might favor such direct and blatant advances. Given that Mu Jin had a keen interest in legs, the Chong Sam, Chi Pao, Tang So-mi war might be highly stimulating to him. So if Mu Jin showed any signs of wavering in this sparring match, they thought, I should look into some clothes as well. However, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Umitba, Mu Jin leaped forward with disapproval at Tang So-mi's blatant actions. Bang! The force of his charge was so fierce that it nearly cracked the ground of the sparring stage. Mu Jin's body swiftly approached Tang So-mi, and without hesitation, he aimed a punch at her. Even so, being a daughter of one of the 5 great families, Tang So-mi, just before being struck by Mu Jin's fist, performed an excellent evasion technique. While evading sideways, she threw a concealed weapon, which she had somehow retrieved from her tightly fitted Chong Sam. However, Mu Jin's Pasun Shinbo, a technique specialized in chasing opponents, allowed for sudden changes in direction despite its incredible speed. Mu Jin darted toward the direction where Tang So-mi had thrown herself, and as for the concealed weapon she launched, ting, ting, it bounced off Mu Jin's body with a metallic sound. Tang So-mi's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected outcome, and Mu Jin, who had closed the distance in an instant due to her lack of defense, delivered a straight punch. In a situation where evasion was impossible, Tang So-mi quickly raised her arms to block Mu Jin's punch. Bang! With a tremendous explosion, Tang So-mi was sent flying out of the sparring stage. A loss by ring out. Although it was a rather anticlimactic result, Tang So-mi found it difficult to maintain her composure due to the severe pain. Her arms, which had blocked Mujin's straight punch, were swollen and red, and despite hastily gathering her internal energy, her defenses had been breached, causing her blood and energy to roil. In contrast, Mujin, who had not been able to perform the planned physical therapy completely, showed a somewhat rigid expression as he bowed to Tang Somi. Ba, that was dangerous, Tang Somi Shirju. The reason Mujin said this was simple. I never imagined you would use poison during the sparring match, Tang Somi Shirju. Only after he had used his Pasun Shinbo technique did he realize that he had already been poisoned. So the initial laps around the sparring stage were to position herself downwind. By drawing attention with her legs exposed through the Cheongsam, she had secured a favorable position for applying the poison. He surmised that the moment she spread the poison was likely when she crossed her arms behind her back and leaned forward, using the contours of her body revealed through the clothes to distract, while surreptitiously spreading the poison with her clasped hands behind her back. Initially thinking it was just a simple charm offensive, Mujin hadn't anticipated such a cunning stratagem. If this had been a real fight, I might already be dead. The most famous aspects of a Sichuan Tang clan were poison and assassination techniques. However, the use of deadly poison was prohibited in the Yongbangji Conference. What she had used was a type of paralytic poison, which had slowed Mujin's body considerably. Even so, the fact that he won so easily was due to the vast difference in strength, internal energy, and martial arts mastery, despite his slowed reactions. In truth, when Mujin said it was dangerous, he meant that Tang Somi was in danger. The paralytic poison made it difficult for him to control his strength, and he had almost ended up putting a big hole in her abdomen by mistake. Meanwhile, despite being defeated by Mujin, Tang Somi wore a peculiar smile as she ignored the pain radiating from her arms and danjian. Didn't you feel it was unfair? I am aware that you used poison only after the referee signaled the start of the match. How could I call it unfair when I was poisoned due to my own negligence? Rather, I am pleased to have learned something important through this sparring match. Ba, he was sincere. After the Yongbangji Conference, Mujin planned to leave Shaolin and step into the martial world. He had learned just how dangerous poison could be. If I see even a hint of suspicion, I should beat them up first. He had resolved on a course of action that might bring a bloodstorm to the martial world. The one who had made Mujin come to this grim determination, Tang Somi, was smiling despite her defeat. This smile was different from the feigned ones before. Indeed, this must be why that indifferent Jin Uni can't get over him. Those who suffered from the Tang clan's poison and assassination techniques always cursed them, saying that the martial artists used underhanded and vile methods. Thus, the Tang clan people became bitter. They never forgot grudges and dealt with villains as cruelly as possible to ensure no one could ever curse the Tang clan. For this reason, the Tang clan people never forgot kindness. To erase the stigma of being sneaky poisoners, they aimed to become righteous heroes who never forgot kindness. Though the world saw the Tang clan people as eccentric because they used poison and assassination techniques, Tang Somi had a different view. Because of the world's gaze, the Tang clan people became peculiar. Thus, Tang Somi fought the world's view in her own way. Acting confidently, as if she didn't care about others' opinions, was her method. However, just because one acted confidently didn't mean they didn't get hurt inside. To the Tang clan people, an opponent who recognized their martial arts was precious. Even more so if they were a talented prodigy who could defeat her so easily. Her preference for men stronger than herself was not just a simple line to use her charms. The problem was, it seems like charms don't work very well on him. He was still an opponent she was at a loss about how to approach. Though Mujin considered her crazy for using her charms on a monk, Tang Somi would have laughed at that notion. My aunt told me she played around with many young monks and Taoists in her youth. According to the stories passed down in the Tang clan, most monks and Taoists, due to their long periods of celibacy, were vulnerable to charms. Especially among young monks and Taoists, many failed to resist the urges and went astray, which made Tang Somi's choice to use charms seem rational. Hee hee. After the Yongbangji conference ends, I should ask my aunt for advice. She wanted to find a way to seduce that capable monk who seemed immune to her charms. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jigul Jinhee, who had been watching the sparring match between Mu Jin and Tang Somi, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Mu Jin had not fallen for such blatant charms. If even that method doesn't work, I'll have to think of another. What am I thinking? Mu Jin is just a rival, an opponent I'll meet in the finals of the Yongbangji conference. While Jigul Jinhee was arguing with herself, Tang Somi, who had been defeated by ring out, returned to the group of martial artists from the 5 great families. Are you all right? Yes. It doesn't seem like there's any damage to my bones. Just taking some medicine and resting should do. It's good to know your body is all right. Don't worry about the sparring result. In a real fight, you would have one. Tang Somi gave a faint smile at the words of the Sichuan Tang clan elder. Indeed, if the poison she used at the beginning of the match had been a deadly one instead of a paralytic one, Mu Jin would have been gravely injured. Well, even in a real fight, it might have ended in mutual destruction. Even after being poisoned, Mu Jin had performed remarkably. If he had been affected by deadly poison, he still might have overpowered her. But there was no need to voice such thoughts to the family elder. The martial arts of the Tang clan, which involved poison and assassination techniques, were not suitable for sparring matches. Hence, losing in the Yongbangji conference was not a disgrace. This was a somewhat valid reason, but also a way for the Sichuan Tang clan members to protect their pride. Knowing this, Tang Somi saw no need to provoke the elder's temper. I'm not worried, elder. Good. As long as you hold your head high, that's what matters. And my opponent wasn't bad either. He recognized my martial arts. Huh. To think such a disciple would emerge from the rigid Shaolin. Truly surprising. The stern-looking elder of the Sichuan Tang clan smiled contentedly. After exchanging a few more words with the elder and receiving some medicine, Tang Somi spoke to Jigul Jinhee, who was passing by her. Jinhee Uni, I look forward to our continued relationship. What do you mean by that? There are things like that. Jigul Jinhee felt a strange unease at Tang Somi's playful remark, but she couldn't dwell on it for long. The reason she was passing by Tang Somi was not to chat. The next match was her turn. This is quite an ironic draw. Although her turn was right after Mu Jin's, due to the bracket layout, she would only meet him in the finals. So, to reach the finals, she needed to focus on her match. Her opponent was the only one in the second round who did not belong to one of the 5 great families or 9 great sects. A young swordsman from the Iln Jiansung sword school. But when it came to the match, his level was even lower than that of Hong Soil, who she had faced in the first round. In retrospect, Hong Soil had been quite unlucky with the draw. He certainly had the skills to reach the second round. Of course, he would have still been eliminated in the second round, so it didn't make much difference. Well done. After winning her match with ease, Jigul Jinhee cupped her fist in salute and stepped down from the sparring stage. She looked at the young man ascending the stage as she descended. When a man stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted from the spectators. Naturally, it was the match of the strongest contender for the championship in this Yongbangji conference. With an expressionless face, Namgung Jincheon ascended the stage, and Jigul Jinhee steeled her resolve. Her goal was Mu Jin, so she had little interest in Namgung Jincheon, but unfortunately, her opponent in the third round was none other than Namgung Jincheon. Of course, that was assuming Namgung Jincheon won his match. As expected of the prodigy of the Namgung family. Like the first round, Namgung Jincheon won in a single exchange and wore an expressionless face as if it were a matter of course. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Is it because he's the protagonist's rival? Watching Namgung Jincheon's victory, Mu Jin thought of Dao Yuetian, who had returned to his hometown. That guy will be doing well, right? The Dao Yuetian Mu Jin saw in the novel was the embodiment of hard work, so there was no need to worry. Thus, Mu Jin turned his attention to the person he was currently concerned about, the Shaolin disciple Mu Jiang, who would be the highlight of today's last match in the second round. Mu Jiang, Remember what I told you since the first round. The person Mu Jin was most worried about in this Yangbanji conference was not Mu Yul, but Mu Jiang. It wasn't that he feared Mu Jiang might lose control and kill his opponent during the match. After being tormented by Haiguan for over 4 years, Mu Jiang had managed to control his madness to some extent. The problem was the strange habit he developed during his training under Haiguan. A dangerous habit that, if mishandled, could make him a public enemy in the martial world. The 4 Shaolin monks, 5. Facing Mu Jin's worried face, Mu Jiang replied in a gruff tone. Don't worry, I'm not a kid. To me, you are still a kid. He was only 19 years old. In modern terms, he would barely be a college freshman or sophomore. He might see himself as an adult, but from Mu Jin's perspective, he was just a young guy who didn't know much about the world. Of course, from Mu Jiang's perspective, this was nonsense. Mu Jin, did you know something? What? I'm a year older than you. He didn't expect to be treated as an elder or a senior brother, but being treated like a child was annoying for Mu Jiang. Yeah, this is all my karma. Sigh. Mu Jiang sighed, thinking that first impressions might be crucial after all. His first impression had been as a bullied novice disciple, so he might be treated as a helpless kid by Mu Jin for the rest of his life. Of course, Mu Jin was worried about Mu Jiang, not because of his first impression, but because he was actually young. Anyway, do you remember what I said? Mu Jiang sighed and replied to Mu Jin's nagging, which was like that of a mother. Don't imitate your opponent's martial arts in a duel, right? That's right. Mu Jin was concerned about Mu Jiang's habit. It was the act of stealing his opponent's martial arts during a duel. Mu Jiang's teacher, Haiguan, had trained him through sparring that was close to actual combat. Like the saying from a certain fighting game, if you don't know, you have to get hit, was Haiguan's training method. Combined with Mu Jiang's exceptional talent, this led to a peculiar habit for Mu Jiang. During sparring, he would steal his opponent's martial arts or instantly find a way to counter them. The problem was that the martial arts of each sect were the foundation of that sect. If he stole their unique martial arts or found ways to counter them after seeing them a few times, it was tantamount to shaking the foundation of that sect. As such, there was a risk that the opposing sect might attempt to assassinate him or engage in political maneuvers to ostracize him. If it were a real fight, I'd rather steal the martial arts and aim for annihilation. But doing such a thing in a public duel would be troublesome in many ways. Therefore, Mu Jin kept warning Mu Jiang. Having too much talent can be a problem too, indeed. If Mu Jiang's talent were mediocre, there wouldn't be a need for such warnings. Who could imitate martial arts after seeing them a few times? It was an absurd notion, but for Mu Jiang, it was possible. He could perfectly replicate even the so-called beginner or third-rate martial arts after seeing them once. Even the so-called first-rate martial arts, after seeing them once, he could imitate the form, and after seeing them twice, he would grasp the meaning. By the third time, he would find a perfect way to counter them or a way to incorporate them into his own martial arts. Fortunately, the higher-level martial arts or divine techniques required seeing them quite a few times to imitate. There are probably only 1 or 2 crazy people in this world who could imitate divine techniques after seeing them a couple of times. The genius with the greatest talent in this world was probably rolling around somewhere in Xinjiang right now. As for the other person, they were likely relaxing at Shaolin Temple, waiting for news from Mu Jin. In any case, as Mu Jin was warning Mu Jiang, the duel on the stage was coming to an end. The winner was Hu Gi, considered the next leader of the Beggars sect. He would be Mu Jiang's third opponent. Of course, that was if Mu Jiang won this duel. Hurry up and finish. I need to get to my workout before I lose muscle. Mu Jin didn't even consider the possibility of Mu Jiang losing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the stage, Mu Jiang looked at his opponent. His opponent was Baiak Wan, a young man in his mid-20s, the second-class disciple of the Zhongnan sect. If it's the Zhongnan sect, they are famous for the 36 swords of the world. The Zhongnan sect, located near the Huashan sect, focused on defensive swordsmanship, unlike the Huashan sect, which emphasized the mysteries of transformation. Their top martial art, the 36 swords of the world, was known for its absolute defense. covering all 36 directions. What if he blocks all my attacks? As Mu Jiang was thinking negatively as usual, the judge announced the start of the duel. But neither of the two contestants on the stage moved hastily. Byakuan Dojang stood firm, taking a middle stance, while Mu Jiang darted around, trying to find an opening in his stance. Surprisingly, it was Mu Jiang who broke the static atmosphere first. It'll work out somehow. It was a habit ingrained in Mu Jiang's body, having trained under Haiguan, who believed in the adage of attack first, win first. To be precise, if he only defended, he would get beaten twice as hard by Haiguan, so he had learned to strike first. Mu Jiang moved around Byakuan in a light step, displaying various martial arts techniques without distinguishing between punches, palms, fingers, and kicks. Although he was young and lacked internal energy, having only mastered 2 of the Shaolin 72 consummate arts, Mu Jiang had, on the contrary, mastered most Shaolin martial arts, excluding the 72 consummate arts. True to the name Thousand-Year Shaolin, the number of martial arts techniques exceeded 3 digits, and each time Mu Jiang struck with a punch, palm, finger, or kick, it followed a different martial art principle. For most martial artists, the complex combination of moves would have been overwhelming, but Byakuan Dojang blocked all of Mu Jiang's attacks with simple movements. Clang! Each time Mu Jiang's punches, palms, fingers, or kicks clashed with Byakuan's sword, a metallic sound rang out. However, this didn't mean that Mu Jiang had trained in the iron skin technique like Mu Jin, making his body as tough as steel. During his sparring sessions with Haiguan, Mu Jiang had instinctively learned to efficiently use his limited internal energy by concentrating it on specific points of contact. In other words, each time he collided with Byakuan's sword, he enveloped his fists, palms, and shins with internal energy. He created a precise and minimal energy barrier to match the size of Byakuan's sword. Naturally, the duel's flow became a contest to see who would tire out first between Mu Jiang, who launched varied and elaborate attacks, and Byakuan, who defended against them. On the surface, it seemed that way. Wow, so that's how you block in this situation. They call it the 36 swords of the world, but it seems like the footwork supporting the sword techniques is crucial. Even while attacking, Mu Jiang was storing all the techniques Byakuan used to block him in his memory and analyzing those moves. Diverting his attention during a tense duel could be considered madness, but it didn't apply to Mu Jiang. It was as natural as breathing for him to recall and analyze his opponent's techniques, so it didn't disrupt his movements. I thought it would be similar to Wudong, but it's quite different. It's stiffer than I expected. Or is it deliberate? Mu Jiang had experience exchanging martial arts with Wudong, which, like Zhongnan's sect, focused on defense and counterattacks. The Wudong techniques he had learned aimed to deflect attacks softly and disrupt the opponent's stance to counterattack. In contrast, Zhongnan's sect's defense wasn't soft. It was solid and rigid. Rather than deflecting to disrupt the stance, they create a rebound force that injures the attacker. Mu Jiang's mind began to whirl as he grasped the characteristics of Byakuan's martial arts. There's no need to forcefully counter. Couldn't I mix in Wudong's techniques to deflect smoothly? Oh, the 36 defenses seem similar to Wudong's Bagua Palm. Could I combine them to deflect attacks from all directions? Recalling the Taiji sword and Bagua Palm he had learned at Wudong, Mu Jiang began to connect those techniques with Byakuan's defensive moves during the duel. The myriad martial arts principles in Mu Jiang's mind intertwined and eventually formed a natural flow. Mu Jiang's body and internal energy began to move in sync with that self-created flow. Unconsciously, Mu Jiang almost performed the 36 swords of the world with his hands. Never imitate the opponent's martial arts. If it weren't for Mu Jin's repeated warnings, ingrained in his mind since the beginning of the Yangbanji conference, Mu Jiang might have remained in a trance-like state. Just as he was about to perform the 36 swords of the world with his hands, Mu Jiang barely snapped out of it thanks to Mu Jin's warning etched in his mind. Phew, that was close. If he had used martial arts like this, he would have become an idiot who couldn't understand even if warned. Then, Mu Jin would have scolded him tremendously. Although he had long given up on being treated as a senior brother, there was still a last shred of dignity as a senior brother. TSK. I should go back and practice after the match. If I blend our Shaolin martial arts with Wudong martial arts and modify them, it won't be too noticeable then. Having made his decision, Mu Jiang moved to end the match. He wanted to observe and analyze more of Byakuan's movements in the 36 swords of the world, but his internal energy was starting to run out. Mu Jiang lacked internal energy compared to his talents and realm. No matter how efficiently he used it, his Danjian was gradually emptying. Of course, just by changing his mindset, he couldn't break through the defense he hadn't been able to before. Mu Jiang had already been analyzing the martial arts and had thought of a countermeasure. Hi! With a shout, Mu Jiang thrust a palm towards Byakuan's lower right side, the most vulnerable part of his defense. However, it was still only relatively vulnerable, and Byakuan blocked Mu Jiang's palm with his sword. This was precisely what Mu Jiang aimed for. The moment the rebound force from Byakuan's sword transmitted to Mu Jiang's palm, Mu Jiang used the subtlety of Tai Chi to deflect the rebound force back towards Byakuan's sword. It was as if he had performed a seamless consecutive strike with no time gap. Ugh! For the first time, Byakuan let out a faint groan and his stance slightly faltered. Mu Jiang did not miss this gap. He explosively used the internal energy he had been conserving and performed the revolving fist technique, one of the 72 consummate arts taught by Haiguan, at full strength. Although he had not yet reached Haiguan's level of leaving afterimages with the technique, due to his lack of internal energy, it was enough now that Byakuan's stance was broken. It's over. Before he knew it, Mu Jiang had moved to Byakuan's left side, with his fingertip touching Byakuan's body. Mu Jiang had used the stone-crushing finger technique to strike Byakuan's acupoint. The result was anticlimactic compared to the intense match, but Mu Jiang didn't mind. He was eager to return to the Shaolin Temple and reinterpret the 36 swords of the world he had just observed in his own way. If I can perfect this, I might get beaten less by my master uncle. For Mu Jiang, martial arts were a way to figure out how to get beaten less by Haiguan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With Mu Jiang's match, all the martial arts matches of the second round of the Yangbanji Conference ended. The results of the second round of the Yangbanji Conference caused an uproar throughout the entire region. To think all the Shaolin disciples would advance to the third round. No matter how renowned the 1,000-year Shaolin is, such a one-sided result is surprising. The reason was, of course, Shaolin's overwhelming performance. Out of the 8 participants advancing to the third round, half were Shaolin disciples. It wasn't that Shaolin had sent dozens of disciples. The 4 participants who entered the conference all advanced to the third round. Naturally, whenever martial artists gathered in inns or taverns throughout the region, they talked about Shaolin. Perhaps 10 or 20 years from now, the era of Shaolin might truly begin. At this rate, aligning with Shaolin early could be a choice for the future. While their martial arts are impressive, Shaolin has always been disinterested in worldly matters, no? You're behind on the news. Shaolin has been collaborating with Qianryu Sangdan on several projects for years. Isn't that a sign of reaching out to the secular world? With martial arts and wealth, Shaolin's era might indeed begin. In the minds of the martial artists imagining the future of the righteous sects, the image of Shaolin stood tall. And at the forefront were the 4 disciples who participated in this Yangbanji conference. News of the 4 Shaolin monks began to spread from the region to the entire Central Plains. Immediately after finishing the second round of the Yangbanji conference, the Muja group members naturally headed towards the Qianryu Sangdan branch. This was due to Mu Jin's rule that they couldn't skip training even on the day of a martial arts competition. If the match had been extremely strenuous, they would have focused on recovery training using close-range spear techniques, but none of the 4 were in such a state. As expected, Jigul Jin he also visited the Qianryu Sangdan branch. I wanted to come earlier, but I was tied up with a meeting of the 5 noble families, so I got a bit delayed. Though she said that, the real reason for her delay was Tang Somi. Jigul Jinhee had spent extra time trying to avoid Tang So-mi, who seemed even more interested in Mu Jin after the martial arts match. Ryu Seol-hwa, who was receiving personal lessons from Mu Jin, smiled brightly at Jigul Jinhee. Since you were late, it would have been fine to skip today. Since you had a match today, why not take a day off? Ho ho ho. I can't skip training just because of a little match, don't you agree? Though both women were smiling and conversing, there was a sense of intense energy clashing between them. Did Ryu Seol-hwa also learn martial arts? Mujin wondered if the Jade Maiden technique he had taught Ryu Seol-hwa before was actually a high-level martial art. In any case, the training session proceeded in its usual cheerful yet tense atmosphere. And after sufficiently torturing their muscles, it was time for the close-range spear technique. While they were relaxing their muscles, Mujin cautiously asked, "Is everything okay with your family?" "Nothing much to speak of," Jigul Jinhee replied, trying to keep a neutral expression. Since she started implementing the physical training methods and close-range spear techniques she learned from Mujin and her family, she had begun to be treated as an oddity. But there was no need to bother Mujin with such trivial matters. There's no need to compare myself with Ryu Seol-hwa, especially since she didn't want to highlight the stark contrast between her own family situation and that of Ryu Seol-hwa, who was being fully supported by the Sangdanju. Mujin's next words, however, led to a misunderstanding. "If you ever have any trouble, please feel free to contact me. Regardless of our respective sex or families, Jigul Jinhee, you are a precious friend to me." Mujin merely said this to identify any peculiarities that might occur in the Jigul family someday. So he already knew. Jigul Jinhee took it to mean something else entirely. The reason she was treated as an oddity was not just because she, a direct descendant of the Jigul family, was practicing external martial arts instead of internal energy techniques, but fundamentally because of Mujin, who had embarrassed the Jigul family and seemed to maintain a close relationship with Shaolin. "Yes, if any trouble arises with my family, you'll be the first I seek help from, Mujin." Jigul Jinhee felt both grateful for Mujin's considerate words and frustrated by his insistence on referring to her as a friend. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Master Elder, are you going to leave the young lady as she is?" In response to the question from a Hyun Sword Squad warrior, who was like a close aide, Jigul Hyan answered in a blunt tone, "Leave her be for now. After all, she is the only one from our family who has advanced to the third round." Only 8 late-stage practitioners advanced to the third round of the Yangbanji Conference. Among them, only 2 were from the 5 noble families, Namgung Jincheon and Jigul Jinhee. This was because 4 of the 8 finalists were from the Shaolin Temple, which the Jigul family subtly considered a rival. However, the family's honor being elevated by her being among the 8 finalists was not enough to excuse her unrestrained behavior. Currently, the elders of the 5 noble families were continuously meeting to discuss the formation of an alliance. But as with any alliance, it wasn't something that could be settled with a simple, "let's form an alliance." Such verbal alliances could quickly become meaningless. So naturally, basic rules and agreements were needed to maintain the alliance. In the process of establishing these rules and agreements, each family was engaged in a battle for dominance to ensure favorable terms for themselves. In this sense, the results of the current Yangbanji Conference were very significant. Although they were just late-stage practitioners now, in 10 or 20 years, they would grow into key figures in their respective families. Therefore, the Yangbanji Conference could be considered a rough measure of each family's future potential. Thus, Jigul Jinhee's performance could strengthen the Jigul family's influence during the alliance formation process. This much was understood by her aide as well. However, the next opponent is the young master of the Namgung family. No matter how exceptional the young lady's talent is, it won't be easy to face that young master. The aide voiced his concern because he believed that not even Jigul Jinhee could defeat Namgung Jincheon. Specifically, he feared that if she lost to Namgung Jincheon in the next match, her current unrestrained behavior would come back to haunt her. "Leave it. For now, just leave it be." "Understood, Master Elder." However, since Jigul Hyan gave the same response again, the aide refrained from saying anything further. The hierarchy within the martial arts families was very conservative. The aide could only ask such questions because he was a trusted confidant of Jigul-hyen. But after hearing the same answer, asking further questions could lead to being dismissed. The fact that the young lady has come here and continues to associate with the Shaolin has already been reported to the family by the other young masters. It's hard to understand what both the young lady and the elder are thinking, the aide thought to himself, unable to voice his unasked questions. At this rate, Jigul Jinhee might fall out of favor with Jigul Mun, her grandfather and the family head. The young masters, who saw her as a thorn in their side because she was aiming for the position of family head despite being a woman, would continue to slander her. Ironically, this was exactly what Jigul-hyen desired. The more Jigul Jinhee alienates the direct line of the family, the easier it will be to win her over. Jigul-hyen was drawing up a grand scheme, simultaneously envisioning the alliance of the 5 noble families and seeking revenge for the bitterness he had endured as a branch family member. On her way back to the Shaolin Temple after exercising with Ryu Seolhwa, Jigul Jinhee encountered Mujin. Master Mujin, it's good to see you. Infinite Life, Buddha. Since we are in the same area, it seems natural that we meet. Umaba. The Shaolin disciples happened to meet the disciples of the Qing Shui Dojang and the Wudong sect. Haha. Actually, I've been meaning to visit the Shaolin Temple several times. Visit our temple? Yes. Due to some strange twists in the schedule, our meeting kept getting postponed, making my hands itch. The disciple of the Qing Shui Dojang, who said this, smiled brightly and placed his hand on his sword. It's fortunate that this guy joined the Wudong sect. If he had joined a demonic path or the heavenly demon cult, he would have become a real killing machine. If that had happened, an extraordinary sword demon would have arisen, causing a bloodbath in the martial arts world. Are you planning to spar right here in the middle of the street? Haha, if I could have a match with Master Mujin, what does the location matter? But considering the elders of our sects, that might be a bit difficult. He sighed, genuinely disappointed, and reluctantly removed his hand from his sword. It seemed as though his hand was glued to it, and the struggle to detach it appeared quite odd. Still, I can endure it since we'll face each other in the semifinals. Ahem, that's a relief. Mujin awkwardly responded with a laugh. Instead of Mujin, it was Mu Gung who was provoked by the words of the Qing Shui Dojang disciple. That was because Mu Gung was the one who would face the Qing Shui Dojang disciple in the 3rd round of the competition. Does he already think he'll face Mujin in the semifinals? That expression, which seemed to disregard him entirely, hurt Mu Gung's pride. If it had been a Mu Gung from a few days ago, he would have just felt a little uncomfortable and left it at that. This was because the Qing Shui Dojang disciple was a genius renowned throughout the continent, unlike himself. However, he now had the experience of defeating Ily Dojang, a genius who had already taken root in his heart. If I can just defeat the Qing Shui Dojang disciple, as I did not Jin Song, he could draw all the attention of the martial arts world, which was currently focused on the Qing Shui Dojang disciple, to himself. This was an opportunity to take a significant step closer to the name he had always dreamed of, Mu Gung, the martial arts prodigy. Mu Gung's competitive spirit ignited with the thought of avenging himself against Changsa Dojang while simultaneously capturing people's attention. Of course, Changsa Dojang was simply looking forward to the match with Mujin. He had no intention of disregarding Mu Gung. Ha! Changsa Dojang's thoughtless speech resembled that of someone close to Mujin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, the morning of the 3rd match of Yongbong Gathering dawned. As before, the Shaolin disciples headed to the martial arts stage together, and shortly thereafter, Mu Gung ascended the stage in time for the start of the Yongbong Gathering. Opposite him, amidst the Wudong Taoists, Changsa Dojang calmly walked up to the stage. Phew! Focus! Burning with competitive spirit towards Changsa Dojang, Mu Gung steadied his breathing. Though the desire for fame still lingered, the past 4 years of training in a movable mind had not been in vain. He had cultivated enough to distinguish between when to maintain composure and went to act impulsively. Umipa, I am Mugung of Shaolin. Immeasurable Buddha, I am Changsu of Wudong. As soon as Mugung and Changsu Dojang exchanged greetings with half-bows and fist salutes on the stage, the match between Mugung of Shaolin and Changsu Dojang of Wudong will begin. The referee's shout rang out, but neither man moved hastily. He's different from Ilyui Dojang. Is this what it means to be Wudong? Wudong's martial arts focused on defense and counterattack through subtlety, seemingly waiting for his initiative. However, he couldn't just stand idly by. Huh! With a shout, Mugung took a large step forward towards Changsu Dojang. As Mugung moved, Changsu Dojang's sword began to dance slowly and gracefully. Mugung admired Changsu Dojang's sword with calm eyes, inwardly exclaiming, "He's not called the best of Wudong for nothing." Changsu Dojang's sword seemed to move slowly at first glance, drawing a circle. That circle encompassed all possible directions of Mugung's attacks. In other words, he was ready to deflect and counter any attack. Mugung stepped around Changsu Dojang, occasionally feinting to deceive him, but Changsu Dojang's defense remained solid. Failing to find an opening, Mugung decided on a direct approach. If there are no openings, I'll just make one. At the moment of decision, extreme yang energy and forbidden energy began to converge in Mugung's palm. Naturally, his palm began to turn crimson, unleashing the Shaolin technique that had broken the splendid light 13 hands of the Mount Heaven sect in the second match. Mugung aimed his palm strike at Wudong's Taiji. Just as with Ilyui Dojang, who had been struck by the Buddha's palm, the calm look in Changsu Dojang's eyes changed. However, unlike Ilyui Dojang, he was not flustered. Ha ha ha! Far from being flustered, Changsu Dojang laughed, as if things had finally become interesting. He watched Mugung's crimson palm strike with an ecstatic expression and began to draw countless Taiji symbols with his sword energy in the air. The moment his Arhut divine palm collided with the Taiji of Changsu Dojang, Mugung realized something crucial. He completely deflected it. The heavy sensation he felt when he clashed with the splendid light 13 hands of Ilyui Dojang during their last duel was entirely absent this time. At first glance, it seemed as if he had gained the upper hand. Changsu Dojang, drawing a Taiji, had stepped back a pace upon impact. However, this movement was solely to perfectly deflect the force of the Arhut divine palm. Changsu Dojang's posture, having stepped back a pace, did not waver in the slightest. But could a match be decided in just one exchange? Mugung, with concise movements, advanced on Changsu Dojang again, relentlessly thrusting his crimson-tinted hands. Clang! Each time, Changsu Dojang danced with light metallic sounds that were hard to believe resulted from clashing with the heavy Arhut divine palm. Damn it! Like that guy Muyul. Indeed, Changsu Dojang was truly dancing. He moved diagonally in response to Mugung's movements, performing a sword dance. At a glance, it seemed like he was retreating, but upon closer inspection, he was merely tracing a large circle on the martial stage, deflecting all of Mugung's Arhut divine palm. And he did so with a joyful smile, reminiscent of that guy Muyul. For some reason, Mugung began to understand the sentiments of Pang Gahu. Ha ha! You are truly outstanding. Changsu Dojang, having deflected all of Mugung's continuous palm strikes, burst into a pleased laugh. Changsu Dojang was genuinely enjoying the match. In the past, after losing to Mu Jin, he had devoted himself to his swordsmanship, replaying Mu Jin's martial arts in his mind every night. However, there was a problem. There was no one in Wudong who demonstrated such excessively heavy martial arts like Mu Jin. As a result, he had to refine his swordsmanship by engaging in imagined duels with the Phantom Mu Jin. Therefore, Mugung's Arhut divine palm was quenching the thirst in Changsu Dojang's heart. It was as heavy as the brute force Mu Jin had displayed in the past. Although he had completely deflected Mugung's Arhut divine palm, the heavy energy transmitted through his sword each time he deflected it. The heaviness, enough to make his fingertips tingle, brought joy to Changsu Dojang. But that was solely from Changsu Dojang's perspective. Seeing his ecstatic face, Mu Gung couldn't help but get more riled up. Who? I must stay calm. If he got too excited and ended up like Pang Gahu, experiencing internal chaos, it would be an utter disgrace. Mu Gung took a deep breath, regulated his inner energy, and then summoned all his calm inner energy from his Danjian. With my current Arhut Divine Palm, I cannot break through Changsa Dojang's defense. Besides, I cannot win in a long-term fight. Mu Gung had heard from Mu Jin that Changsa Dojang had even consumed Wudong's Techiongdan, comparable to Shaolin's Great Rejuvenation Pill. In other words, he was overwhelmingly disadvantaged in terms of internal power. Therefore, Mu Gung decided to shake Changsa Dojang's defense with his strongest move. Even if it meant depleting all his inner energy, it didn't matter. Break through the defense and finish it with external power. He still had his robust body, which had been forcibly trained by Mu Jin. With this determination, the inner energy from his Danjian surged fiercely through his body's meridians. The intense yang energy, akin to molten lava, tried to rampage, but the restrictive energy surrounding it controlled it like the golden band of Sun Wukong. There's only one chance. The 72 supreme arts of Shaolin consumed a vast amount of inner energy, true to their reputation as ultimate techniques. Since his duel with Ilwi Dojang, Mu Gung had only been using the first stance, which consumed the least amount of internal energy. Now, Mu Gung was preparing the most powerful stance he could muster, a move that would burn all his remaining inner energy at once. Ha! With a spirited shout, Mu Gung stepped forward and thrust his palm. The crimson heat of the Arhut Divine Palm, which had been confined to his palm, began to expand. As the giant hand, resembling the palm of a massive Buddha statue, descended upon Changsa Dojang, Mu Gung saw it clearly. The ecstatic expression on Changsa Dojang's face, as if he were in bliss. Ha 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 ha! Contrary to his burst of fierce laughter, Changsa Dojang's movements were not fast. They weren't fast, but his continuous motions met Mu Gung's Arhut Divine Palm with his sword. At the moment of collision with the giant hand, Changsa Dojang's sword moved backward, seemingly pushed by the force. However, Mu Gung knew he wasn't being pushed back by the force. He was retreating of his own accord. Changsa Dojang's sword wasn't merely retreating. It was drawing a giant taiji. No, it wasn't just the sword drawing the taiji. This is what they call the unity of body and sword. Changsa Dojang's feet moved in sync with the sword's movements, and the footwork he used was also drawing a taiji. Not only his wrist holding the sword or his feet, but also his shoulders, waist, and hips were all drawing the taiji, deflecting Mu Gung's giant hand. This was the method Changsa Dojang had discovered over the past year and a half. A way to deflect Mu Jin's brute and terrifyingly strong attacks. No matter how much he refined the subtleties of his martial arts, he couldn't find a way to deflect that brute force with swordsmanship alone. Thus, Changsa Dojang decided to become the sword himself. Be precise, the close combat techniques and physical training methods he learned through Mu Jin inspired him. The inspiration that one could deflect attacks with the whole body, not just the sword or wrist, by developing flexibility. Following that inspiration, he spent over a year honing his unique Taiguk Hagum, a slow sword dance performed with his entire body. At the moment his sword dance came to a halt, the great hand sent by Mu Gung had already vanished without a trace. Mu Gung, who intended to shake the opponent's defense and finish with an external attack, stood still like a statue, muttering to himself. This is why I hate geniuses. The Changsa Dojang, who had deflected the great hand, did not show even the slightest sign of disruption. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mu Jin, who had been watching the sparring match, muttered to himself, feeling inexplicably apologetic. I'm sorry, Mu Gung. Honestly, the main reason Mu Gung was defeated in this match, if you really think about it, was himself. I'm sure the Changsa Dojang from the novel wasn't this skilled. In the novel, Changsa Dojang was a minor character in the Orthodox faction. Of course, even in the novel, he eventually achieved the unity of sword and mind, but that was supposed to be a few years later. It seemed that his growth had accelerated since meeting him. If Chong Dojang had remained as he was in the novel, Mugung might have won. Mugung, that guy. He's going to be depressed again for a while. Thinking of the burly but surprisingly sensitive Mugung shrinking his broad shoulders in disappointment made him feel even more apologetic. Why is he doing that? However, a slightly different scene than Mujin had expected was unfolding on the martial arts stage. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Defeat. What Mugung hated the most in the world. Even worse, a defeat on the martial arts stage in front of countless onlookers. Mugung felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. Wow! Suddenly, a tremendous cheer and applause erupted from the crowd surrounding the martial arts stage. Mugung naturally thought all the applause and cheers were directed at Changsa Dojang. Is this truly a match between advanced disciples? Both warriors are truly magnificent. The great hand displayed by Mugung at the end was truly a formidable skill. Amidst the cheers, there were also voices praising him. Of course, there were more praises directed at the victor, Changsa Dojang, but there were no mocking or critical voices directed at him. Although he had lost, everyone appreciated his excellent skills. For Mugung, who felt like he was falling into an abyss, it was a situation that naturally brought a smile to his face. No, I must not smile. Smiling after a defeat. But he tried his best to maintain a composed expression to show a dignified appearance to the audience. Indeed, the swordsmanship of Wudong is unparalleled. Today, I have learned a great deal. Ba. Instead, he respectfully bowed to Changsa Dojang with a dignified attitude. A proud loser, a commendable disciple of the orthodox faction who fought fairly. Mugung wanted to portray such an image. The martial arts of Shaolin were also excellent. I have also gained a lot. Boundless longevity. It meant that Mugung was an excellent sparring partner to prepare for the next match with Mujin. But such intentions did not matter to Mugung. A closely matched duel and mutual admiration between advanced disciples. Changsa Dojang is more stylish than I thought. Listening to the conversation of the two middle-aged men, the man seated at the head of the table burst into hearty laughter and spoke. The reputation of the Changsa Dojang and Namgung Jinxion's martial prowess is already widespread across the continent. But I never imagined that the Shaolin would have such talents. Don't act rashly. A report has already been submitted to the main headquarters, and the directive is to wait for now. Did they really say just to wait? You know how much immense resources have been invested in this plan, right? And yet they are telling us to just wait. Watch your words. Listening to you, it sounds like you're accusing the main headquarters of incompetence. That was not my intention. I apologize. After the man who made a verbal blunder apologized, the flow of conversation briefly halted. Of course, only the covert communication was interrupted. Outwardly, they all continued to laugh heartily and discuss the bright future of their righteous faction. Then, the man seated at the head of the table, who had mentioned the main headquarters, resumed the covert communication. I understand your concerns. I also know how important this plan is. However, that's precisely why the upper management is approaching this cautiously. Understood. Since the Yangbanji conference spans several days, there are about 5 days until the finals. By then, a decision from the upper management will come. At the words of the man at the head of the table, the other two men nodded as if they had nothing more to say. All three had been involved in preparing the plan on the ground, and they understood the efforts and potential gains from its success. What they had prepared this time was something significant. It was an opportunity that might not come again, and an item that was equally hard to come by. And through this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and the rare item, their target was the Wudong sect, where Changsa Dojang belonged, and the Namgung family of Namgung Jinxion. Both were highly uncooperative forces towards their organization. Of course, other places might also react uncooperatively if their true identities were revealed, but Wudong and the Namgung family were on a different level altogether. In the case of Wudong, although they hadn't severed ties with the secular world like Shaolin, they outright rejected any deal or contract that seemed even slightly suspicious, no matter how beneficial or lucrative the offer might be for Wudong. Conversely, the Namgung family were like back-alley thugs. no matter how many profits were handed to them. They dismissed it with the attitude of it's only natural for a subordinate to offer tribute to their king. As a result, it was almost impossible to bring the two sects, considered the strongest in the current righteous factions, to their side. Therefore, they targeted Cheongsa Dojang and Namgung Jincheon, who were seen as the future of Wudong and the Namgung family. The trap they prepared lay in the grand prize of the Yongbangji Conference, and, according to the vast information collected by their large organization, Namgung Jincheon was the overwhelming favorite to win this tournament. If there were to be any twists or exceptions, it would likely be due to Cheongsa Dojang. Either way, if they managed to ensnare one of the two, their plan would be considered a great success. That's why they prepared that grand prize. Unexpectedly, Shaolin had entered the scene. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the third match ended, Mujin had remarkably advanced to the semifinals, but he seemed indifferent to public opinion as he relentlessly visited the Qianryu Sangdan branch. He intended to work his muscles with weights, as usual. Seolwa Shurjinem, may I have a word with you? With only the semifinals and finals left to conclude the Yongbangji Conference, he was starting to prepare for his next task. Just the two of us? Yes. Mujin, with her slightly blushing face, led her out of the training grounds to an empty pavilion and explained the purpose of his visit. The truth is, I have a business proposition for you, Seolwa Shurjinem. A business proposition? Yes. Could you perhaps prepare a carriage, wigs, makeup tools, and simple clothing on the outskirts of Wohyan on the day the Yongbangji Conference finals end? In return, I will pay 50 gold coins. Even though carriages, makeup tools, and wigs were quite expensive, they were not items worth purchasing for 50 gold coins. However, offering such a large amount meant that the money was not for purchasing items, but for maintaining confidentiality. Ryu Seolwa, who managed the branches of clinics across the continent and was flourishing in business, could easily read such an intention. Do you have a place to secretly go after the Yongbangji Conference ends? It's not from the Shaolin Temple. I just have something I need to do. This meant that Mujin planned to leave even without informing the Shaolin Temple. I understand. I will make sure to prepare everything for you. Ryu Seolwa suppressed her smile and gave the softest smile she could manage. Ryu Seolwa and the Qianryu Sangdan had been working hard to persuade Mujin to leave the secular world. Now, he intended to sneak out of Shaolin to do something on his own. For Ryu Seolwa, this was nothing short of great news. And I owe Mujin for the help I've received so far. 50 gold coins seemed too excessive for such a small favor. I'll help you for free this time. It wasn't that she intended to give everything to Mujin like a fool. She was a merchant before she was a woman. She calculated that Mujin wouldn't ignore a debt of gratitude. Is there anything else you need? A big and sturdy carriage would be best, right? I'll also try to find clothes of the best quality possible. It seemed like she was using the excuse of a debt of gratitude to give him everything she could. Since I need to sneak out, it should be something inconspicuous. And there's one more favor I need to ask, so I will give the 50 gold coins to you, Seolwa Shurjinem. Another favor? Please, tell me anything. It was odd how the one receiving the favor was speaking as if she were the one asking for it. I need a fake identity. Also, if I need to exchange information with Shaolin or Qianryu Sangdan, I was thinking of using the branches of musculoskeletal treatment clinics to communicate with you, Seolwa Shurjinem. Creating a fake identity and informing the branches in advance. I'll make sure that any letters sent under the fake identity are delivered to me as top secret documents. I would really appreciate it if you could do that. In addition, could you allow me to use the medical facilities under that false identity? This was Mujin's most important objective. In fact, escaping from Shaolin was something he could do without anyone's help. He just needed to receive the dividend from his investment in the Daegum Sangdan's martial arts gambling and then make a nighttime escape. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to utilize the system he had established while helping the Qianryu Sangdan. He was referring to the exercise facilities available at every branch of the medical clinic. Just like modern fitness enthusiasts who look for hotels with gyms while traveling, Mujin planned to visit the Kyeonryu musculoskeletal clinics in the area whenever he traveled, to minimize muscle loss. This mission will take at least 3 months. Not being able to lift weights for 3 months? Oh no! Mujin shivered at the thought of his muscles. Of course, as an exercise enthusiast and trainer, countless workout methods using body weight or stones and trees came to mind. But considering his current physical condition, bodyweight exercises wouldn't make much of a difference unless he dedicated at least 3 or 4 Sijin, 6 to 8 hours, a day to exercise. The body he had developed over 6 years, with the effectiveness of a Jade Vajra technique, had muscles so compressed that they weren't noticeable. His physical abilities alone had already surpassed those of the original Choi Kang-hyuk. Conversely, having developed his muscles over 6 years, he was so obsessed that even a day without exercise made his muscles itch. That much, I can certainly help with. However, Ryu Seowa wasn't interested in Mujin's main objective. Ryu Seowa was already focused on something else. A secret letter just between us two. It feels just like the love letters Mujin delivered to me in the beginning. To others, Mujin was traveling the martial world incognito. She was the only one able to communicate with him. It was a scene straight out of a sweet romance novel, dancing in her mind. That much, I can certainly help with. So, there's no need to give me extra gold coins. Yes, since they would be exchanging secret letters for a while, what meaning did money have? For Ryu Seowa, that alone was an enjoyable thing. Do you have a name you'd like to use for your false identity? Mujin, who had been pondering her suddenly cheerful question, opened his mouth. I'll go with Kang-hyuk. He chose this alias because using his modern name would be less confusing. It was both an alias and his real name. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After concluding his transaction-like agreement with Ryu Seowa, Mujin headed to the training grounds. At that moment, Jigul Jinhee, who had been defeated by Namgung Jincheon in a duel today, came to the Kyeonryu Sangdam branch. You've arrived, Jigul Jinhee Shurjinim. We were just about to start. Jigul Jinhee responded to Mujin's welcome with a somewhat bitter expression. It seems I won't be able to train with you today. Actually, I came to say goodbye in advance, as today might be my last. She was well aware of her family situation and her own position. The fact that they allowed her to visit here was because she was making a name for herself at the Yongbonji conference. And now that Shield was gone, she too had to lay low for a while. Nonetheless, the reason she came here one last time today was, as she had mentioned, to say goodbye. Additionally, she had a warning to deliver. Do you happen to know anything about Namgung Gongja? It was to provide information about the man who had defeated her, Namgung Jincheon. At her question, Mujin looked into the distance with a pensive expression. Namgung Gongja. He knew a lot about Namgung Jincheon. He had seen him numerous times in the novel. But that was about future events, and it wasn't something he could talk about now. I don't know much about him, but I do know a bit about the Namgung family. Thus, Mujin decided to describe them in a suitably vague manner. Namgung Jincheon. There was one word that best described the direct lineage of the Namgung family. They're like emperor's sickly children. They were strange folks who considered themselves kings. That didn't mean they were tyrants or bullies. True to their reputation as an honorable family of the righteous faction, they punished the wicked near Anhui province and saved the common people. But how should one put it? Their actions were driven by a sense of duty, as if it were only natural for a king to care for the pitiable populace. Conversely, they also took it for granted that people would offer them tributes. Paying back for these tributes was not part of their concern. They simply helped the people out of royal benevolence. The commoners had no right to ask them for favors, even if they offered money and tributes. Thus, while they didn't commit any heinous acts, their arrogance and self-assurance made them rather distasteful individuals. Mujin found himself empathizing with the expression used, which brought a faint smile to Jigul Jinhee's lips. That's quite an apt expression. As a successor of the same 5 great families, she had already sensed such a disposition, and it resonated even more during the martial arts competition. In that case, this conversation should be straightforward. The direct descendants of the Namgung family see themselves as royalty. But as is the case with any martial family, power ultimately comes from martial prowess. This principle applied equally to the other 5 great families. Within the Jaigal family, to which Jigal Jinhui belonged, the martial arts available to direct and collateral lines were also divided. However, Mujin listened attentively to her without adding any particular comments. Of course, this applies to the other 5 great families as well, but the Namgung family's obsession is somewhat excessive. They pour immense support into the potential family heads of each generation. Support, as in things like elixirs? Elixirs in martial arts are just the basics. They even go through the process of Balmo Seisu, cleansing the marrow and cutting the hair. Moreover, Namgung Jincheon was born with a heavenly martial body. Recognizing his potential, the Namgung family sacrificed their elders to further his Balmo Seisu. Wouldn't the elders lose their internal energy from performing Balmo Seisu? Yes, but since elders are from the collateral line, it becomes an opportunity to weaken the collateral branch's power. Besides, the Namgung family promises a comfortable retirement with Jumbun Seisu, golden basin hand washing, for the elders who perform Balmo Seisu. Balmo Seisu is different from the natural enlightenment and internal energy progressions like Seimek Tadong or Huanjiol Talte. It involves transferring another's internal energy. Naturally, it requires immense internal energy, so it is usually performed on infants with undeveloped muscles and clean meridians to increase the slight chance of success. Jumbun Seisu, on the other hand, involves washing one's hands in a basin of gold, symbolizing retirement from the martial world, and is done in a ceremony attended by fellow martial artists. In the end, Namgung Jincheon, through the Balmo Seisu performed by several Namgung family elders who retired afterward, gained a perfected body and clean meridians from infancy. In addition, with the family's wealth pouring massive elixirs into him and mastering the Namgung family's supreme martial arts, he could be considered a monster. Namgung Jincheon, too. Mujin listened to Jigal Jinhee's explanation with a calm expression and nodded slightly. Of course, Mujin already knew all this. It was just that since he had been confined to Shaolin, it would have been strange for him to know such information. Hence, he pretended to listen to Jigal Jinhee's story as if it were new to him. Knowing the kind of person he was, he referred to him as the eternal golden spoon. But what could he do? It's not like he could forfeit if he met that guy in the finals. According to the original history, Namgung Jincheon wins the Yangbanji Conference and obtains the winning prize. The reason Mujin remained in this year's Yangbanji Conference and aimed for victory was to prevent him from getting that item. Enhancing Shaolin's reputation was just something that came along the way to the finals. And if it's Mugung, he might even beat that monster. Mujin thought that he might meet Mugung in the finals. At that moment, Jigal Jinhee, who had finished warning him about Namgung Jincheon, bid farewell to Mujin. Then, I'll be heading back to my family's pavilion. I can't stay long. Mujin quickly grabbed Jigal Jinhee, who was about to turn away. Jigal Jinhee Shurjinim. If there's ever an urgent need to contact me, please send a message through the Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic in front of Wudong. The Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic? Why not directly to Shaolin? Because the Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic is managed by Seolwa Shurjinim here, and it can be directly connected to me. Any message sent from the Jigal family to Shaolin is likely to catch other people's attention, wouldn't it? Mujin did not mention his plan to soon escape from Shaolin. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jigal Jinhee, but the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Of course, Ryu Seolwa made a sullen face as Jigal Jinhee joined their private communication line. I'm sorry, Seolwa Shurjinim. It was such an urgent matter that I couldn't seek your permission. Mujin hurriedly explained the situation to Ryu Seolwa via telepathy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the Jigal family, a similar situation to the one that occurred in the Kyeonryu Sangdan a few years ago is about to unfold. To prevent this, I needed a way to communicate with Jigal Jinhee Shurjinim. Ryu Seolwa was surprised by Mujin's telepathic message, but did not show it outwardly. If she showed any strange signs, Jigul Jin he would also notice. After Jigul Jin he and Mu Jin finished their farewells, Ryu Seolwa calmly responded to Mu Jin. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. I'll contact the Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic in Gunyan. Though she was reluctant to be the contact point between Jigul Jin he and Mu Jin, the circumstances were what they were. What had happened in the Kion Ryu Sangdan referred to the rebellion caused by her brother, Ryu Seolho. Knowing how terrible that incident was, she did not want to hinder Mu Jin out of mere jealousy. Letting such a significant event unfold due to jealousy would be foolish. It would be better to have Mu Jin and Jigul Jin he owe me a favor. Moreover, it was also an opportunity to gain an advantage over Jigul Jin he, so there was no reason to refuse. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, amid the interest of countless martial artists who had gathered at Wohaian, the semi-finals of the Yongbangji Conference began. Mu Jin, who was to fight in the first match of the semi-finals, walked calmly toward the arena. On the opposite side, with the support of the Wudong sect Taoists, Changsa Dojang ascended the arena. He smirked. Mu Jin couldn't help but laugh as he watched the scene. An elder from the Wudong sect with white hair and a long white beard seemed to be giving some advice to Changsa Dojang, but Changsa Dojang wasn't listening at all. Changsa Dojang's eyes were entirely fixed on him, and a happy smile was spread across his face. And his hand was already gripping the sword at his side, twitching as if he wanted to draw it immediately. Who would think that guy is a Taoist from the Wudong sect? If he weren't wearing the Wudong sect's uniform, he would undoubtedly look like a sword demon or a pleasure killer. But Mu Jin, with his ample combat experience, knew the biggest difference between a pleasure killer and Changsa Dojang. At least, unlike Mu Gung, he doesn't have a murderous aura. Changsa Dojang was simply obsessed with the sword. He found pleasure in elevating his own state rather than in cutting down others. The reason Changsa Dojang was so focused on him was not because he found pleasure in cutting him. It was probably because he had experienced elevating his state through a duel with him. Well, if he had taken the wrong path, he might have become a crazy person who found pleasure in raising his state by cutting people. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boundless life, Buddha. I've really been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mu Jin Dawanim. Amipa. It certainly looks that way. Changsa Dojang. Ha 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 ha. It's hard to contain myself, even now. But I don't need to hold back anymore. With that, Changsa Dojang drew his sword. Well, if I hone my skills, they might come in handy later. Mu Jin also willingly rushed towards Changsa Dojang, deploying his fast ascent step technique. And while I'm at it, I'll avenge Mu Gung as well. In an instant, Mu Jin's fist, cloaked in golden energy, pierced the distance between them. Bang! Immediately after, Mu Jin's first punch clashed with Changsa Dojang's Taiji sword technique. Mu Jin let out a peculiar sound after the initial collision. It was because the sensation he felt from the clash was quite bizarre. Just as Mu Gung described, it feels like striking water. Although his fist had made contact with the sword, the sensation in his hand was as if he had dipped it into flowing water. Mu Gung, with his natural strength and build, matched Mu Jin's power, which had been built up over 6 years through specialized training. Given that Changsa Dojang's Taiji sword technique could fend off Mu Gung's Tathagata palm, it was no surprise that it could also deflect Mu Jin's punch. Well, even water will show its bottom if you keep hitting it. But Mu Jin didn't mind. He could relentlessly unleash attacks comparable to Mu Gung's Tathagata palm. Unlike Mu Gung, who merely had brute strength and size, Mu Jin had trained to maintain balance in his body. Bang! After his first punch was blocked, Mu Jin immediately followed up with another punch from his left hand. He then partially retracted his right hand and thrust his elbow forward. Bang! Even though his elbow collided with Changsa Dojang's sword energy instead of his fist, Mu Jin's elbow wasn't cut. The golden energy that had enveloped his hand had now spread to his elbow. This was the direction Mu Jin had decided on after reaching the state of energetic extremes. By mastering the 100 Steps Divine Fist, He had developed his unique martial art for a physical assault enveloped in protective energy. This was the efficacy of his golden turtle technique. What initially only surrounded his fists like gloves now covered his entire arms. And not just that. Bang! The energy that had started from his feet, wrapping around them like shoes, now enveloped his entire legs. Mujin's entire limbs were covered in a golden aura. Bang! With his limbs encased in energy, Mujin unleashed an endless barrage of attacks. Fists, palms, fingers, and even elbows and knees became weapons in his assault, making his barrage utterly ferocious. Caught in this savage onslaught, Changsu Dojang swayed like a willow leaf in a storm. Ha 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 ha! However, Changsu Dojang burst into laughter, as if he was enjoying himself immensely, letting his body flow with the storm. As expected of Mujin's Sunim, he was genuinely impressed. Each attack's power was comparable to the strikes of Mu Gong, whom he had faced in the third round. But the problem was the relentless barrage, incomparable to Mu Gong. Before he could fully deflect the impact of one strike, the next attack followed. Naturally, the accumulated impacts, which he couldn't fully deflect, transmitted through the sword to his body. The duel had only just begun, and it hadn't been long since then, but it felt as if his entire body was screaming in pain, as if he had caught a severe illness. Nevertheless, for this very reason, Changsu Dojang entrusted his body to Mujin's onslaught. Being a man worthy of being called a genius of the sword, he instinctively realized that he could not withstand the storm with his own strength. Changsu Dojang found a way out. It was to counteract the turbulence created by Mujin's continuous attacks. He returned the shock that had not yet been fully dispersed, causing it to collide with Mujin's next attack. Of course, it was not an easy task. Utilizing the opponent's strength against them was fundamental to Wudong martial arts. Indeed, you are experienced. The problem was that Mujin was not a simple-minded opponent. Though it wasn't apparent due to the high speed of the attacks, Mujin was clearly mixing in feints intermittently. Very subtle feints. A slight shift in gaze. A tiny change in the angle of the toes. A minute movement of the shoulder. Although these feints were not conspicuous, combined with Mujin's explosive speed and immense strength, they were highly threatening. If one misread the feints even slightly and try to counter, the Taegyu Kagum could shatter instantly. It was an overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation where one had to continuously solve incredibly complex puzzles in split seconds. However, this tense and unfavorable situation was bestowing a great gift upon Changsu Dojang. A gift called Moi Jikyang. Mujin thought as he watched Changsu Dojang wield his sword with a half-dazed, ecstatic expression. Geniuses, I tell you. They achieve enlightenment by entering the Moi Jikyang at the slightest provocation. To be honest, Mujin could count on one hand the number of times he had entered such a state while learning martial arts. If he had reached enlightenment in every duel like that, he would already be a master at the level of the Seven Kings. But envying geniuses wouldn't change anything. Not being a genius himself, he just had to move forward in his own way. As Mujin launched another fist, Changsu Dojang, still with an ecstatic expression, met it with his sword. The moment Mujin's fist and Changsu Dojang's Taegyu Kagum clashed. Before he knew it, Mujin had transformed his fist into a claw technique and had grasped Changsu Dojang's Songmun sword. Changsu Dojang judged this to be a mistake. Grabbing a sword to hinder its movement was a sure way to have one's hand completely severed, no matter how urgent the situation. Did he think I wouldn't do such a thing because I'm a Taoist? Thinking this, Changsu Dojang swung his sword without hesitation. Or rather, he tried to. He certainly tried to operate his internal energy and apply strength to move the sword, but the sword caught in Mujin's grip showed no signs of movement. Moreover, there was no blood spurting from Mujin's hand, which held the sword barehanded. Screech. Only a strange friction sound echoed, as if the sword was caught in an iron wire. Though Mujin's Jade Vajra technique was known for compressing muscles, It also contained the efficacy of the iron skin technique. With long-term training in both the iron skin technique and the jade vajra technique, Mujin's skin had already reached a level where it was impervious to blades. Of course, his skin could still be cut by sword energy or blade energy, but screech. Every time Chong Dojang generated sword energy, the air barrier from the golden turtle technique pushed away Chong Dojang's sword energy. Eventually, after the energy dissipated, only flesh and metal remained between them. Mujin's iron-like flesh completely enveloped the blade of Chong Dojang's sword. With his left hand holding Chong Dojang's Songmun antique sword in place, Mujin launched a right punch. However, Chong Dojang, a martial artist who could perfectly execute the Taiji fist, the foundation of the Taiji sword technique, attempted to deflect Mujin's right punch with his left arm. Snap! As if the punch was a feint, Mujin's outstretched left hand caught Chong Dojang's extended left hand. Caught as if interlocking fingers, Chong Dojang could not use any wrist or finger techniques. With both of Chong Dojang's hands sealed, Mujin chose a very simple method. Ugh! Mujin focused his internal energy and strength into his right hand, which held Chong Dojang's left hand. Even without internal energy, Mujin could exert nearly 120 kilograms of pure grip strength. As he exerted this monstrous strength while holding Chong Dojang's hand, a scream involuntarily burst from Chong Dojang's mouth. The forcibly compressed muscles and bones rubbed against each other, creating excruciating pain. The pain felt as if the bones in his left hand might shatter into pieces at any moment. Despite this, Chong Dojang swung his sword, trying to drive Mujin away. Careeric. His sword remained firmly held in Mujin's grip, producing an unpleasant metallic sound. Why don't you surrender now? If you delay any longer, your left hand will truly break, Mujin threatened, though it wasn't quite a threat. Even in pain, Chong Dojang smiled and replied, "Humph. To give up such a precious martial arts duel over a little hand pain? Humph. How could I?" As they conversed, he tried to pull his hand away or swing his sword, but both his hand and sword remained immovable. The essence of the technique was to redirect the opponent's force, not to move something that was stationary. Realizing that if this continued, he might really have to turn Chong Dojang's arm into a rag, Mujin sighed. There will be other opportunities for duels. If your bones shatter into pieces, wouldn't it be inconvenient for the next duel? Even in a world where qi and miraculous medicines existed, fixing shattered bones required an extremely difficult surgical procedure. In this world, complete recovery was almost impossible. Hearing Mujin's words, Chong Dojang's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Will you duel with me next time as well? There's no reason not to, is there?" "I surrender," Chong Dojang shouted, smiling brightly at Mujin's response. Namgung Jincheon 3. Right after the judge's declaration of the winner. When will the next match be possible? Chong Dojang, who had declared surrender, asked with sparkling eyes. Let's arrange it after the Yangbanji conference ends." "Haha, I look forward to it," Mujin mocked. Watching the happily smiling Chong Dojang, Mujin struggled to hide his awkward expression. It was a lie. He planned to escape after the Yangbanji conference, so a match with Chong-su would likely be far in the future. Of course, there was no reason to explain all that. After bidding farewell to Chong Dojang, Mujin headed towards where the Shaolin disciples were gathered. Meanwhile, from among the Shaolin disciples, Mu Gung was making his way to the arena. "See you in the finals. Don't say such dreadful things." Mu Gung, with a horrified expression at the mere thought of a match with Mujin, sluggishly stepped onto the arena. And on the opposite side, Namgung Jincheon ascended the stage with his usual indifferent expression. "He said he would use the middle sword, didn't he?" Facing Namgung Jincheon directly, Mu Gung recalled the martial arts Namgung Jincheon had displayed in his match against Jigul Jin He a few days prior. Meanwhile, Namgung Jincheon simply stared at Mu Gung with an expression devoid of any emotion. "I am Mu Gung of Shaolin. I am Namgung Jin Cheon of the Namgung family. Right after the two men greeted each other with a bow and a fist salute, the judge signaled the start of the match. At the same time, Namgung Jin Cheon drew his sword and, as always, began to press Mugung with the Changgung Muei sword technique, the signature technique of the Namgung family. Mugung's impression of Namgung Jin Cheon's middle sword was simple. I can't see any way to evade it. Namgung Jin Cheon's sword wasn't particularly fast. In fact, in terms of speed, it was slower than many of the other swordsmen who had reached the finals of the Yongbangji Conference. However, Mugung, known for his remarkable perceptiveness, instantly realized it. This sword, though slow, was a technique that could respond to the opponent's movements. A slow sword that simultaneously pressured all directions. And the moment it clashed, it would use the profoundness of the middle sword to pin down the opponent. But just because there was no way to evade didn't mean there was no method to counter it. I'm glad I listened to Mu Jin. Mugung began to employ the Tianxia 36 swords technique of the Zhongnan sect, which he had observed in the second round. However, among those watching the match, no one recognized it as the Tianxia 36 swords. It was because Mugung's version of the Tianxia 36 swords had been altered by blending in the martial arts of Wudong and Shaolin, transforming it into something entirely different. It was an unimaginable act, one only possible because he was a genius. However, no matter how outstanding Mu Jiang's martial arts were, the gap in internal energy was too great. Moreover, Namgung Jin Cheon had activated Balmo Se Su, fully mobilizing his chi. The difference in the amount of energy that could be exerted with each technique was extreme. Mu Jiang could barely deflect Namgung Jin Cheon's Changgung Mui swordsmanship. Naturally, he was forced into a defensive position. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Most of those watching the sparring on the martial arts stage had the same thought. Just like in the third match, they believed Mu Jiang would eventually exhaust himself defending against Namgung Jin Cheon's relentless attacks and collapse. Even Jigul Jin he had managed to block and deflect Namgung Jin Cheon's sword dozens of times, only to lose when his strength was depleted. However, there was a difference between Jigul Jin he and Mu Jiang. If Jigul Jin he is a prodigy who combines effort with talent, Mu Jiang is one of those rare geniuses you can count on one hand. Only Mu Jin believed that Mu Jiang could dismantle Namgung Jin Cheon's swordsmanship. And when the two martial artists on the stage had exchanged over 30 moves, the flow of the sparring began to shift. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At first, the Changgung Mui swordsmanship seemed to apply pressure from all directions. But after blocking over 20 moves, Mu Jiang started to notice the weaker points in the pressure. An opening. At a certain point, instead of just blocking or deflecting, Mu Jiang began targeting these weaker points. Whoosh! Finally, a situation arose where Mu Jiang's palm strike, evading the Changgung Mui swordsmanship, struck Namgung Jin Cheon's chest. It was a situation that could be called an unexpected turn of events. Naturally, the thought of could it be arose in the minds of all those watching the sparring. They wondered if, just like in the first match, the Shaolin disciple would defeat Namgung Jin Cheon, who was a favorite to win. And for Namgung Jin Cheon, who considered himself a king, this was an unparalleled humiliation. To think you managed to wound me. For the first time, Namgung Jin Cheon, who had maintained a composed expression until now, looked somewhat angry as he raised his sword. Suddenly, the atmosphere surrounding the martial arts stage changed. Consider an honor that you made me use this. Ignoring any defense, Namgung Jin Cheon raised his sword high and then brought it down very slowly. The Emperor's sword style. The ultimate technique of Namgung Sword Emperor, one of the three swords of the world, was being recreated by Namgung Jin Cheon. Even though Namgung Jin Cheon's sword moved slowly, Mu Jiang was unable to counterattack or evade, as if he were nailed to the spot. It was an unavoidable situation. Namgung Jin Cheon's sword moved slowly, but instead, Namgung Jin Cheon's chi wave dominated the entire area. The Emperor's sword form. This martial art was created by Namgung, Sword Emperor, the supreme elder of the Namgung family and one of the three swords of the world, after feeling the limitations of the Namgung family's ultimate technique, the Chonggung Mui swordsmanship. It was more a chi manipulating skill than a sword technique. Even though the Chonggung Mui swordsmanship was a heavy sword technique that pressed down on all directions, it was difficult to prevent someone with exceptional lightness skill from escaping. Moreover, highly skilled martial artists could either block or deflect the Chonggung Mui swordsmanship. However, how could an emperor chase a fleeing opponent recklessly, and how could anyone dare block an emperor's sword? An emperor is inherently a decision-maker. The subjects must simply follow the emperor's decisions. Thus, the emperor's sword form was a skill that channeled immense internal energy into a chi wave to restrain the opponent. It was a sword technique that executed a death sentence with a heavy sword imbued with vast chi after restraining the opponent with chi. This was the essence of the emperor's sword form created by Namgung, Sword Emperor. And Namgung Jinxion, at the mere age of 23, was executing this emperor's sword form created by the Namgung, Sword Emperor. Of course, he had only mastered the first form, the emperor's heaven-shaking stance, but what did that matter? No one among the post-heaven stage could withstand the emperor's heaven-shaking stance of Namgung Jinxion, who possessed overwhelming internal energy for his age. Furthermore, Mu Gung, who was worthy of the title genius, also immediately grasped the essence of the emperor's sword form. This was because the essence of the emperor's sword form was achieved through an extremely straightforward and blunt method. The problem, however, was there is no way to escape. Since it was a brute force suppression with internal energy, there was no appropriate solution. To be precise, all the solutions that came to mind required immense internal energy. Eventually, Mu Gung, who discarded countless plans from his mind, chose one method: a direct breakthrough. As soon as he made up his mind, the flow of internal energy, starting from Mu Gung's Danjian, created a fierce chi wave, concentrating on his fist. This was the Vajra exorcising devil fist, one of the 72 supreme techniques of Shaolin, which he had diligently trained under his master, Haijiology, to avoid being defeated by him. Thus, it was the ultimate technique he could perform most perfectly in any situation. The golden fist chi of the Vajra exorcising devil fist condensed around Mu Gung's fist. And the moment Namgung, Jinxion's sword reached right before Mu Gung's nose, Mu Gung unleashed the maximally condensed fist chi toward Namgung, Jinxion's sword. Boom! At the moment when the sword imbued with immense chi and the fist chi collided, a massive explosion erupted. With a storm of dust, Mu Gung's body was propelled through the dust storm, flying out of the martial arts stage. Thud! However, instead of taking an out-of-bounds loss, Mu Jiang used a Qin Gong technique to stop at the edge. Mu Jiang never thought he could block the emperor's sword form with a Vajra exorcising devil fist. The difference in their internal energy was too great. Mu Jiang merely aimed to disrupt the energy wave of the emperor's sword form through the collision. And seizing the moment when the energy wave was disturbed, he used the shock to escape the shackles of the emperor's sword form. Cough! However, the price of escaping the emperor's sword form was too high. His energy pathways were completely shaken, causing blood to seep from his mouth and his eyes to become bloodshot. Despite this, his mind constantly analyzed Namgung Jinxion's martial arts to find a way to counter them. The will to win and the impact of his shaken energy pathways drove Mu Jiang into chi deviation. Snap! Barely regaining his balance, Mu Jiang rushed at Namgung Jinxion again, fully exerting the Yanti Gupam. Even though his twisted energy pathways caused blood to flow up his throat again, Mu Jiang didn't care. No, he couldn't even perceive it. Mu Jiang's bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent, only targeted Namgung Jinxion's heart. Do you wish to die? Seeing such blatant killing intent, Namgung Jinxion also disregarded the fact that this was the Yongbangji Conference arena and unleashed his killing technique. just as the murderous martial arts of the two warriors were about to clash. Bang! A figure suddenly stepped onto the arena and blocked both their techniques. The man blocked Namgung Jincheon's sword with his right hand and Mu Jiang's Vajra exorcising devil fist with his left hand, despite the blood. What the? Surprised by the sudden intervention, Namgung Jincheon frowned and asked, but Mu Jin, who intervened in the fight, paid no attention to Namgung Jincheon. Mu Jin released Namgung Jincheon's sword with his right hand and turned to strike the back of Mu Jiang's neck with his left hand. Ugh! Right after Mu Jiang collapsed with a groan, the referee, regaining his composure, spoke in a perplexed tone. Mu Jin, why did you intervene in the match? Umipa. It seemed that Mu Jiang fell into chi deviation due to internal injuries, so I moved urgently. I apologize. Chi deviation, you say? Yes. It seems urgent treatment is required, so I moved to stop the match first. We of the Shaolin Temple acknowledge Mu Jiang's defeat. May we move him for treatment? If it's chi deviation, it's crucial to start treatment quickly. As soon as the referee granted permission, Mu Jin picked up the bleeding and collapsed Mu Jiang. Wait. However, Namgung Jincheon, who had suddenly had his duel interrupted, grabbed Mu Jin. What is the meaning of this? I already explained the situation. It's chi deviation, so please understand the urgency. Mu Jin's behavior, showing no interest in him from the moment he intervened in the duel, oddly irritated Namgung Jincheon. That man dared to unleash a killing move on me. Do you think it's reasonable to take him away like that? The killing move was due to chi deviation, and I stepped in before he caused any more trouble. Needing to treat Mu Jiang immediately, Mu Jin's expression started to show signs of irritation as Namgung Jincheon continued to hold him back. We'll likely meet in the finals anyway. If you have complaints, why not resolve them in the duel? In the final match, there won't be anyone to step in and stop it like today. So don't worry. I'll be going now. Spitting out his words like rapid fire, Mu Jin used the fast ascent step to swiftly leave the arena. Namgung Jincheon tried to say something in response to the one-sided declaration, but Mu Jin had already exited the arena. Trap 1. Mu Jin, who had urgently taken care of Mu Jiang and exited the Yongbangji Conference arena, headed towards the Shaolin Temple's pavilion with the Shaolin monks. Damn, I didn't expect him to have mastered the Emperor's sword form. So far, Namgung Jincheon had only been using the Changgung Mui swordsmanship in the duels, so Mu Jin couldn't accurately gauge his level. In the novel Legend of the Evil Emperor, the Yongbangji Conference ends with the protagonist, Dao Yuetian, being defeated by Namgung Jincheon's Changgung Mui swordsmanship in just one move. Later, it's only mentioned that the winner of the Yongbangji Conference is Namgung Jincheon, and the runner-up is the Changsa Dojang. The true extent of Namgung Jincheon's power is revealed 5 years later, when Dao Yuetian finishes his closed-door training for revenge. Naturally, Mu Jin assumed that Namgung Jincheon would have learned the Emperor's sword form after obtaining the prize from the Yongbangji Conference. The Emperor's sword form requires immense internal energy, and the prize for this year's Yongbangji Conference was something closely related to internal energy. But that was then, and now treating Mu Jiang was the priority. After arriving at the pavilion, Master Hyun Hyen, who checked Mu Jiang's pulse after he was laid on the floor, spoke with a bitter expression. All his energy pathways are twisted, and his internal energy is rampaging chaotically. It might be a bit risky to treat him with just the internal injury medicine we have here. At those words from Master Hyun Hyen, Mu Jin hurriedly went into the room and brought out a box. This is a lesser restoration pill I received when departing from Shaolin. How about using this? You mean to say the pharmacy gave you a lesser restoration pill? Master Hyun Hyen, who didn't even know about this as the person in charge of this event, looked puzzled. More importantly, treating Mu Jiang is our priority right now, Grandmaster. Ah yes. Quickly, give me the lesser restoration pill. When Mu Jin shouted urgently, Master Hyun Hyen also regained his composure and focused on treating Mu Jiang. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Evening. A grand mansion built in Wo Hyen by the Namgung family. In the martial arts training hall prepared for the direct line of the Namgung family in the heart of this mansion, Namgung Jincheon was meditating with his sword drawn. To think he blocked that sword so easily. What he was recalling now was the appearance of Mu Jin, who had intruded at the end of the duel. Specifically, the sight of him effortlessly catching his killing sword with his hand. Even though it wasn't directed at Mu Jin, it was a killing sword aimed to kill Mu Jiayong, imbued with his full intent using the Chonggung Mui swordsmanship. What irked Namgung Jincheon the most was not just the indifferent look in Mu Jin's eyes, but the fact that he had so easily blocked his sword. Blocking the king's execution is nothing short of rebellion. Who? As Namgung Jincheon took a deep breath, a heavy wave of energy emanated from him, pressing down on the entire training hall area. Namgung Jincheon's heavy sword moved slowly, poised to crush the imaginary Mu Jin. In the final match, no one will be able to interfere. At this moment, in the Yongbangji conference, Namgung Jincheon identified someone as a significant threat to the king, a traitor for the first time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at that very moment, deep within the Murim Alliance, three middle-aged martial artists were gathering once again. Outwardly, they discussed the bright future of the righteous factions, engaging in boisterous conversations. However, behind the scenes, they were exchanging secret messages. The final match of the Yongbangji conference will commence after 2 days of rest. Are there still no orders from above? Do not worry. The orders just arrived a short while ago. That's a relief. Where are the instructions? The higher-ups decided to just leave it be. Leave it be? What do you mean by that? Did the higher-ups have a discussion? Surely, it means they believe Namgung Jincheon will win, so they're leaving alone? How irresponsible. Watch your words. One man at the head of the table warned through a secret message, causing the other two to cough awkwardly. Breaking the brief, cold silence, the man at the head added further explanation. It's not because they are confident of Namgung Jincheon's victory. The higher-ups concluded that it wouldn't matter even if Shaolin wins. Is it because of the recent involvement with the Qianryu Sangdan? That's part of it, but the revival of the Shaolin Divine Monk seems to have significantly influenced their decision. The Shaolin Divine Monk. To these middle-aged men, the name Shaolin Divine Monk seemed almost mythical. After all, it had been 36 years since Hyunguang lost his martial arts abilities. Hyunguang had become crippled just as they were starting to be recognized in the martial world. Though they had heard of his great reputation, he was a forgotten figure by the time they became active in the Murim. Is he really that formidable? The higher-ups seem to be closely monitoring him. Their judgment is that he's at least on par with the three swords of the world. How? How could someone who was crippled for over 30 years reach such a level? That's why he was called the Divine Monk. After this final remark, silence once again enveloped the room. Though their secret messages had ceased, they continued their outwardly amicable conversation. The man who last sent a secret message resumed the discussion after a brief pause. In any case, the higher-ups instructed to proceed with the Yongbangji conference as planned. Their investigation into the Qianryu, Sangdan, and Shaolin revealed that Mu Jin, a late-blooming talent of Shaolin, is a cherished disciple of the Shaolin Divine Monk. It must have been because the information was quite surprising. Despite the content of the message, the faces of the two men, who appeared to be having a hearty conversation, momentarily showed signs of astonishment. Of course, both men skillfully erased their expressions and resumed their act. So, you're saying that Mu Jin, this promising martial artist, is continuing the progress of that Shaolin Divine Monk. That's the judgment from above. If he's such a promising martial artist, there should be no problem with him replacing both Chong Sidojang and Namgung Jincheon. Before long, both men wore satisfied expressions. Their outward conversation was also about praising the promising martial artists, so their faces didn't seem out of place at all. Then, we plan to finish it the day after the Yongbangji conference ends. Whether it's Namgung or Shaolin, soon they will be within our grasp. Since Shaolin had been living in seclusion, pretending to be lofty and cutting ties with the world, they hadn't particularly paid attention to Shaolin. However, considering their recent actions and the name Shaolin Divine Monk, and now a promising martial artist continuing the progress of the Shaolin Divine Monk, it was definitely a worthy prey to use the trap they had prepared. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Late at night, after nearly 2 hours of treatment, the turbulent qi and blood flow in Mu Gung had stabilized. The medicine Mu Jin had brought, the summoning pill, had proven highly effective. Although it was primarily used for treating internal injuries, so Mu Gung's inner power didn't increase significantly, at most by about 5 years' worth. Mu Jin had gifted 2 of the 3 summoning pills he brought to Du Wulchen, and used the last one for treatment, leaving him with no more summoning pills, but he didn't mind. After all, he had another miraculous medicine in mind. Instead, Mu Jin focused on the immediate important matter, the final match of the Yangbanji Conference. Over the remaining 2 days, Mu Jin pushed his body to an appropriate level and refined his martial arts in preparation for the finals. And 2 days later, Mu Jin headed to the Yangbanji Conference's arena with the Shaolin disciples, as usual. However, the atmosphere around the Yangbanji Conference's arena was somewhat different from usual. It wasn't just because it was the final match. Although more people had gathered than usual, because it was the finals, the real difference was the identities of those who had come to watch the final match. Since it's the finals, even the major figures of the Murim Alliance have all come. Following the direction Master Hyun Hyen was looking, there were several martial artists ranging from middle-aged to elderly gathered together. They were in a position close to the arena, and judging by the atmosphere around them, it was clearly a VIP area. Because the Shaolin disciples' gaze followed his, Master Hyun Hyen explained who they were, one by one. The man seated in the center is none other than the leader of the Murim Alliance, YG Hack. Mu Jin's eyes sparkled at Master Hyun Hyen's words. YG Hack, the leader of the Murim Alliance. Among his various nicknames, the most famous was the Fist King. He was a man who had claimed the title of Fist King, the foremost martial artist, by surpassing the 2 great pillars of Shaolin from the 9 great schools and the Wangbo from the 5 great families. So that's what he looks like. Having only read about him in novels, Mu Jin hadn't recognized him until Master Hyun Hyen pointed him out. YG Hack, the Fist King. YG Hack had become the Murim Alliance leader almost by default due to the political struggles among the major Orthodox forces who did not want to elect someone from different sects or families. Unlike the Heavenly 3 Swords or the 7 Kings, who were either from the unorthodox faction or the 5 great families and 9 prestigious clans, YG Hack's position was more of a political compromise. Nevertheless, he was one of the top 10 martial artists in the world, ranked among the 7 Kings, just below the Heavenly 3 Swords. He's also accompanied by a strategist. The middle-aged man beside YG Hack, who did not look like a martial artist, was none other than Jigul Muan, the chief strategist of the Murim Alliance from the Jigul family. Mu Jin felt an unsettling aura as he looked at Jigul Muan. I suspected that guy might be the culprit. Having read Saga of the Demon Emperor, where Du Wulchen is the protagonist, several times, Mu Jin knew that the hidden forces had concealed a trap within the prize of this Yangbanji conference. He also knew that the Jigul family was in league with these hidden forces, leading him to believe that the trap was set by the chief strategist, Jigul Muan. So, the Jigul family hasn't completely turned yet. Thanks to his encounter with Jigul Jinhee, Mu Jin realized that the Jigul family hadn't fully allied with the hidden forces. The problem, however, was that the Jigul family was divided into factions. Jigul Muan, the half-brother of Jigul Mun, the current head of the Jigul family, had distanced himself from the family due to a power struggle and had quickly aligned himself with the Murim Alliance when he was younger. In the end, it was possible that Jigul Muan was the culprit, but it wasn't certain. Well, if I break a few of the hidden forces plans after the Yangbanji conference, I might get some clues. While Mu Jin was organizing his thoughts, Master Hyun Hyen continued to brief the Shaolin disciples on the key figures of the Murim Alliance. And shortly after, as the time for the Yangbanji Conference finals approached, Murim Alliance leader YG Hack stood up and lightly flew onto the arena. Greetings, comrades of the Orthodox Murim. I am YG Hack, humbly serving as the Murim Alliance leader. Yeah. His deep voice, imbued with inner power, was not particularly loud, but resonated clearly in the ears of the thousands of martial artists surrounding the arena. YG effortlessly demonstrated a level of skill far more advanced than simply amplifying his voice through sheer force. Today is an exceptionally special day. We are about to witness a martial arts competition to determine the most outstanding junior who will shoulder the future of our Orthodox Murim. Ha ha ha! When YG burst into hearty laughter, some smiled contentedly, while others followed suit with their own hearty laughs. Our Murim Alliance was formed as a coalition of Orthodox Murim to fend off those vile practitioners of the unorthodox sect and the brutal demon cult. And the juniors participating in this Yangbanji conference are the precious talents who will fight them in the future, 10 or 20 years from now. Hence, our Murim Alliance has prepared a significant gift that will be a tremendous help to the future hero who will fend off the unorthodox sect. Yeah. Then today, let's witness together who among our juniors will lead our Orthodox Murim in the future and receive this gift. As YG speech concluded, a tremendous cheer and applause erupted from the crowd surrounding the arena. YG greeted the martial artists surrounding the arena with a clasped fist salute before returning to his seat. After the noisy and chaotic atmosphere calmed down a bit, a martial artist from the Murim Alliance, who was appointed as the referee, stepped onto the arena. With the referee's announcement, the protagonists of this final match, Mu Jin and Namgung Jin Cheon, headed towards the arena. Trap 2. The final round of the Yangbanji Conference, considered by many Orthodox martial artists to determine the world's greatest talent. The noisy clamor created by the countless martial artists surrounding the arena vanished like melting snow the moment the two final contenders faced each other. Despite the presence of thousands of martial artists, an eerie silence pervaded the area, with Namgung Jin Cheon staring intently at Mu Jin. The Changgung Mui swordsmanship won't work. Just a few days ago, Mu Jin had effortlessly caught his deadly sword strike. Although it could have been a coincidence, Namgung Jin Cheon was not foolish enough to dismiss it and let his guard down. Even if the Changgung Mui swordsmanship did work, recalling what he had witnessed that day, it might take dozens or even hundreds of exchanges. Such an act would not befit a king's dignity. Thus, Namgung Jin Cheon had already decided the outcome of this match before stepping into the arena. Phew! With a serious expression, contrasting his usual arrogant demeanor, Namgung Jin Cheon raised his sword. A tremendous wave of qi emanated from his body, pressing down on the surrounding area. The first form of the Emperor's sword form, Emperor Jin Cheon's force, a technique named after him, or more precisely, a technique from which his grandfather, the Namgung Sword Emperor, derived his name. Namgung Jin Cheon began to execute this ultimate technique right at the start of the match. This was a display of confidence. The Emperor's sword form was a perfect technique that required no prior preparation or concern. Supporting his confidence, the overwhelming qi pressed down on Mu Jin's entire body. With no way to escape, no means to hinder the king's execution. In that immense pressure of qi, is he smiling? Mu Jin faintly smiled. Asterisk. Crazy. How many elixirs has he taken? This was why Mu Jin smiled under the pressure of the Emperor's sword form. It was absurd. Namgung Jin Cheon was now using even more internal energy than he did when he demonstrated the Emperor's sword form against Mu Jian. From this alone, it was clear that Namgung Jin Cheon's total amount of internal energy was superior to his own. Moreover, Namgung Jin Cheon had also circulated all his meridians using the Balmo Seisu, making the advantage of having used the Great Restoration pill irrelevant. However, Mu Jin's laughter did not signify giving up on the match. After all, Mu Jin knew how Dao Yuetian had shattered the Emperor's sword form in their decisive battle 5 years later. A golden aura emanated from Mu Jin's hands and feet as he smiled. The golden aura of the golden turtle technique quickly expanded, enveloping his limbs in a golden hue. Whine. The aura of the golden turtle technique, now fully expanded, completely enveloped Mujin's body like a shell. However, Mujin did not simply use the golden turtle technique to endure the pressure by curling up like a turtle. The golden aura surrounding Mujin's entire body began to clash with the qi emanating from Namgung Jinxion, which was pressing down on him. Huh! As the golden aura of the golden turtle technique collided with Namgung Jinxion's qi, creating a strange noise, Mujin's body regained its freedom. But the choice Mujin made upon regaining his freedom was not to flee. Despite regaining his freedom, he adjusted his stance and waited for Namgung Jinxion's sword to descend. Mujin assumed the basic straight punch stance foundational to Shaolin martial arts. Though his appearance seemed static on the outside, internally it was quite the opposite. The internal energy, starting from Mujin's Danjian, raced through his entire body at an incredible speed, amplifying his power. In the process, divine strength began to infuse his already highly developed physique. The moment all preparations were complete, ha! With a shout, Mujin's form vanished. With extreme condensed muscle power and internal energy, Mujin's movement, at a speed that could be described as almost teleportation, arrived right in front of Namgung Jinxion's sword. Ignoring Namgung Jinxion's face, showing unprecedented shock throughout the Yongbangji conference, Mujin thrust his right fist toward Namgung Jinxion's sword. Boom! At the moment Mujin's fist met Namgung Jinxion's sword, a thunderous explosion echoed through the arena. The massive impact raised a dust storm similar to the one during the semifinals, but the outcome was starkly different this time. Through the dust storm, it was Namgung Jinxion, not the Shaolin disciple, who was thrown out. And like Mu Jiang had experienced, Namgung Jinxion had blood at the corner of his mouth. Cough! In fact, Namgung Jinxion's condition seemed more severe than Mu Jiang's. Spitting out bright red blood with his cough, Namgung Jinxion's face was deathly pale. Even amidst this, Namgung Jinxion wore a confused expression, unable to comprehend the current situation. He could not accept the reality that the ultimate technique of the Namgung Sword Emperor, one of the three swords of the world and the strongest in the current martial world, had been shattered. Of course, Mujin had no intention of kindly pointing out the subtle weaknesses of the Emperor's sword form. If he had induced a long-term battle using the Changgung Mui swordsmanship, it would have been more troublesome. The subtle weakness of the Emperor's sword form was that it was designed to overwhelmingly crush weaker opponents. The Emperor's sword form, created to suppress those trying to avoid or deflect the Namgung family's heavy sword, relied on dominating the area with overwhelming qi. Conversely, this meant that because it radiated so much qi around, it couldn't concentrate all internal energy into the sword. Now that I think about it, Mu Jiang was impressive too. He figured out the answer at once. In the semifinals, the method Mu Gung chose was indeed the correct one. The problem was simply the overwhelming difference in internal power, such that even choosing the right method couldn't secure victory. Although Mujin had less internal power compared to Namgung Jinxion, he at least had enough internal power to push back against the energy waves and enough strength to directly shatter Namgung Jinxion's swordsmanship. After 6 years of grueling training to build his muscles, if he had lost in a direct strength contest, he would have had no excuse if mocked for having balloon muscles. As soon as the finals ended in a single exchange, a cold silence enveloped the area. The result was too shocking. Of course, since Mujin had already defeated Changsa Dojang, another strong contender, some had bet on his victory. However, no one expected such an overwhelming victory in a single exchange. Even the elders of Shaolin, like Mujin, were no exception. Amida Buddha, piercing through the awkward silence, Mujin's Buddhist chant echoed across the stage. Only then did the audience regain their composure and start making various noises. Whoa! Cheers welcoming the birth of a new star in the Orthodox sects. My money! And the despair of countless gamblers who had bet on the absolute favorite, Namgung Jinxion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After winning the Yongbangji Conference Finals. With YG Hack's congratulatory speech praising the young talents who participated in the Yongbangji Conference, the long yet short event came to an end. Mujin, along with YG Hack, was walking inside the Martial Alliance to receive the prize for winning the Yongbangji Conference, which was to be given to the best young talent of the Orthodox sex. Haha, I had heard about you through letters since the second match, but I never expected you to win so easily. In response to YG Hack's compliment, Mujin modestly replied, "It seems Namgung Sohup was impatient. I did not expect him to aim for victory in the first move either. Ending in a single exchange might have been due to that, but winning in that one exchange still means your skills are exceptional." With YG Hack's continued praise, Mujin simply chanted Amida Buddha without further comment. He truly looked like a well-cultivated Shaolin disciple. Watching this, YG Hack nodded in satisfaction, then exclaimed as if he had remembered something. "Ah, come to think of it, the martial arts you used looked unfamiliar. Did you learn it from Shaolin? It's a martial art created based on Shaolin's techniques. Huh, to create such a unique martial art at your age. Truly remarkable. How could I compare to the leader, who is known as the Fist King? Amida Buddha. Haha, I was just lucky. Even if someone were to gain the same serendipity as the leader, how many could truly reach the same level as him?" At Mujin's response, YG Hack subtly smiled. The fact that YG Hack obtained his divine techniques through serendipity was well known to anyone associated with the martial world. Therefore, some warriors either belittled or envied YG Hack, thinking that if they had the same serendipity, they could also become the leader of the Murim Alliance and be called the Fist King. In the past, Mujin might have thought the same. However, learning Shaolin's martial arts, especially mastering the 100 Steps Divine Fist, completely changed his perspective. Even with Grandpa revealing all the mnemonic secrets, it was extremely difficult to think someone could master it on their own. Moreover, Mujin had steadily increased his skill level step by step, starting with basic martial arts in Shaolin. On the other hand, YG Hack was just the son of an ordinary herb gatherer until he gained his divine techniques through serendipity. Mujin pondered what it would have been like if he had obtained the 100 Steps Divine Fist Manual without any foundation. I probably wouldn't have been able to master even one move, or worse, would have died from chi deviation due to incorrect practice. Gaining a manual for divine techniques through serendipity would be meaningless unless one were a genius with immense talent. Self-study would be impossible. It would be like putting a pearl necklace on a pig. Haha, such sweet words from a Buddhist disciple. I was merely stating the truth. Thank you. Anyway, now you should go inside and take it. It will be quite cold, so be cautious. YG Hack laughed awkwardly and passed through the iron door guarded by Murim Alliance warriors. Mujin followed YG Hack through the iron door, and the corridor led downward. As they descended, a chilling cold seeped through Mujin's robes, touching his skin. They passed several iron doors along the corridor and finally reached the door at the far end. There was also a Murim Alliance warrior standing guard at that door, and YG Hack and Mujin passed him to enter. This place is actually used by our Murim Alliance as an ice storage and for training in ice techniques. The deeper you go, the stronger the cold becomes. The gift prepared for you is in this last room. Indeed, just as YG Hack explained, the room beyond the iron door was filled with a bone-chilling cold. It was an unnatural level of cold, and rightfully so. At the far end of the room, there was an ice crystal, a gift from the North Sea Ice Palace to the Murim Alliance in the past, emanating cold air. However, the ice crystal was not the prize for the winner of the Yongbangji Conference. The prize for this year's winner was placed on top of the ice crystal, a medicinal herb that at first glance looked like a ginseng, a special herb that endured and absorbed the intense cold over countless years, growing while retaining the cold. It was the 10,000-year snow ginseng, an elixir coveted by all martial artists. Trap 3. YG Hack, who had led Mujin to the 10,000-year snow ginseng, asked, "Will you consume it here, or will you take it with you?" "I will consume it elsewhere." "I understand. Consuming it here would be unsettling. The cold is too intense, and it would be mentally uncomfortable. Ji-Hack nodded at Mujin's answer and added some advice. But it would be best to consume it as soon as possible. The 10,000-year snow ginseng is an elixir that grows in a place with intense cold, so its efficacy will quickly dissipate if you take it elsewhere. After the brief explanation, Ji-Hack placed the 10,000-year snow ginseng into a small metal box next to the ice crystal and handed it to Mujin. This is the box we use to bring the ginseng to the Martial Alliance. It contains ice crystal powder, which will help maintain some of the cold. However, its effect is weak compared to keeping it next to the ice crystal itself, so it won't last long. In fact, we had to continuously infuse it with cold using the help of a warrior from the North Sea Ice Palace to bring it here. But you haven't mastered the ice technique, have you? I should return to the Shaolin Hall as soon as possible. To prepare for any contingencies, I will assign Martial Alliance warriors to escort you. Return directly to the Shaolin Hall. Thank you for your consideration. Ba. Mujin bowed respectfully to Ji-Hack and took the box he handed him. Immediately after leaving the storage room, Ji-Hack said, "Everything is prepared, so return quickly." Ignoring Ji-Hack's farewell, Mujin used his body technique to swiftly leave the Martial Alliance, accompanied by several warriors to ensure his safety. Given the value of the 10,000-year snow ginseng as a prize, it was a situation ripe for someone to covet it excessively. Upon reaching the entrance of the Martial Alliance, Mujin met the Shaolin disciples who had been waiting for him. Mujin quickly explained the situation to them, and they immediately set off together for the Shaolin Hall. "We will guard the perimeter of the hall, so you should proceed with the consumption of the ginseng," said the senior monk. "Thank you, Elder Monk." As Mujin bowed respectfully, Master Hyun-Hyen instructed the Shaolin disciples on their positions to guard against any potential threats. Watching them for a moment, Mujin then headed to his room. Once inside, he opened the box, and, as expected, an immense energy emanated from the 10,000-year snow ginseng. As the surrounding cold diminished, the unfamiliar environment caused the ginseng's efficacy to wane. Even the energy dissipating now was immense, making any martial artist want to immediately consume it. Without hesitation, Mujin raised his internal energy in both hands. Crack! He crushed the 10,000-year snow ginseng. Qua! Though there was no actual sound, Mujin felt as if he could hear one. As the 10,000-year snow ginseng, imbued with an endlessly condensed coldness, was being crushed, a highly concentrated energy began to gush out with tremendous force. Mujin exhaled deeply, expanding the golden turtle technique, which had only covered his hands, to envelop his entire body. If he didn't do this, his whole body would have succumbed to frostbite due to the cold of the 10,000-year snow ginseng. With his body protected by the golden turtle technique, Mujin continued to crush the 10,000-year snow ginseng from its end, as if grinding it with a compressor. Though the ginseng took on a form similar to a plant, once Mujin's grip broke its shape, it began to transform not into powder, but into pure energy. The immense cold radiated to every corner of the room, causing frost to form and even icicles to develop, turning the room into what looked like an ice storage. Despite this, Mujin remained focused on dismantling the 10,000-year snow ginseng. When only a small amount of the ginseng was left, feeling a strange sensation in his fingers, Mujin stopped crushing the ginseng and quickly grasped the source of the sensation. Got it! A black creature, much smaller than a bean and roughly the size of coarse salt grain, was trying to escape into the remaining ginseng, but was caught by Mujin. This was the trap prepared by the shadowy forces within the 10,000-year snow ginseng. In Mujin's view, the ginseng itself was merely bait for this creature. It was a yin-yang goo, a type of goo poison. It absorbs the energy of its host and camouflages itself like a chameleon. In other words, if this creature was inside an elixir, one wouldn't notice anything unusual even after consuming it. Similarly, when absorbed into the body through the elixir, it would absorb part of the new host's inner energy, take on a similar color, eliminate any sense of difference, and coil itself naturally around the upper dantian. Since it coils around the upper dantian, where the brain is located, it can allow a sorcerer to impose a form of brainwashing on the host. Even if it had already settled inside, it would be impossible to detect through pulse diagnosis because it harbors the same energy as the host. In the original story, Namgung Jincheon consumed this and turned into a ruffian. Originally, Namgung Jincheon was an arrogant and annoying person, but he wasn't one to bully others without reason. In any case, since this creature was discovered, it could be said that the shadowy forces plan for the Yangbanji conference had been thwarted. In the original story, it appeared only once, and it was said to be extremely difficult to make. Creating it was already difficult, but using it was even harder. Because it had the ability to hide by absorbing the host's energy, it had to be immediately put into an elixir upon creation. Moreover, to keep it alive, it required constant feeding of elixirs since it was continuously absorbing energy for its survival. I should keep it as evidence for later. Mujin placed the small insect he had in his hand into the box he received from the leader of the Martial Alliance and sealed it tightly with multiple layers. After years of contemplating while preparing for the Yangbanji conference, Mujin concluded that using this creature as evidence right away would be foolish. Damn martial arts novels. In a world without CCTVs or cameras, bringing this creature out and saying, "This came out of the 10,000 years snow ginseng," would only lead to the other side rebutting with, "This is a setup," and that would be the end of it. Logically, it was strange enough to find this creature without consuming the 10,000 years snow ginseng, one of the rarest elixirs. Anyone could see that it seemed like an act committed with prior knowledge of this creature's presence in the ginseng. Naturally, it would lead to questions about how this knowledge was obtained and who did it, but Mujin had no idea who was responsible. He didn't even know when it was placed there. He only knew that the yin-yang goo was inside. Of course, he could have crushed the ginseng in front of YG Hack and shown the creature, but the result would be the same. In the end, not knowing who did it made it meaningless. It would only lead to mutual suspicion. The already conflicted orthodox factions could become even more fragmented, making it easier for the shadowy forces to thrive. Therefore, Mujin decided to secretly dispose of the creature and leave Shaolin to break the shadowy forces' plans while hiding his identity. It would be even better if he could secure evidence related to the yin-yang goo during the process. It seems there's still some energy left. He briefly gazed at the remaining piece of the 10,000 year snow ginseng, which was still emitting and losing energy. Without hesitation, Mujin put the remnants of the ginseng into his mouth. Voila! Ignoring the coldness that spread from his mouth, Mujin swallowed it down. Then, he began to absorb the energy of the ginseng with the Daesung divine technique. Because the yin-yang goo has already absorbed some energy, there's less than expected. Even though only a small piece was left, the energy was less than he anticipated, so he absorbed it quickly. Thus, right after absorbing the energy of the ginseng that had entered his body, Mujin took a deep breath and began to draw in the external energy. As the 10,000 year snow ginseng was crushed, its cold energy spread throughout the room. Some of it mixed with the ambient chi and escaped outside through small gaps. But the room was still filled with a massive amount of cold energy. Although it was difficult to gain the benefits of the elixir, one could still experience the effects of cultivating in a place where natural chi was condensed. After about 1 cjin of chi cultivation, Mujin opened his eyes with a deep breath. The room, which had begun to accumulate frost and icicles, was now filled only with moisture and a wet floor. The cold had completely dissipated. In that 1 cjin, some of the cold energy had been absorbed into Mujin's danjian, while the rest had been expelled from the room. About 15 years' worth of cultivation. Although the gain was ridiculously small for consuming the 10,000 year snow ginseng, Mujin thought it was better than nothing and stood up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I didn't realize the energy of the 10,000 year snow ginseng was this strong. The Shaolin disciples standing guard around the pavilion where Mu Jin was located, muttered in amazement. They could feel the immense, cold energy constantly flowing out from the room Mu Jin had entered. If the energy flowing out is this much, how much energy has Mu Jin absorbed? There was a slight misunderstanding among them. They assumed Mu Jin was in the process of absorbing the elixir, so they thought the immense cold energy was just the remnants of what he couldn't absorb. The cold is so intense, I worry it might disrupt his internal balance. Well, Mu Jin should be able to endure it. He might even be releasing some of the cold intentionally to maintain balance. Master Hyun-hyeon responded calmly to one of the Shaolin disciples' concerns. During the hour of guarding the pavilion, the Shaolin disciples' faces changed to a mixture of anticipation and worry. The fortunate aspect was that, unlike the initial massive outflow, the cold energy gradually weakened over time. And finally, after the cold energy completely dissipated, screech, the hinges, damp with cold and moisture, made an unpleasant creaking sound as Mu Jin emerged. "Is your body all right?" "Yes, Elder Monk." Hearing Mu Jin's response, the Shaolin disciples sighed in relief. Mu Jin, puzzled by their reaction, tilted his head. He didn't understand why they were concerned about his well-being when he hadn't even engaged in any combat. Meanwhile, in the distance, a man focused his internal energy to watch the scene from afar. It seems he succeeded in absorbing it. Haha. With a satisfied expression, he turned towards the direction of the Murim Alliance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, as usual, the Muja group's 4 members were preparing to sleep, spreading mats on the floor in their room. However, for some reason, Muyol, while holding his mat, noticed Mu Jin deep in thought and asked, "Hey Mu Jin, what are you doing?" Mu Jin, deciding that pondering was pointless, spoke to the other 3 members of the Muja group. "You all know we have to return to Shaolin tomorrow, right?" "Of course. So, we should get to bed early. We need to pack our things and leave first thing in the morning." In response to Mu Gung and Mu Jion's replies, Mu Jin grinned and asked, "Don't you want to stay a bit longer?" "Stay a bit longer? How?" If we ask Master Uncle Hyun-hyeon, he might give us an extra day." Mu Jiong and Mu Gung, always the model students, gave practical answers, but Mu Jin shook his head. "That doesn't make any sense. Think about it, guys. If we go back to Shaolin now, when do you think we'll be able to come out again?" Mu Jin had decided to recruit accomplices for a plan to escape. Escape one? I guess it will be difficult to get out before becoming a second-class disciple. That means it will take at least 5 more years. The duration isn't the issue here. What are you talking about? Are you suggesting we sneak out? Mu Jiong calmly calculated the dates, while Mu Gung, despite his large build, was startled. And Mu Jin nodded as if Mu Gung's question was very obvious. "You're right. We need to sneak out. They won't give us permission." "Are you crazy? What if we get caught?" "If I were worried about getting caught, I wouldn't have brought this up." Mu Jin shrugged and spoke to the anxious Mu Jiong. "Why?" "Because of Master Uncle Haiguan. You haven't experienced it. If we get caught sneaking out, you can't even imagine how much we'd get beaten." Mu Jiong's words had a flaw. Although not as much as Mu Jiong, Mu Jin had also faced Haiguan in martial arts several times. Naturally, he had been beaten countless times each time, but bringing this up wouldn't help persuade them. "Think carefully, Mu Jiong. Do you think you won't get beaten if you just go back now?" "Anyway, until you become stronger than Master Uncle Haiguan, you'll get beaten the same every day. Isn't it better to take this opportunity to rest for a few months?" As if he had gained a great realization, Mu Jiong's eyes widened. Having succeeded in persuading Mu Jiong, Mu Jin then looked at Mu Gung. Mu Gung's eyes were trembling wildly, as if he was suffering from an anxiety disorder. It was hard to believe he had been practicing the immovable heart technique for years. "I can't do it. Even though Mu Jiong gets beaten every day, it's different for me. If I get caught sneaking out." Mu Gung couldn't even imagine what kind of punishment the stern, rigid, and taciturn Master Haidam would give him. You should think about it carefully." "There's nothing to think about." Mu Jin smirked at Mu Gung, who responded with utmost certainty. Having spent years together, Mu Jin knew Mu Gung quite well. Naturally, he knew what Mu Gung liked. Think back carefully. Do you remember seeing Master Uncle Haidam ever leave Shaolin? Huh. Master Uncle Haidam is one of the 108 arhats, right? That means when you become a second-class disciple, you'll also become one of the 108 arhats. And the duty of the 108 arhats is to protect Shaolin and the Sutra Repository. In other words, you will never leave Shaolin in your lifetime, just like Master Uncle Haidam. Ah, as if he hadn't even considered it. The face of the person who had been looking puzzled turned to one of shock. Until you're old and attain Buddhahood, this is your first and last chance to travel around the Central Plains. Mujin's final words made Mugung's head spin. The fear of the punishment they would receive from Haidam if they were caught sneaking out, and the fear of never being able to see the Central Plains again after returning to Shaolin. Which was worse? At the end of the terrible dilemma of choosing the lesser evil instead of the best choice. Take me with you too. With a face that seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, Mugung muttered helplessly. Having succeeded in persuading both of them, Mujin finally looked at Muyul. And Muyul, so we're all going on a trip together? This is going to be fun. It didn't seem like any persuasion was needed. Good. Then, first, let's go get the fortuitous encounter. The main reason he bothered to persuade the Muja trio was that the first destination was the place where the fortuitous encounter, seen in the novel, was hidden. Especially that fortuitous encounter was something the Muja trio should obtain, not him. He already had absorbed the Great Restoration Pill and had a bit of 10,000 year snow ginseng, so he had enough internal energy. Everyone lacks internal energy compared to their stage. So getting that fortuitous encounter will be helpful in many ways. And from now on, the journey wasn't going to be a peaceful martial arts contest between disciples. Real battles awaited them, against masters who were already active in the martial world or moving in secret. As the hours of the rat, 1:03 a.m., were coming to an end, the door of the room where the Muja quartet had been sleeping opened very carefully. Mujin, who assessed the surroundings through his keen eyesight and sense of qi, led the Muja quartet out of the room, making as little noise as possible. Since Shaolin disciples were used to waking up early from their novice days, most were asleep at this hour, except for the second-class disciples who took turns standing guard at night. At that moment, a second-class disciple was patrolling the perimeter of the hall. During his stay at the outer temple, Mujin had studied the guard's patterns and structure to devise a method of escape. The night watch was meant to prevent external intrusions. It didn't consider the possibility of Shaolin disciples escaping, making it less difficult. Of course, it was simple only for Mujin. For Mujiang and Mugung, their hearts pounded so much that their vision seemed endlessly narrow as they moved. Well, for Muyul, who considered this a kind of game, it was nothing but fun. Thus, the group moved together, one serious, two trembling with fear, and one enjoying the thrill. Mujin, who was leading the way, showed the promised signal for halt and stopped. Tap! At the same time, a suspicious figure descended in front of them. As the moon, hidden by night clouds, emerged, the sword held by the figure glinted menacingly in the moonlight. Is he from the shadowy forces? Are they really aiming for assassination? Mujin felt puzzled by the sudden appearance of the stranger, but only for a moment. As the moonlight passed the sword and illuminated the figure's clothes and face, a wry smile appeared on Mujin's lips. Mujin, where are you heading at this late hour? And what about you, Chong Sidojang? Why are you wandering around looking so menacing at this late hour? Oh, at Mujin's remark, Chong Sidojang, as if realizing his mistake, sheathed his Songmun antique sword. I couldn't sleep, so I've been swinging my sword until now. Haha. While doing so, I sensed movement at this late hour and came rushing out. Saying that, Chong Sidojang unsheathed his Songmun antique sword again. Since we're here by chance, how about having the sparring match you promised in the semifinals right now? We have an urgent matter to attend to, so let's postpone the sparring match. Mujin felt a bit frustrated. They needed to leave Wohaian quickly before getting caught, but they couldn't afford to waste time here. Of course, he was confident he could subdue Chong Sidojang, But the biggest problem was that he wasn't sure he could do it without causing a commotion. But why was it? Chong Dojang's eyes gleamed as he said something strange. Is it okay if I join you? Muriang Subal. Join us. Judging by your appearance, it seems the four of you are headed somewhere together, and I thought it might be fine if I joined. I could be quite useful. Ha ha. At this late hour? We have to move immediately, so we don't have time to get permission from the Wudong elders. It wasn't something to say while sneaking out, but it was an appropriate excuse to send Chongsu Dojang away. However, Chongsu Dojang replied readily to Mujin's words. Don't worry. Master Unhyo also told me to leave Wudong and see the world once the Yangbanji conference was over. It would be even better if I could see it with you, Mujin. Ha ha. At Chongsu Dojang's cheerful response, Mujin felt a headache coming on. But he couldn't keep arguing with Chongsu Dojang here. Do as you wish. With that reply, Mujin began moving towards the predetermined target point, followed by the Muja trio, and now Chongsu Dojang. They continued to alternately move through the alleys and main streets of Wohaian for a while. Mujin saw a large baggage wagon upon arriving at the outskirts of Wohaian. It was the baggage wagon prepared by Ryu Seolhwa as promised. Inside, there were various items such as wigs, makeup tools, and clothes to hide their identities. Are we going to ride in this? But why is there a wagon without horses? While Mu Gung voiced his curiosity, an inexplicable sense of foreboding emerged in his mind. This situation felt eerily familiar to him. Don't tell me, it's that again? Of course. If you skip strength training for even a day, your muscles will cramp, Mujin replied confidently. Mu Gung sighed deeply at Mujin's bold statement. Oh, as expected of Mujin Duyunim. Hee. This is going to be fun. Seeing Mu Yo and Chongsu Dojang looking so innocent, Mu Gung realized a very important fact. Another fool has been added, and this fool was strong enough to have beaten him in a duel. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Elder Monk, as something terrible has happened. The usually quiet Shaolin Hall was filled with commotion. Amitba, what has happened to cause such urgency? This. Elder Monk Hyunhyan, who received a letter from the panicked second disciple, tilted his head in puzzlement. The letter contained a very short message. I have some important business to attend to, so I will be away for a while. I will return within a year. What is the problem with this? The letter was found in the room where the Muja quartet was staying. Just as he thought it was no big deal, Hyunhyan sensed something off in the second disciple's panicked expression and tone and asked with a sinking feeling. Are you saying the entire Muja quartet has disappeared? That's right, Elder Monk. It was shocking news. The Muja quartet had all advanced to the third round of the Yangbanji Conference Finals, earning the nickname Shaolin 4. One even won, and another reached the semifinals. For such successful children to suddenly run away as soon as the Yangbanji Conference ended was bewildering. The Shaolin Hall naturally fell into chaos, but that chaos was only the beginning. The Elder Monk, a guest from the Martial Alliance, has arrived. In the midst of the confusion, visitors had suddenly shown up. Everyone stay calm. There's no need to let the world know that the children have disappeared. With his extensive experience and frequent exposure to the outside world as the Shaolin Elder Monk, Master Hyunhyan calmed his disciples and headed toward the entrance of the hall. This is Shaolin Elder Monk Hyunhyan. Amitba, I am Doko Pei, head of the Hyanmu division of the Murim Alliance. A middle-aged man with a bold appearance responded to Master Hyunhyan's half-bow with a cupped fist salute. What brings the head of Hyanmu division here? Upon hearing that the Shaolin members were planning to depart this morning, I came early to visit. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could I possibly meet with Monk Mujin, the winner of the Yangbanji Conference? As Doko Pei asked, a bead of sweat trickled down the back of Master Hyunhyan's bald head. He couldn't possibly reveal to the Murim Alliance that the Shaolin prodigy, who had won the Yangbanji Conference and was now regarded as the top talent of the Orthodox factions, had run away in the middle of the night. If the elder monk, who managed Shaolin's external affairs, disclosed such a fact, it would not just tarnish the reputation of Shaolin, but smear it with disgrace. Ahem. Actually, urgent news from our headquarters require the Muja trio to leave early this morning. Urgent business? What happened to cause such urgency? Ahem. It is a private matter of our sect, and I find it difficult to disclose. Ah, I apologize for my rudeness. Doko Pei quickly bowed his head with a cupped fist salute, but internally he was in turmoil, unsure of how to report this situation to his superiors. In fact, the entity he had to report to was not the Murim Alliance. Damn. I came here immediately upon hearing that 10,000-year snow ginseng had been obtained yesterday. To be precise, he was affiliated with the Murim Alliance, but had superiors elsewhere, just like Doko Pei. Ahem. Since Mujin has already returned to the sect, could you please leave now? Ah yes, I will do so. Both Master Hyun Hyen, who was hiding Mujin's midnight escape, and Doko Pei, who had failed his mission, exchanged awkward farewells. An uneasy silence hung between Doko Pei, reluctant to leave, and Master Hyun Hyen, eager for him to go. Meanwhile, there was a far more pressing matter than Mujin's disappearance. Where is Chongsu? Is there really no one who has seen Chongsu? Compared to the panic of the Wudong sect searching for the missing Chongsu Dojang, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Dongbonghan, Song Mountain, Hunan Province. The Shaolin Temple, renowned as the apex of martial arts for 1,000 years. In the abbot's room located in its depths, the current abbot Hyun Cheon and his disciple and future successor, Hai Pyong, were having conversation. Both the elderly Hyun Cheon and the middle-aged Hai Pyong had faces filled with serenity, a reflection of their deep Buddhist practice. The topic of their conversation naturally brought about a sense of calm. As expected, Mujin did not disappoint. Master, didn't you also expect Mujin to win? Well, yes, but one can never be certain. Actually, what's more remarkable than Mujin's achievement is that all the other children also advanced to the third round. I was about to bring that up. It truly makes me feel that the future of our Shaolin is bright. Amitabha, the Buddha, surely watches over our Shaolin. Amitabha, the two masters were beaming with joy upon learning from a letter that arrived this morning that Mujin had won the Yongbangji conference. However, their joy was short-lived. With a serious expression, Hai Pyong asked, Master, are you considering Mujin as the grand disciple of the Muja group? The grand disciple of each group represents that group and, barring any special circumstances, would eventually become the abbot. In other words, he was asking if Mujin was being groomed as the next abbot of the Muja group. I did not intend to choose the grand disciple based solely on martial prowess. Hyun Cheon, responding to the question from Hai Pyong, the grand disciple of the Haija group and his direct disciple, took a sip of tea before speaking again. However, aside from his martial prowess, Mujin is bringing various changes to Shaolin. The fact that Mu Jiang, Mu Gung, and Mu Yo all advanced to the third round. The improved external skills of other disciples. All of these are thanks to Mujin. In essence, he was saying he intended to designate Mujin as the grand disciple of the Muja group. Understanding his master's words, Hai Pyong carefully opened his mouth. Master, have you heard the news? What news? I heard that the number of lesser restoration pills made by the pharmacy does not match. At his disciple's words, the tranquility of Hyun Cheon, which was as clear as a mirror in deep meditation, was disturbed. And, according to a letter from the External Affairs Department had a few days ago, during the treatment of Mu Jiang's qi deviation, they used the lesser restoration pills that Mujin had brought. Ahem. Hyun Cheon averted his gaze, pretending to drink his tea, while Hai Pyong sighed inwardly. It wasn't that Hai Pyong disliked Mujin. He acknowledged that Shaolin was positively changing thanks to the child named Mujin. He simply didn't think Mujin was suited to be the abbot. In Hai Pyong's view, the leader of a sect should be composed and possess the capacity to encompass the entire sect and love for the monastic order. However, in his eyes, Mujin, despite his capabilities, was somewhat reckless, and, while he cherished certain individuals like Hyun Guang and the Muja trio, showed little affection for the monastic order. Just as he was about to point this out and say something more to his master who was avoiding his gaze. A visitor arrived at the abbot's room. Abbot, hearing the urgent voice of a disciple from beyond the door, Hyun Cheon smiled inwardly. He saw it as an opportunity to escape Hai Pyong's pressing questions. What is it? But such thoughts were a bit premature. The Muja group disciples who participated in the Yongbonji conference have fled in the middle of the night. An awkward silence filled the abbot's room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Between Wohaian and Shaanxi province, where the Yongbonji conference was held, and Dumbonghaian in Hunan province, where the Shaolin Temple is located, lies a significant distance. In other words, the news of the Muja quartet's escape reached the Shaolin Temple 4 days after their departure. And while the shocking news was causing an uproar in the Shaolin Temple, the Muja quartet, looking like beggars along with the Changsa Dojang, had arrived in Guizhou province. After traveling nonstop for 4 days, taking turns pulling the cart themselves, they were covered in dust and sweat. Let's leave the cart here and take a short break. Here, Mu Gung asked with a look of disbelief at Mu Jin's suggestion. It was understandable, since the place where they had stopped the cart was at the edge of a mountain covered in dense foliage. The most famous mountain in Guizhou province, known as the Land of Mountains, was Mount Fanjing, Panjingshan, but the mountain they were looking at was not Mount Fanjing. Even though Mount Fanjing is considered a sacred Buddhist site, they hadn't escaped in the middle of the night for a pilgrimage. They had arrived at a mountain near Zhonghanhaian in Guizhou province. As Mu Jin looked at the mountain they needed to climb, he thought, should I call this a mountain or a mountain range? Countless peaks were connected to each other, giving the impression of numerous mountains combined into one. I need to give these kids the opportunity that Dao Yuetian was supposed to have. In the original story, Dao Yuetian trained in seclusion for 5 years at this mountain after surviving a calamity that destroyed his clan. To be precise, it was likely one of the numerous peaks. The novel had only mentioned a mountain near Zhonghanhaian in Guizhou province, and Dao Yuetian had completed his one-blade technique and found a miraculous elixir during his 5 years of training here. Thus, Mu Jin intended to share the opportunity meant for Dao Yuetian with the Muja trio, in exchange for the 2 lesser restoration pills he had given to Dao Yuetian in advance. The only problem was, now, we need to climb the mountain and find a place where the cliff forms a natural roof, filled with red flowers and a pond in the corner. He did not know the exact location of the elixir. He only remembered the characteristics described in the novel. Are you telling us to find such a place in that huge mountain? Are you kidding? Wow. Are we going on a treasure hunt? Haha. This sounds fun. Mu Jin Dunim. The Muja trio and Chang Sidojang each showed different reactions to Mu Jin's absurd demand. They would likely have to search an entire mountain range with dozens of peaks to find the place Mu Jin described. Even though they were martial artists skilled in Lightfoot technique, it wasn't something they could complete in a day or 2. Don't worry. The outer areas of the mountain are not worth searching. Mu Jin tried to comfort the kids who would be participating in the treasure hunt. In the novel, Dao Yuetian's secluded training spot was deep within the mountain. During his seclusion, he didn't encounter a single person, not even herbalists or hunters, who never ventured into that place. There are 5 of us, and we don't need to search the outer areas, so it shouldn't take more than 10 days. Mu Jin responded nonchalantly, causing Mu Jiang to sigh and ask, but why do we need to find such a place? Because there's a miraculous elixir there. How do you know that? Mu Gung was taken aback, and Mu Jiang asked in a slightly hesitant tone. You don't need to know how I found out. Anyway, we just need to find such a place, so let's hurry up and get going. It gets dark early in the mountains. As Mu Jin began to climb the mountain first, the other 4 followed behind him. However, the atmosphere had slightly changed from the beginning. The mountain scenery is truly beautiful. Mu Yo and the Changsa Dojang remained as cheerful as ever, searching the mountain for a miraculous encounter. This is just like a story from the old tales. Mu Jin has no reason to lie about this. So maybe there really is a miraculous elixir. Even the previously skeptical Mu Gung and Mu Jiang were now excited. Especially Mu Gung, who harbored romantic notions about the martial arts legend. felt like he was the protagonist of an old tale. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After 15 days of scouring the mountain, filled with dreams and hopes, the five, who had transitioned from monks and Taoists to beggars, were now gathered together with half-dazed expressions. Well, to be precise, only 3 of them looked dazed. Haha. Muyol and the Chongsa Dojang were leisurely enjoying the mountain scenery with a relaxed attitude, feeling at one with nature. You said we'd find it in 10 days at most. What are we doing on the 15th day? As Mu Jiang and Mu Gung grumbled, Mu Jin let out a deep sigh. There must be something. There had to be. But why hadn't they found anything after searching this entire large mountain? Didn't someone miss something and just pass by it? This time, let's go back and check each spot one by one. Mu Jin shouted, trying to lift the spirits of the group. If this information had come from some random gossip, they might have given up by now. But Mu Jin was certain. He was convinced that there was a miraculous encounter on this mountain. In the end, unable to resist Mu Jin's insistence, they spread out and began searching the mountain again. How long had they been searching the mountain like this? Muyol was running around here and there with a carefree expression. Indeed, he wasn't searching the mountain, but literally playing around. Words like miraculous encounter or miraculous elixir had long disappeared from Muyol's mind. In fact, he had long forgotten the terrain that Mu Jin had described, running around on all fours like a quadruped or swinging from branches like a monkey for quite a while. Wow! With a joyful exclamation, Muyol launched himself using the springiness of a thick branch. Swoosh! He pushed through the brush that obstructed his view and leaped out. Okay. He saw a small monkey with bright red fur. Okay. The two, who strangely resembled each other, looked at each other and exchanged greetings with similar sounds. Okay. Startled by Muyol, the monkey screamed and ran away, jumping from branch to branch, and Muyol, excited, imitated the monkey's sounds and movements. As Muyol continued to mimic the monkey, chasing it around for a while. Uki. At some point, the monkey, which had been running away in surprise, started approaching Muyol, as if it considered him a fellow monkey. It made sense since Muyol was acting just like it and carried a similar natural scent, having spent the past 15 days in the mountains. Muyol had practically become one with nature. When the fleeing monkey approached, Muyol responded with a bright smile and mimicked the monkey's sounds. Uki. Delighted, the monkey, which was much smaller than Muyol, snuggled up to him. Muyol embraced the monkey and rolled around in the underbrush. Afterwards, the monkey would sit on Muyol's head and point in various directions. Muyol, moving like a monkey, would swing from branches and head in the indicated direction. Sometimes Muyol would throw the monkey towards a branch, and the monkey would gracefully catch it and fly away. Conversely, the monkey would also throw Muyol, who would then swing from a branch. It was quite peculiar to see such a small monkey, no larger than Muyol's torso, throw him around. But Muyol, with his bright demeanor, was simply happy to play with the monkey. How long did they move around together, with the monkey guiding Muyol? Uki. You need help? What's the problem? Uki. For some reason, Muyol found himself able to communicate with the monkey. Although he was instinctively interpreting the monkey's body language and vocal tones, it seemed as if they were having a real conversation. Muyol listened to the monkey's elaborate tale, and his eyes welled up with tears. The monkey's story was both tragic and simple. It had a home where it lived with its mother, but an evil creature invaded their home. The monkey's mother fought to protect it, but was ultimately defeated and eaten by the creature. Thanks to its mother, the monkey managed to escape, but it lost both its home and its mother. I'll help you, Ling Ling. Muyol, wiping the tears from his eyes, gave the monkey a name and smiled determinedly. Uki. Overjoyed by Muyol's words, the monkey climbed onto his head and pointed somewhere. Following Ling Ling's guidance, Muyol navigated the mountainous terrain for a while. He arrived at a very special place. It was a hollowed-out cliff seemingly carved out with a roof-like overhang. Red flowers were blooming profusely, and inside, water trickled down the cliff, forming a pond. This was the location where Mu Jin had said a miraculous encounter was hidden, but Mu Yul had already forgotten about that. Instead, what caught Mu Yul's attention was, is it that guy? Uki. In the middle of the red flower field lay a gigantic black boar. While Mu Yul was busy playing with a monkey, the other four had already gathered at the agreed-upon location. Why isn't Mu Yul here? Did he get lost? Where would he get lost? He just needs to use Qin Gong to reach the visible mountain peak. Maybe he didn't get lost, but forgot he was supposed to return? Everyone fell silent and looked at each other, finding Mu Jiang's hypothesis too plausible. No way, even so, that couldn't be the case. Except for Chong Sidojang. For some reason, everyone felt more certain after hearing Chong Sidojang's words. It was lucky that Mu Jin ran into him while returning at the promised time. Otherwise, Chong Sidojang might have also been distracted, admiring flowers and trees. It's definitely that. Ugh, from tomorrow, I'll have to take him with me. Then what about Chong Sidojang? Chong Sidojang, you should take him with you, Mu Jiang. Let's decide that later. We need to find Mu Yul first, right? Yeah, let's move. After deciding, the four moved in the direction Mu Yul had originally headed. Mu Jin tracked the traces Mu Yul had left behind, continuously blowing his whistle along the way. If they got close enough, Mu Yul might hear the whistle and come looking for them. How long had they been scouring the mountains like that? As the sky began to be painted with crimson hues of sunset, Mu Jin worried that the surroundings would soon turn dark due to the mountain's nature of bringing nightfall early. He felt a faint clash of qi from somewhere. Mu Jin, feeling uneasy, dashed in the direction of the clash of qi. As they started to get closer, Chong Sidojang, Mu Jiang, and Mu Gung also sensed the anomaly, and their faces turned urgent. What they saw as they ran at full speed using Qin Gong. Why is he fighting a wild boar? Look over there, isn't the monkey fighting too? It was an undeniably bizarre scene. However, the strangest thing wasn't that he was fighting a wild boar, nor that the monkey was also fighting alongside him. Why are they so in sync? The most baffling thing was that Mu Yul and the monkey's coordination was impeccable. They demonstrated perfect harmony as if they were one entity. It wasn't just that they alternated positions or executed well-coordinated attacks. Both the monkey, an animal, and Mu Yul, who was close to being an animal himself, moved based on instinct rather than structured coordination, yet they somehow worked together seamlessly. Moreover, the monkey seems to be mimicking Mu Yul's moves. The monkey clumsily imitated Mu Yul, trying to perform crane fist, snake fist, and leopard fist. Then what Mu Yul is doing must be monkey fist. Mu Yul was also occasionally mimicking the monkey's movements. If this continues, the final form of the Shaolin Five Fists might change from Dragon Fist to Monkey Fist. For a brief moment, an idle thought crossed his mind. Let's go. Mu Yul seems to be getting tired. With Mu Jin in the lead, the four who joined belatedly charged into the battlefield. He wasn't sure when the fight started, but Mu Yul, whose inner strength was waning, was gradually slowing down. Whoosh! Mu Jin, using his extreme fast ascent step, tore through the foliage on the ground as he rushed forward. In an instant, Mu Jin reached the battlefield and, channeling his inner strength, shouted, "Mu!" Even while busy fighting the wild boar, both Mu Yul and the monkey reacted to the shout and stepped aside. A path to the wild boar quickly opened, and Mu Jin's fist struck the boar's forehead directly. Bang! At that moment, a thunderous sound akin to an explosion echoed, and the massive body of the boar was flung backward, unable to withstand the impact. The flower bed, unable to bear the weight of the boar, had furrows like those plowed by an ox. It was overwhelming violence. If this had been an ordinary boar, its body wouldn't have merely been pushed back, but would have exploded entirely. Indeed, it must be a spiritual beast. The boar was merely knocked unconscious with a huge lump on its forehead. Seeing the boar overwhelm Mu Yul, who was using martial arts, Mu Jin had swung his fist with full force, assuming it might be a spiritual beast. Wait a minute. If it's a spiritual beast, wouldn't it have an inner core? As Mujin thought about this and rejoiced inwardly, Muyul approached and spoke. Mujin, what did you get here? At that bright question, Mujin sighed and replied, We came to find you since you didn't come back. Why were you fighting here instead of returning? Oh, right. Sorry. I forgot. I thought as much. But how did you find this place? Mujin asked, glancing around. The moment he arrived at this place, Mujin immediately recognized it. This was the very place that appeared in the novel. Huh? Why? This is Ling Ling's home. Ling Ling, when Mujin asked, tilting his head in confusion, Muyul lifted the monkey he had been fighting alongside and presented it. Okay. As the small monkey cried, tilting its head, Mujin looked at it with an incredulous expression and asked, This is that monkey's home? Then what about the boar? He took Ling Ling's home, and he even ate Ling Ling's mother. So I tried to punish him instead, but he was stronger than I thought. Right? Muyul asked, to which the monkey responded with, Ucky. Mujin, who had been staring at them with a bewildered expression, suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait a minute. Seeing how it fought that boar, isn't this monkey a spiritual beast too? The thought that the monkey might have an internal elixir in its belly crossed his mind. Ucky. Suddenly, the monkey let out a scream as if having a fit and hid behind Muyul. Ucky. Then, Muyul, mimicking the monkey's cries, spoke to Ling Ling as if it was the most natural thing. Mujin watched this confusing scene unfold for a moment. After finishing their conversation in monkey language, Muyul looked at Mujin with a displeased expression. Ling Ling is scared. Huh? Scared of what? Ling Ling thinks you're trying to eat him. Mujin involuntarily flinched at Ling Ling's accurate assessment. Just then, Mu Gung, Mu Jiang, and Chong Sidojang arrived and joined the conversation. Muyul, you must have misunderstood. Right. No matter how much it's Mujin, he's still a Shaolin disciple. He wouldn't do something like that. Haha. How could Master Mujin possibly cut open Ling Ling's belly when he's perfectly fine? Ba. The moment he suggested cutting open Ling Ling's belly, he felt like he would become the worst villain in the world. Ahem. Of course. Ling Ling must have misunderstood. Tell him not to worry. Mujin forced an awkward smile and looked at Ling Ling as if seeking reconciliation. This is why perceptive kids are a problem. There is a strange sense of regret in his eyes. Ahem. Enough with the nonsense. Let's deal with that boar first. Ignoring Ling Ling's suspicious gaze, Mujin pointed at the boar. Huh? Deal with the boar? Are we just going to leave it there? We've punished it enough, so shouldn't we just drive it away? But after we leave, that Ling Ling or whatever will lose its home again. Oh, Muyul, who usually seemed thoughtless, now had a complicated expression on his face. But killing a perfectly fine creature. Ba. It's best to avoid killing whenever possible, Master Mujin. Even the three onlookers started to dissuade Mujin. Unlike Mujin, who was a fake monk thoroughly corrupted by the secular world, the other four were relatively innocent monks and Taoists. Of course, Mujin found their words frustrating to the point of madness. If you're going to say such things, you shouldn't have interfered in the first place. You should have let nature take its course and let Ling Ling be eaten by this creature. Nature operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. So if you can interfere, do it properly. Ling Ling probably doesn't want to end his revenge on his mother's death with just a beating. Ucky. Ling Ling barked in agreement, shaking his head vigorously up and down. With Ling Ling siding with Mujin, the other four found it hard to refuse. Well done, Ling Ling. I won't target your internal elixir. Judging by size and strength, the boar's internal elixir was bound to be much larger than Ling Ling's. Thanks to Ling Ling's support, Mujin could easily acquire the boar's internal elixir. Even finding this location was thanks to Ling Ling, making it a stroke of good luck. Ultimately, under the pretext of avenging Ling Ling's mother, Mujin focused his energy and crushed the boar's head with a single blow. Then he used his energy to cut open the boar's belly and find the internal elixir. Phew! Mujin finally succeeded in extracting a round, bead-like object from the boar's belly. Covered in blood from rummaging through the boar's abdomen, Mujin held the elixir and moved towards the flower field. Inside the flower field, where a cliff towered overhead like a roof, water flowed down the cliff, creating a pond over the ages. Mujin washed his arms and face in the pond's water and surveyed the area. The terrain suggested that natural energy would be concentrated here, but the pond's water was not a miraculous elixir, just somewhat beneficial spring water. This was because creatures that thrived on the natural energy accumulated in the pond existed here. There it is. Mujin's eyes shone as he spotted blue leaves growing near the pond. Several blue leaves were growing along the pond's edge, just as Mujin had hoped. But why are there so few? There should be more, right? The thought barely formed before Mujin came up with a hypothesis. Could that boar have eaten some of them earlier? Of course, there was no way to confirm this theory. After all, when Dao Yuetian discovered this place in the novel, such a boar didn't even exist. But the reason didn't matter much. What was important now was that an even greater opportunity awaited them than expected. Look, do you see those blue leaves around here? Yes. Start picking them one by one. That's the miraculous elixir I mentioned. Really? Seriously? With surprised expressions, the four of them dug around the blue leaves and soon found the main body, which resembled ginseng, rooted in the ground. Even though they avoided the smaller, almost grass-like ones, and only pulled out the larger ginsengs, they managed to gather 6 in total. Dao Yuetian only managed to get 3. This was an incredible success in many ways. Even though, if they divided them among the 5 of them, each would get only 1 and 1 would be left over, Mujin was willing to give up his share. Moreover, Chong Sidojang, I'm sorry, but could you let Mu Yo, Mu Jiang, and Mu Gung have these ginsengs? After all, I have the Great Restoration Pill, and you have Techiongden, so we already have plenty of internal energy and won't benefit as much. Mujin was reluctant to give one to Chong Sidojang, who only had an obsession with swords and didn't care much about anything else. Haha, since you were the one who knew about the elixir here, Mujin Duin, you should decide as you wish. Chong Sidojang, who had no attachments other than to swords, didn't mind at all. Thanks to this, the distribution was easily settled, and Mujin handed 2 ginsengs each to the 3 members of the Muja trio. In any case, eating multiple of the same elixir only builds resistance and diminishes its effect. 2 is the proper amount. Dao Yuetian had eaten 3 ginsengs, but by the time he ate the 3rd one, it only increased his power by about 5 years. Compared to the 25 years of power gained from the first one and 10 years from the second, the efficiency of the 3rd was quite disappointing. At that moment, Mu Gung, holding 2 ginsengs, asked hopefully, but could those flowers also be elixirs? Looking at the spot Mu Gung pointed to, they saw Ling Ling, who had reclaimed his home, happily eating the red flowers growing from the ground. You're half right and half wrong. Mujin explained with a grin. Those flowers can only be eaten if you have the ginseng. They are poisonous otherwise. In the novel, Dao Yuetian had almost crossed the river of death because of his greed for the flowers. He had barely survived by hastily eating the ginseng after consuming the flowers first. The 40 years of internal energy Dao Yuetian gained included the energy obtained from those red flowers. It's probably because of the relationship between the ginseng and the flowers. The place where natural energy is most concentrated is this pond. Mujin pointed at the pond as he spoke. But this water has almost no elixir effect. The ginseng and flowers around it have absorbed all the natural energy. Probably, the flowers with poison first emerged to monopolize the natural energy, and then the ginseng, which can neutralize the poison, grew around the pond, absorbing the energy that would go to the flowers. Oh, Mujin, how do you know all this? As expected, your family is known for its medical knowledge. You seem to know everything about this. So that's how you knew there was an elixir here. Although Mujin was merely recounting Dao Yuetian's reasoning from the novel, he felt no need to correct the children's misunderstanding. After that, each member of the Muja trio picked a few red flower petals and began to consume them along with the ginseng. Meanwhile, the sky, which had turned orange at sunset, darkened, and the moonlight and starlight softly illuminated the flower field where they were. About an hour passed. The first to open his eyes was Mu Jiang. Thanks to his outstanding comprehension, he had the deepest understanding of the internal energy technique among the three. After another quarter hour, Mu Gung opened his eyes, and another quarter hour later, Mu Yul did as well. Sichuan 1, did you absorb it well? It seems like it's increased by a little more than half. Me too. I've almost absorbed it all. Mu Jin, who was satisfied with the responses of the three, now took out the boar's inner core he had kept aside. Here, you can share this among the three of you as well. But for some reason, all three frowned as they looked at the inner core Mu Jin had taken out. No matter what, that's a bit. Yeah, it was inside a boar's body. Mu Jin, eating meat is dangerous. The innocent monks were spouting nonsense. Then, should I just eat it myself? While Mu Jin was thinking this, Mu Yul suddenly blurted out nonsense. Can't we give that to Ling Ling? That's not a bad idea. Right. They say this was originally Ling Ling's home. Since we ate the ginseng and flowers from Ling Ling's home, it's only right to give this to Ling Ling. That is truly the way of nature. Infinite life. Mu Jin was dumbfounded as he watched the four of them in perfect harmony. However, having spent 6 years in Shaolin Temple, perhaps Mu Jin's brain had been slightly remodeled. Well, we did find this place thanks to that monkey. Besides, we got more ginseng than expected. These thoughts were crossing his mind. Additionally, there was a logical reason. Since that monkey was also a spiritual creature, eating the inner core would probably make it stronger. Moreover, the monkey seemed to only eat the red flowers and not the ginseng. We left the undergrown ginseng, so leaving that monkey to guard it and coming back later to harvest only the ginseng wouldn't be a bad idea. In the end, Mu Jin handed the inner core to Ling Ling, who snatched it with his hand and put it straight into his mouth with a yukai. Feeling good, Ling Ling ran around the flower field barking continuously for a moment. Yuki-I. Suddenly, Ling Ling started screaming and rolling around in the flower field. Ling Ling, what's wrong? Miol, startled, was the first to rush to the writhing Ling Ling, followed by the others. It seems like he's still young and ate too big an inner core, so it's hard to digest, inferred Mu Jiang with insight. Everyone watched the writhing Ling Ling with somber faces for a while. At first, the monkey rolled painfully on the ground, but its cries gradually subsided. Suddenly, a change occurred in its body. The monkey's red fur deepened in color and began to grow slightly longer, and its size also began to increase subtly. Simultaneously, the monkey gradually calmed down and soon stood up with a healthy appearance. Yukai! Yukai! The monkey, feeling better, clung to Mu Jin, who had given him the inner core, shaking his body, and then slipped into Mu Yul's arms. Mu Jin, watching the scene for a moment, spoke. Well, since we've gathered everything, shall we head back? The exploration for opportunities, expected to be completed in 10 days, had taken 15 days. Mu Jin wanted to move to the next location as quickly as possible, prepared to leave. Mu Gung and Mu Jiang, who had also had enough of the mountains, followed Mu Jin and made preparations to leave. Take care, Ling Ling. We'll come see you again next time. Amitba. Infinite life. After getting ready to leave, Mu Yul and the others bid farewell to the monkey. Keep an eye on the ginseng. We'll be back to harvest them later. Only Mu Jin harbored such secular thoughts inwardly. Yukai. For some reason, Ling Ling shook his head and barked, then climbed onto Mu Yul's head. Do you want to come with us? Yukai. Ukikiki. In response to Mu Yul's question, the monkey excitedly nodded his head up and down. At that moment, an unexpected pet was added to their party. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After leaving the mountains, the 5 humans and 1 monkey traveled for a day and a half, pushing a cart, and finally arrived at Renhui County, located at the passage from Guizhou Province to Sichuan Province. In Mu Jin's original plan, the destination after obtaining the fortuitous encounter was Sichuan Province. In about a year or two, a significant event was set to occur in Sichuan province. The so-called Tomb of the Divine Thief, or the Divine Thief's Hidden Cave incident. The Divine Thief, a legendary bandit who was active about 100 years ago. A rumor would spread that a hidden cave somewhere in Sichuan province held the countless treasures, miraculous elixirs, and martial arts manuals he had stolen throughout his life. As the rumor took shape, the hidden cave, believed to be the tomb of the Divine Thief, would eventually be discovered. Naturally, countless martial artists and martial sects would clash to claim the cave. The incident would be the catalyst for a complete breakdown in relations between the strongest forces in Sichuan province, the Sichuan Tang clan, a Mei sect, and the Qingchang sect. Therefore, Mu Jin decided to head to Sichuan province to prevent the tomb of the Divine Thief incident. However, instead of heading straight to Sichuan province, Mu Jin decided to rest here for a few days. There was some leeway since the incident was more than a year in the future. Additionally, the unexpected prolonged stay in the mountains had turned most of the clothes Ryu Seohwa had prepared into rags, and they all looked like beggars. Going to Sichuan province in such a state would draw too much attention. This is the life. The main reason, though, was to lift weights after a break of 15 days. Thanks to Ryu Seohwa's help, Mu Jin, under the fake identity of Choi Kang-hyuk, could freely exercise at a musculoskeletal treatment clinic. He was completely absorbed in weight training, enjoying it after 15 days. Although he had been doing bodyweight exercises using trees and rocks, it was vastly different from using a variety of equipment. During the 15 days without weight training, Mu Jin had felt an irrational fear that his muscles were shrinking. Lifting weights brought him peace of mind. Of course, this was only from Mu Jin's perspective. It's killing me, really. I should have expected this when I decided to follow Mu Jin. Mu Gung and Mu Jiang, who had been dragged to a muscle and bone treatment clinic by Mu Jin, looked utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Mu Yo was playing, alternating between holding Ling Ling and a metal weight. In the case of Chong Sadojang, they were also lifting the metal weights with a look of great admiration. Haha. So this is the secret to Master Mu Jin's strength. Amidst the varied reactions, Mu Jin continued his workout until he felt sufficient muscle stimulation before putting the weights down. And after enough exercise, sufficient nutrition is essential. They headed to a grand inn they had reserved in Rinhuai County. 5 of your best dishes, please. All with meat. Of course, sir. As soon as Mu Jin shouted upon entering the inn, the innkeeper responded with enthusiasm. Despite their initial beggarly appearance, they had surprisingly flaunted gold and rented the most expensive room for 3 whole days, becoming splendid guests. After securing the room, they bathed in hot water, shedding their ragged appearance. After going out somewhere, they returned, seemingly intent on eating more expensive food. Are you crazy? Me? What are you thinking? But the group, watching Mu Jin place his order, cried out in shock. So what? We're not monks or anything. We can eat meat as much as we want, right? If we don't eat meat in a place like this, it will look suspicious, you fools. Mu Jin sent a telepathic message, making a plausible excuse, and they all shut their mouths with uneasy expressions. After all, they were currently fleeing at night and roaming the martial world incognito. Anyway, what do you guys want to eat? Huh? Didn't you just order 5 dishes? Yeah, all 5 of those are for me. After today's exercise and the exhausting ordeal of pulling the cart through the mountains, he needed a hearty meal to recover. However, the other kids seemed to have different thoughts, and, after checking the menu, they ended up ordering vegetable stir-fries or noodles. Since they were picking foods without meat from what was available, those were the only options left. Your food is here. While they waited for their food, the dishes Mu Jin had ordered began to fill the table one by one. The colorful and dazzling appearance of the dishes immediately caught the eye, and the aroma wafting from the plates was tantalizing. Feeling good, Mu Jin began to savor the dishes, putting each one in his mouth one by one. Noticing the stares of the 4 whose food had yet to arrive, Mu Jin smiled faintly. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, the 4 of them found it difficult to keep their composure amidst their hunger. If you want to eat, feel free to join in. We can always order more, Mu Jin subtly encouraged. Despite his offer, the four hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. But then, someone made the first move. Uki, Ling Ling, who was sitting on Mu Yul's lap, awkwardly imitated Mu Jin and grabbed some five-spice braised pork with its chopsticks, stuffing it into its mouth. Perhaps spurred on by Ling Ling's initiative, Mu Yul naturally reached for the meat as well. The texts do permit meat consumption on special occasions. Today, as our first visit to an inn since arriving in the Central Plains, surely qualifies as a special occasion, said a member of Changsa Dojang, reaching for a dish. That left only Mu Gung and Mu Jiayong. After exchanging glances for a moment, to hell with it. Since we're all in this together, we won't get caught. They both simultaneously reached for the plates with their chopsticks. In truth, Mu Gung, Mu Jiayong, and Mu Yul had only become vegetarians after joining Shaolin. In their younger days, they all had eaten meat. How could they resist the temptation of such dazzling dishes laid out before them? Hee. Watching the once reserved kids devour the food like hungry ghosts, Mu Jin smiled contentedly. After all that hard work, if you just eat noodles, you'll ruin your health. Absolutely. Mu Jin was pleased to introduce these poor Shaolin kids to the joys of eating meat. Once they started eating, they decided not to hold back, barely touching the noodles or vegetable stir-fries they had initially ordered. Naturally, the dishes on the table were quickly devoured. Here, add one more of each of these 5 dishes, and also 5 more of the next most popular dishes. Mu Jin called out. Yes, right away. I'll have them prepared immediately. The innkeeper responded eagerly. Oh, and bring us a bottle of Mao Tai as well, Mu Jin added. Mao Tai, a famous liquor from Mao Tai town in Renhui County, was renowned throughout the Central Plains. Mu Jin had learned about it not from novels, but from Siwa Shurdinim while discussing the locations of muscle and bone treatment clinics. Renhui County, a bridge between Sichuan and Guizhou provinces, housed a branch of Qian Ryu Sangdan and a muscle and bone treatment clinic, thanks to the famed Mao Tai liquor. Shortly after, as the food on the table was nearly gone, the noodles and vegetable stir-fries remained untouched. New dishes and the Mao Tai arrived. Ah, finally I get to drink, Mu Jin thought. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. Although he had become an adult this year, it wasn't as if he had waited until adulthood to drink. Mu Jin had avoided alcohol because it hindered muscle growth. But now, he no longer had to worry. I can enjoy the slight intoxication, then just dispel the effects with my internal energy later. Having already mastered the small and large circulations of qi, Mu Jin could now enjoy alcohol without fearing a hangover. Thus, while watching the Shaolin and Wudong disciples relish the meat, clink, Mu Jin leisurely savored the renowned Mao Tai liquor of the Central Plains. Ahem, could I possibly have a taste of that too? When the kids of the Mujia trio eyed the Mao Tai after enjoying the meat, Mu Jin glared at them. No, it'll cause muscle loss for you. They hadn't even mastered the large circulation of qi yet. TSK, Sichuan Temple. After resting in Renhui County for 4 days, they reorganized their muscles and gathered additional clothing and wigs needed for their disguise. The group finally arrived in Ziyang City, Sichuan Province, after several days of travel. Ziyang City was quite a distance from Chengdu, the provincial capital of Sichuan. It was also the stage for the Divine Thief's Grave incident, which would occur a year or so later. Of course, since the incident hadn't happened yet, it wasn't easy to spot martial artists on the streets. At least, it wasn't supposed to be easy. Is the Yongbongji conference being held here, too? It seems like there are as many martial artists here as in Wohaian, senior brother Mugang. Wherever they went, they saw countless martial artists wielding various weapons like swords, sabers, spears, and axes, wandering the streets. Unlike Wohaian, these weapon-wielding martial artists were divided into groups, each watching the others warily. The city was filled with a tension so palpable that it felt like it could explode at any moment with just a tiny spark. Doesn't it feel like everyone is watching us? It's probably because we're outsiders. Mu Jin had a gut feeling that, if they weren't careful, they could become the spark that ignited the tension. Despite their disguise as monks and Taoists, they stood out due to the monkey they were leading around. Let's find lodging first. Not wanting to draw unnecessary attention, Mujin led the group forward. Fortunately, the people here weren't so crazy as to start a fight just because of a brief eye contact. Well, there was one crazy guy. Chong Sidojang stop. Mujin's voice transmission made Chong Sidojang look at him with a bright smile, puzzled as to why he was stopping him. This place seems like the perfect spot to cultivate my swordsmanship. He looked eager to engage in a duel immediately. Of course, Chong Sidojang wasn't the type to pick a fight with just anyone. He only enjoyed dueling with masters who could help improve his skills. However, the city was teeming with martial artists, some of whom were mere riffraff, while others exuded an aura that hinted at their mastery. And every time Chong Sidojang's eyes met those of the apparent masters, his hand involuntarily moved toward his sword. Once we secure lodging, I'll spar with you. So, please hold back for now. Haha. In that case, I'll wait as long as you need. Chong Sidojang, convinced by Mujin's sweet talk, let go of his sword with a bright smile. Thanks to this, they managed to avoid a small scuffle and found an inn without much trouble. However, due to the influx of martial artists in Xiang City, most inns had no vacant rooms. It took passing by several inns before they finally succeeded in renting an entire private room. The garden inside the walls is included with the private room, and if you need bath water, just call for it. Meals can also be delivered to your private room if you wish. After listening to the detailed explanation from the inn's attendant, Mujin took out some silver from his pocket and handed it to the attendant. It wasn't a gift for the thorough explanation. I have a question. The silver was payment for information. The attendant, experienced enough to understand the intent, leaned in closer to Mujin and cautiously replied, I'll answer whatever I can. Are there usually this many martial artists in Xiang? There were a few small sects and martial arts halls, but never this many. Then why is the town's atmosphere like this? The attendant glanced around nervously, as if afraid to say too much. Of course, there was no one else in the private room, except Mujin's group and the attendant. Ting. Seeing through the act, Mujin flicked another silver coin from his pocket towards the attendant. Mujin, who had made a fortune by betting on his victory in the Yangbanji conference, didn't care about a couple of silver coins. With 2 silver coins in hand, the attendant's face broke into a wide grin. Well, there's been a rumor recently. They say the famous Divine Thief's grave is hidden near Zhang County. The Divine Thief's grave? Yes, the Divine Thief. A great thief who was active over 100 years ago. The items he stole were so varied and renowned. The attendant started to explain in great detail about the Divine Thief, but Mujin only half listened, letting the rest go in one ear and out the other. It was unimaginable. The future had changed. The Divine Thief's grave incident began sooner than it was supposed to in the original timeline. While the exact cause of this shift was unclear, it wasn't the time to speculate or seek the reason. This disrupts all my plans. Mujin's original plan was to raid the Divine Thief's crypt before the incident occurred. Whether the crypt itself was fabricated by the shadowy forces or if the real grave of the Divine Thief was found by these forces and the rumors were spread by them, was uncertain. However, it was known that the crypt near Zhang contained numerous treasures, legendary swords, and martial arts manuals. It was only natural. If the crypt contained nothing, even fools would realize it was a trap set by the shadowy forces. To instill deep-rooted distrust across Sichuan, the treasures had to be real. Thus, Mujin had planned to preemptively raid the crypt prepared by the shadowy forces. If I recklessly move to raid the crypt now, I might end up making enemies of all the martial artists here. Even Mujin didn't have infinite internal energy. It was impossible to fight against hundreds of martial artists. It might be different if they were all low-level, but there were undoubtedly some experts mixed in. During these thoughts, Mujin realized something peculiar. Why are all the martial artists staying here in Xiang? Mujin's question puzzled the attendant, as if he couldn't understand the intention behind it. The Divine Thief's crypt is said to be nearby. Why aren't the martial artists going there, but instead are engaging in this standoff here? According to rumors, the person who held the map of the crypt mentioned its location was near here before dying. The problem is the map went missing, so they're all just watching each other, unsure of the exact location. Hearing the attendant's explanation, Mu-jin's eyes gleamed. So it's not too late. Mu-jin knew the identity of a shadowy force's pawn who was supposed to scatter the map in Sichuan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They stayed in the private room in Xiang City for a day, avoiding outside activities to not attract the attention of the martial artists there. The next morning, they left the private room, pulling a cart of indistinguishable contents. Once again, they drew the gazes of the martial artists on the streets, but Mu-jin ignored them. Muyol played with Ling Ling while following Mu-jin without much thought, and Chang Sidojang occasionally reached for his sword, but otherwise caused no issues. They soon left Xiang City, traveling along the official road connecting the towns. Mu-jin, someone seems to be following us from behind. Mu-jiang cautiously sent a voice transmission. Ignore them. They'll turn back if we keep following the official road. Mu-jin believed these were just suspicious individuals wondering if they held the crypt's map. However, they didn't possess the map, nor were they heading towards the crypt. As they continued down the official road for about half a shurchen, an hour, the pursuers began to fall back one by one. Shall we run for a bit? Without waiting for an answer, Mu-jin started running. After running for another half a shurchen along the official road, they managed to shake off the remaining pursuers. Some pursuers lacked sufficient internal energy or stamina, while others decided there was no need to continue chasing. After traveling for over a shurchen on the official road, a new county appeared before them. Ganyang County. Located midway between Xiang City and Chengdu, it was Mu-jin's destination. Although it was close to Xiang City by continental standards, the actual distance was nearly 40 kilometers. As a result, Ganyang County felt somewhat more relaxed compared to Xiang. As in Xiang City, Mu-jin rented a private room at an inn and summoned the attendant for questions. Which are the famous sects in Ganyang County? Offering a piece of silver, Mu-jin listened attentively as the attendant listed and located the famous sects. After sending the attendant away, Mu-jin addressed his companions. Take a nap for a bit. We have places to go tonight. With that, Mu-jin left the inn alone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As night fell over Ganyang County, only a few taverns and inns were lit, with the moonlight and starlight gently illuminating the county. Squeak. Mu-jin and his companions quietly left their private room and exited the inn. Follow me carefully. Mu-jin led the group along the route he had scouted during the day. His experience in a special unit proved invaluable in situations like this. By noting places that would be dark at night or appear blind spots from other locations, and moving quickly through these areas, they could move stealthily without much difficulty. After moving for a while under the cover of darkness, a signboard of a sect appeared. Taiyelman. According to the attendant, although it wasn't the largest sect in Ganyang County, it was reputed to be the most virtuous. They didn't extort money from the common people and often helped those in difficult situations, earning a stellar reputation in the county. However, Mu-jin inwardly scoffed at this description. The attendant's explanation had two major flaws. Firstly, how could such a virtuous sect be responsible for scattering the crypt map and turning Sichuan into a bloodbath? That was absurd. We're going to raid that sect. Some of them showed signs of surprise at Mu-jin's voice transmission, but Mu-jin made a gesture to silence them and continued. According to the attendant, that place is known for its wickedness in Ganyang County. As disciples of the Orthodox faction, we can't just leave such villains alone, right? Mu-jin had gathered information from the attendant alone for this very reason. Had he told them the sect's external reputation, everyone would have hesitated. If that's the case, we must teach them a lesson. Not a bad opponent for my first martial expedition. Mu-jin's lies stoked their spirits, especially Mu-gung, whose enthusiasm seemed ready to burst. Sichuan 3. Ensure that no one escapes. Attack simultaneously from all directions. The front gate will attract the most attention, so we'll send two there first. One person each will cover the left, right, and rear. After assigning their positions, they utilized their Qigong techniques to scale the wall and infiltrate Tyelman. Who are you?" A guard on night watch shouted in alarm, but was swiftly subdued by Mujin. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking us suddenly?" Hearing the commotion, the martial artists of Tyelman started to rush out, but they were no match for Mujin and his group. Most of them were no better than second-rate warriors. After knocking down about 20 martial artists, a white-bearded, kind-looking old man cried out in indignation. "What is the meaning of this?" Mujin stepped forward and addressed the elderly man, who seemed to be the leader. "Are you the sect leader of Tyelman, Bang Ji-hyuk?" "Yes." "Who are you to commit such atrocities against us? What have we done to deserve this?" "You haven't committed a crime yet, but you are preparing to, aren't you?" "What are you talking about?" The man's tone was incredulous, but Mujin didn't bother to explain further and added a cryptic remark. "Your act won't work. Bang Ji-hyuk of Tyelman, or should I call you Sichuan Branch Number 1? How do you know that name?" Bang Ji-hyuk's expression changed from kindness to a sharp look as he responded with a counter-question. The title Sichuan Branch Number 1 was used to refer to him by the main headquarters. Just like GM Pyogu, who was known as Hanam Branch Number 1 while working as the internal overseer of the Kyeonryu Sangdan, Mujin had no intention of revealing his sources. "Why should I tell you where I got my information?" In that case, I'll just have to capture you and find out." Bang Ji-hyuk's demeanor turned cold, and his aura changed dramatically. Not only his, but a few others around him also revealed their true nature. Swish! Why? Before the situation could be understood, the bodies of those standing near Bang Ji-hyuk were cut in two. To hide their identities, they had killed their comrades with whom they had shared years of camaraderie. Moreover, among the fallen martial artists, several began to rise naturally. They had pretended to be defeated to conceal their true strength. The second piece of misinformation the tavern owner had provided was about their combat power. About 10 martial artists, emitting strong auras and sword energies, began approaching Mujin and his group. Though they were not as formidable as the elite members of major sects or great families, 10 experts who had reached the early stages of mastery were an unbeatable force in this provincial area. Even for Mujin, it wouldn't be easy to handle 10 experts simultaneously. Good thing I didn't come alone. Mujin wasn't alone. His group consisted of 5 members, and they each began to fight 2 enemies. If they had come here directly after the Yongbangji conference, it might have been a tough battle. While Chong Sidojang and Mujin could manage, Mugung, Mujiang, and Muyul, who had reached the early stages of mastery, still lacked sufficient internal energy. Ugh! A man who had boldly emitted his sword energy and displayed his martial arts let out a groan just from clashing with Mugung's heavy Tathagata palm. Die! Chong Sidojang and Mu Jiang seemed to be enjoying the fight, effortlessly deflecting or dodging their opponent's attacks and steadily pushing them back. The most noticeable change, however, was in Muyul. Just like during the battle with the boar spirit, Muyul displayed excellent teamwork with Ling Ling. When Muyul used his crane fist to deflect an attack, Ling Ling would mimic his crane fist movements, leaping from Muyul's head to scratch the face of an attacking opponent with its claws. When another opponent shot a palm strike at Ling Ling, Muyul used his leopard fist to block it, leaping into the air. Okay. Sometimes, Muyul would imitate Ling Ling's movements, even making monkey sounds while executing his moves. It's not like they're lost twins or anything. Mujin wondered if the monkey was actually human or if Muyul was originally a monkey. Whatever the case, Muyul and Ling Ling demonstrated a level of coordination surpassing that of 2 humans. It seemed Muyul had gained the greatest benefit this time. His physical skills were unparalleled, but his intelligence was at monkey level. However, Ling Ling filled this gap perfectly, even exceeding it. Seems like there's no need to help anyone. Mujin's momentum shifted as he fended off 2 attackers, while keeping an eye on his companion's battles. What the? As he grabbed a sword wrapped in sword energy with his left hand, the swordsman let out a startled cry. In that moment, The correct choice would have been to abandon the sword and flee. Ugh. But the swordsman had no time to react before Mujin's fist was already buried in his stomach. Meanwhile, the other attacker managed to land a punch infused with energy into Mujin's side. Oh, Hoshin Gangjai. However, the Golden Turtle Technique's chi barrier deflected the punch. Mujin, having finished off the swordsman, dropped the sword and reached for the neck of the other attacker who had come within range. Not quite Gangjai. It was merely a chi barrier, albeit enhanced by the Jade Vajra technique. But his opponent could not hear his response, as Mujin's grip had already broken his neck. After swiftly dealing with the two attackers, Mujin looked at Bang Ji-hyuk. Bang Ji-hyuk's previously friendly expression had turned cold and then changed again to one of confusion. Sensing the tide of the battle turning against him, Bang Ji-hyuk attempted to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" As Bang Ji-hyuk prepared to use a stepping technique to escape, Mujin, already employing the fast ascent step to its extreme, charged towards him. "I'll take your head with me." Bang Ji-hyuk swung his sword in the air, releasing a semi-transparent energy that surged towards Mujin. In the dark of night, the nearly invisible sword energy was more akin to something an assassin would use rather than a reputable martial artist. Mujin's direct charge seemed reckless, like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and Mujin, enveloped in a golden aura, tore through the dust cloud, heading straight for Bang Ji-hyuk. Bang Ji-hyuk, now alarmed, employed a nearly imperceptible stepping technique to retreat, his hands moving swiftly in the darkness. What is this? The invisible sword energy Bang Ji-hyuk sent out was neutralized by Mujin's golden chi barrier, a golden aura that protected his entire body. A young martial artist using domineering techniques. With these two pieces of information, a rumor circulating throughout the martial world flashed through Bang Ji-hyuk's mind. Shaolin Fist Dragon, the recent winner of the Yongbangji Conference and Shaolin's new rising star. But why was this star here? He had heard that the Shaolin Fist Dragon had returned to the Shaolin Temple immediately after the Yongbangji Conference. Because of that, they failed to brainwash him. Bang Ji-hyuk's thoughts were abruptly cut short as Mujin, ignoring his attacks, closed the distance. Boom! Bang Ji-hyuk barely managed to block Mujin's powerful punch, but the impact made him cough up blood. Even in that moment, Bang Ji-hyuk was contemplating. Shaolin Fist Dragon knows our identity. The urgency to report this information to the main organization clashed with the realization of his own survival. Can I survive this? Or will he capture me for interrogation? The decision was quick. Ugh! Bang Ji-hyuk, already injured, coughed up more blood, this time a different color, completely lifeless. Damn it! Realizing that Bang Ji-hyuk had taken poison, Mujin urgently grabbed him, but Bang Ji-hyuk's eyes had already lost their light. We need to capture at least one alive. Mujin's urgent cry came too late. Following Bang Ji-hyuk's suicide, the remaining enemies also bit down on poison. The children, experiencing such a scenario for the first time, were bewildered as their opponents suddenly collapsed, coughing up blood. Someone's dead. Mugung's face paled as he realized their opponents had died in such a short time. Muriang Sabul. Umipa. Muyol's face also darkened with sorrow, while Mujiang and Chongsu Dojang appeared confused. They were all skilled martial artists, but this was their first real battle, especially one involving life and death. They struggled to accept the current situation. You didn't kill them. They all committed suicide. Mujin spoke up, trying to comfort them. In truth, when Mujin had initially planned his nighttime escape, he had hesitated about bringing the Muja trio for this very reason. He needed to bring them out and feed them the miraculous elixir for the future. But subsequent battles against the shadowy forces would inevitably lead to such outcomes. Despite everything, the reason Mujin brought them along was because, ultimately, it's something they will have to face someday. Aside from the shadowy forces, it was something that anyone living as a martial artist would eventually encounter. Rather than confining them in Shaolin and letting them grow up as children, Mujin thought it would be better to grow stronger together while overcoming hardships. However, It was also irresponsible in many ways to leave the confused children to overcome things on their own. Just take a break for a moment. Saying this to the children, Mujin then started to search every corner of Tyalman's pavilion. Under the table of what seemed to be the pavilion of Tyalman's leader, he found a stash of the item he was looking for. It was none other than a map of the divine thief's hidden path. Of course, it wasn't to leave the children, who were in shock from their first real battle in the act of killing, even though it was self-defense, and go treasure hunting. Mujin took the bundle of maps and returned to the battlefield. Here, he pulled out the maps from the bundle and distributed them to the children. What's this? A map of the divine thief's hidden path. A map? The one that shows the location of miraculous elixirs and treasures. Yes. Did you have us fight these people because of this? Mu Jiang asked, sounding somewhat disappointed or perhaps shocked. Mujin shook his head and replied, "You're half right and half wrong. Think about it. If this map was really showing where such treasures were hidden, would there be so many of them?" Even in their confused state, Mujin's words made sense to them, and they all had complicated expressions. "I told you, this is the most notorious sect in this area, Ganyang Haiyan, and this is the reason. You saw how hostile the atmosphere in Jiangxi was. What do you think would happen if these maps were distributed in large quantities and people flocked to the divine thief's hidden path?" Starting with the brilliant Mu Jiang, one by one, they began to understand Mujin's point. The guys we just fought were planning to turn Sichuan into a bloodbath. If we hadn't dealt with them, hundreds, if not thousands, might have died. The reason Mujin deliberately showed the maps to the shocked children was to alleviate their guilt. If the weight of killing was too much to bear, it would be easier to think of the ones they killed as vicious villains. To think of them as heinous criminals who would have killed hundreds or thousands if left unchecked. Just like the education he received during his time in the Special Forces. Killing terrorists is far better than letting citizens die from terrorism. The divine thief's hidden cavern one. Of course, it was unreasonable to expect that Mujin's single remark would instantly clear the children's minds or lift their spirits. However, they gradually began to recover from the initial shock. "So what will we do with them?" Mu Gung asked, pointing at the Tyalman warriors sprawled on the ground. "You saw it, right? They even killed their own during the fight. These people were just being used, so we should leave them alone." Mujin and the others, being from sects dedicated to non-lethal force, had only subdued their opponents in the final battle. Not a single person had been killed. "Are we going back now?" Mu Yul attempted his usual bright smile, but it looked awkward. Mujin forced a cheerful tone in response. "No, we need to check this place out." He waved a map as he spoke. "That place? What? I told you, this is a trap meant to annihilate the martial artists of Sichuan. So, we need to clear the trap before we leave, don't we? Not to mention, there were treasures to be looted there." Of course, Mujin kept that part to himself. "Mujin, what's with that scroll?" Mu Jiang asked, noticing the scroll Mujin was holding along with the map. Mujin shrugged nonchalantly. "It might be useful later." Saying this, Mujin tucked the scroll, found while searching the Tyalman leader's room, into his sleeve. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For precaution, Mujin kept only one map and burned the rest. The group concealed themselves in the dark night and moved toward the location indicated on the map. The map pointed to a specific place on a large mountain relatively close to Jiangxi. In truth, Mujin only knew that the divine thief's hidden cavern existed in that mountain. He wasn't aware of the exact location indicated on the map. According to history, the divine thief's hidden cavern incident was supposed to occur a year or two later. At that time, Du Wulchen was deep in secluded training in the mountains. Thus, Du Wulchen didn't directly experience the incident. He discovered the background of the divine thief's hidden cavern incident while tracking down the forces that annihilated his family. So, Mujin intended to search the entire mountain with the children, as he had done when looking for the miraculous elixir, though things had taken an unexpected turn, leading them here in this manner. Meanwhile, traveling nearly 100 miles using their Lightfoot technique, Mujin's group, moved toward the indicated location on the map. At that moment, in a certain pavilion located in Chengdu, Sichuan, as a figure in night attire appeared in the darkness, a middle-aged man lying on a bed opened his eyes. Tai Ulman has fallen. At the woman's report, the middle-aged man sat up, frowning. Tai Ulman has fallen? What do you mean by that? Exactly as I said. A force attacked Tai Ulman at night, and Il Ho, along with the warriors there, were all killed. Are you saying Tai Ulman was completely annihilated? Only those affiliated with us lost their lives. The other warriors were mostly just knocked out. Additionally, we confirmed signs of maps being burned. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing the woman's report. The woman awaited further instructions without saying another word. Immediately distribute the prepared maps and order the major sects infiltrated in Sichuan to initiate the grand plan. Despite the potential for questions, the woman followed the instructions without hesitation. After she silently departed, the middle-aged man lay back on his bed, organizing his thoughts. Someone has found our trail, it seems. But it wouldn't yield significant results. Their organization was not that sloppy. Even if the maps in Tai Ulman were burned, they had prepared backups. Although the execution of the plan had been brought forward, it wasn't a major issue. The conflicts among the Orthodox sects in Sichuan had already reached a peak. The alliance of the 5 great families, led by the Jigel family, was facing delays in concrete negotiations, but it had prompted the Amei sect and Qingchang sect to overtly check the Sichuan Dang family. Moreover, rumors about the Divine Thief's hidden cavern had already attracted numerous martial artists to Jiangxi, creating a volatile atmosphere ready to explode at any moment. When the Divine Thief's hidden cavern revealed itself, a tremendous storm would follow. Of course, the unknown assailants who attacked Tai Ulman might clear out the Divine Thief's hidden cavern first. Unless they're supreme experts capable of using Hoshin Gangji freely, it won't be that easy to break through. The cavern was laden with numerous traps, meticulously prepared over a long period. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At dawn, Mu Jin and his group arrived at the mountain entrance and began searching for the location marked on the map. And when the reddish sky turned a clear blue, we found it. They reached the place indicated on the map. Let's go in. Mu Jin was about to move toward the entrance of the Divine Thief's hidden cavern when his companions hurriedly stopped him. Mu Jin Duin, didn't you say this place is a trap targeting the martial artists of Sichuan? It might be dangerous to enter recklessly. Right. What if there are all sorts of terrifying traps like in those martial arts tales? Mu Jin nodded at their words. Since Du Wulchen hadn't visited the cavern himself, Mu Jin didn't know exactly how many traps lay within. But, well, they probably can't mix traps with Gangji. Mu Jin pushed the children aside and stepped into the cavern first. Who? Taking a deep breath, he channeled his internal energy to its peak, enveloping his body in a golden aura. Follow me closely. With that, Mu Jin launched himself into the trap-filled Divine Thief's hidden cavern. Crash! He activated the fast ascent step, charging into the cavern filled with traps. Screech! Somewhere, amidst a loud noise, arrows or shurikens flew, and blades rained down from the ceiling, aiming to skewer Mu Jin's body. Ching! The countless traps could not penetrate Mu Jin's Golden Turtle technique and Jade Vajra technique's barrier. Ching! Boom! Despite the sounds of the floor bursting and metal clashing, Mu Jin kept running forward, unconcerned by the metal clashing against his body. Oh. Is this really how one breaks through traps? The party watched in disbelief as Mu Jin created chaos. As expected of Mu Jin, boundless blessings. Wow, Mu Jin is fast. Ukiki. No, only Mu Gung and Mu Jiang had faces of disbelief. Is it us who are strange? It seems we lose by paying attention. Senior brother Mu Gung. Simultaneously, Mu Gung and Mu Jiang sighed and followed the path Mu Jin had cleared. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Mu Jin, who was breaking through the traps with his body, stopped with a curse. Damn it! A fork in the road appeared. It branched into 3 paths. Which way should I go? Without a map of the interior of the Divine Thief's den, Jin also didn't know which way to go. Should I check all of them? While Jin was lost in thought, the party that was chasing after him arrived and saw the fork. As everyone was pondering what to do, Ukiki, Ling Ling, who was perched on Muyel's head, barked while pointing to the left path. Ling Ling thinks it's the left path. With Muyel's additional remark, Jin briefly pondered. But the hesitation was short-lived. Jin immediately started walking toward the left path indicated by Ling Ling, prompting a startled Gang to shout, "Are you really going that way? Since we don't know the way, we might as well try it." Leaving the speechless party behind, Jin willingly entered the left fork. And a moment later, click, a peculiar sound was heard, and Jin vanished from sight. The shocked party rushed to where Jin had disappeared and discovered a trap hidden in the shadows of the cave. A shallow cover on the ground had collapsed, causing Jin to fall underground. And below lay a heap of sharp blades. Click. However, Jin, who had fallen among the blades, lightly clicked his tongue and used a fast ascent step to leap upwards. When Jin emerged, he was unscathed. By now, they began to wonder if the arrows and blades from the traps were actually dull. Since the divine thief was active more than 100 years ago, maybe the traps have all deteriorated? That might be the case, as Gang and Jiang discussed. Bang! Jin, having emerged from the pit, charged forward again. The party encountered dozens of traps and several more forks in the path. Every time they reached a fork, they followed the direction pointed out by Ling Ling. Bang! This time, with a loud explosion, a real thunder bomb went off. The shock caused part of the cave wall to collapse, and rubble fell on top of Jin, who was caught in the explosion. Bang! Using his internal strength and physical power, Jin pushed aside the pile of stones and stood up. They've really set this up in a nasty way. Covered in dust from the thunder bomb and the rubble, Jin spat out a dusty saliva. This trap was quite powerful, causing his golden turtle technique to crack and his clothes to become tattered. Thanks to the significant reduction in damage by the golden turtle technique, there were no fatal injuries, but even his skin, toughened by the Jade Vajra technique, had some minor scratches. Let's switch for a bit. I'm almost out of chi. With Jin's suggestion, the formation changed. Jiang and Chong Sidojang, who excelled in defense, took the front. Since they had to break through traps while advancing, defense was crucial. Move out, Uki! With the cheerful shouts of Yul and Ling Ling, who had unexpectedly taken on the role of guides, Jiang and Chong Sidojang began to move forward step by step. Shortly after they started moving, arrows, blades, and shurikens poured out from traps as expected. Ching! Jiang and Chong Sidojang began to parry the arrows and projectiles with their swords and hands. These aren't dull at all, are they? Realizing how sharp the projectiles he deflected were, Jiang swallowed dryly. Even though it was an over 100-year-old tomb, the items used in the traps were all perfectly sharpened. I heard from the Master Abbot, but this really is sturdily made. Even the anti-demon monk, known for his robustness and listed among the top 100 masters in the world, was astonished by Jin's toughness. Seeing the traps Jin had broken through with his body firsthand, Jiang realized just how formidable Jin's resilience was. It's good to block Jin's strikes, but this also seems like an excellent training method. In contrast, Chong Sidojang, who took the front with Jiang, was smiling brightly despite facing numerous traps. True to his nature, he connected everything to his sword training, looking at Chong Sidojang as if he were crazy for a moment. If I do it that way, I can use my internal energy more efficiently. Jiang began to mimic Chong Sidojang's sword technique, specifically how he broke the traps. Chong Sidojang used the essence of Taiji, letting some of the numerous projectiles collide with each other by deflecting them in certain ways. Even Jiang couldn't imitate the Taiji sword technique just by watching a few times, but he could adopt this method. Of course, only someone like Jiang could do that. Excellent. Ironically, Chong Sidojang, instead of accusing Jiang of being a martial arts thief for imitating him, was rather getting inspired for his own swordsmanship. The two, like Mu Yul and Ling Ling, displayed excellent teamwork, cutting through the flood of projectiles. It was beautiful to see them inspiring each other and rapidly developing their martial arts. Indeed, geniuses. Mu Gung, merely a talented individual, clicked his tongue. The divine thief's hidden cavern. Despite Mu Jiang and Chong Sidojing showing excellent teamwork, progress was slower than when Mu Jin broke through due to the densely prepared traps. Even though the two couldn't match Mu Jin's speed, nobody complained as safety was paramount. They continued slowly but steadily. Clang. Rumble. A foreboding sound was heard. Damn! A giant boulder, the size of the cave's width, was seen rolling down the slope. Mu Jin was out of internal energy, and in such a narrow space. The martial arts of Chong Sidojang and Mu Jiang were not suitable for blocking such a massive boulder. I'll handle this. Thus, Mu Gung stepped forward, shouting loudly to take the place of the two. As he gathered his internal energy, his palm turned red, gradually expanding its range. Ha! With a shout, as Mu Gung thrust his hand forward, the crimson great palm of Tathagata shot out, shattering the giant boulder into pieces. Watching this, Mu Jin clapped his hands with a pleased smile. Oh, the effects of the miraculous elixir are certainly good. Not only had the size of the great palm increased compared to the Yangbanji conference, but Mu Gung still appeared composed despite using a vast amount of internal energy. Furthermore, even with Chong Sidojang, who had also taken the Techiangdan, helping to clear the path, Mu Jiang was not lagging behind. Regardless of one's understanding of techniques and martial arts, a lack of internal energy naturally limited the number of times martial arts could be used. Thinking about it like this combination seems better than I thought. Mu Jiang and Chong Sidojang, with their excellent skills in technique and defense. Mu Gung, with his explosive firepower. And Mu Yul and Ling Ling, serving as guides and cheerleaders. Akiki. Ling Ling says there's a strange smell. After passing through the shattered boulder and navigating dozens of traps and several forks in the path, the cheerleader shouted excitedly. But the content wasn't exactly thrilling. A strange smell. In a cave full of traps, if there's a strange smell that human noses couldn't detect, it's poison. Retreat and hold your breath. Mu Jin, using the energy he had recovered, unfolded the golden turtle technique and shouted. With the energy veil enveloping the whole body, it was reasonably resistant to poison. After confirming that the children had retreated a bit, Mu Jin urgently added, "Which way is the smell coming from?" Imitating Mu Yul, Ling Ling, who was covering his nose and mouth with both hands, extended his right hand to point to the left wall in front of the cave. Not all poisons are like this, but most poisons are weak against fire. Having identified the location of the trap infused with poison, Mu Jin organized his thoughts and sent a transmission to Mu Gung. Prepare to use the martial arts you used earlier again. After giving the instruction, Mu Jin, protected by the golden turtle technique, carefully took steps forward. Having trained diligently in active cultivation since his days as an entry disciple, Mu Jin had somewhat recovered his energy without needing to employ a qi conducting technique. And after taking a few steps, click, with a small sound, a fine crack appeared on the wall Ling Ling had pointed to. But being colorless, there wasn't any visible change. Something harmful is touching the energy veil. However, it was clear that something harmful was emanating, as perceived through the veil. Now, simultaneously with Mu Jin's transmission, Mu Gung, whose palm was already red, thrust his hand forward. Whoosh! As the crimson great palm of Tathagata emanated from Mu Gung's hand reached Mu Jin's vicinity, it erupted into massive flames, as if burning an invisible substance. After the flames died down, Mu Jin, who had briefly retreated, approached the area again. It seems safe to proceed now. After confirming that nothing was touching the golden turtle technique, he led the group forward. Indeed, the combination of Chong Sidojang, Mu Jiang, Mu Yul, and Mugung was highly effective in navigating this trap-filled cave. We should take a short break before moving on. Amitba, I feel my internal energy is nearly depleted as well. I've also pushed my internal energy to the limit by using it twice in a row. Although the combination was efficient, there were still limits to their internal energy. It's fine. I'll take the lead and break through from now on. The all-purpose trap destroyer was ready to run. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just as Mujin's group began breaking through the traps. In the outskirts of Chengdu, Sichuan province, in a village located at the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. This place was inhabited by people with the same surname, and in the center stood a grand estate, known to the world as Tang Family Manor. At the heart of Tang Family Manor, one of the 5 noble families of the martial arts world, was the Sichuan Tang clan. And early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, there was a commotion in the Tang clan's estate. Clan leader, what is this commotion so early in the morning? Zhang Bodo has appeared. Zhang Bodo. Thinking for a moment, the Tang clan leader, Tang Peijin, who had recently heard rumors in Sichuan, asked, "Do you mean Zhang Bodo of Xintabidong?" Yes, indeed. Despite the urgent reply from the retainer, Tang Peijin remained indifferent. Why should our Sichuan Tang clan be startled by the grave of a mere thief whose authenticity hasn't even been verified? Well, it seems the rumors might be true. There's information that Amei and Qingcheng have already begun to move. Amei and Qingcheng? Yes, master. We cannot let those hypocrites take it. At the retainer's outcry, a vein bulged on the cool-headed Tang Peijin's forehead. If both Amei and Qingcheng were on the move, it changed the situation entirely. If either of those factions obtained the immense treasure rumored to be there, the balance in Sichuan would be disrupted. While it didn't matter if they themselves did not acquire it, they certainly couldn't let Amei or Qingcheng get their hands on those treasures. However, I have a bad feeling about this. As the leader of the mighty Sichuan Tang clan for over a decade, Tang Peijin sensed something unsettling about this situation. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about it seemed orchestrated. I should send the youths to monitor the situation rather than have them enter the cave directly. As Tang Peijin settled on a safer course of action and was about to give orders, the retainer added more information. Master, we've also received news that Miss Tang Somi, who is in Ganyang Haiyan, has already set out upon hearing the rumors. The rumors about Zhang Bodo also originated in Ganyang Haiyan. What? For the first time, Tang Peijin's face, which had been cold until now, showed a hint of shock. Though the Sichuan Tang clan was known for its cold and aloof demeanor, often attributed to their use of poisons or their reputation, there was one thing that always stirred strong emotions: family matters. Perhaps being treated as heretics by the Orthodox sects made them even more tightly knit as a family. But regardless of those circumstances, send the youths immediately to bring Somi back. What mattered now was rescuing his daughter, Tang Somi. Interestingly, similar situations were unfolding in both Amei and Qingcheng. Master, we've received word that the Sichuan Tang clan is sending warriors to Xintabidong. We must act as well. Just as the Sichuan Tang clan had noted Amei and Qingcheng's movements, Amei and Qingcheng were similarly receiving reports of the Tang clan's actions. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While the Sichuan Tang clan, Amei, and Qingcheng began to move in earnest. At the entrance of the mountain where Xintabidong was said to lie in Jiangshi, Tang Somi, disguised as a man, was climbing the mountain with 4 Tang clan warriors. Not only Tang Somi, but the Tang clan warriors with her wore black martial attire instead of their usual Tang clan garb. Although Tang Somi had moved before her father, Tang Peijin, had given any orders, she wasn't recklessly coveting the treasure of Xintabidong. I heard both Qingcheng and Amei have also moved. She glanced at the warrior who had given her this information. He was one of her guards who always accompanied her whenever she left the family estate. His words prompted her to act first. The plan was to establish a position near Xintabidong and observe the movements of other warriors, particularly those from Qingcheng and Amei, and report back once reinforcements arrived from the main family. She had no intention of taking undue risks with such a small number, at least until they reached the location described in Zhang Bodo's writings. It seems many warriors have already entered. Upon arriving at the location described in Zhang Bodo's writings, they found countless traces at the entrance. Let's go inside and assess the situation. Avoid fights as much as possible and don't push too deep. After making her decision, she cautiously entered Shinta Bidong with her guards. Shortly after, it seems a formidable expert has already gone in. Tang Somi made a grim face at the sight inside Shinta Bidong. The place wasn't littered with countless bodies and blood. Rather, the remains of countless traps were strewn about in a state of destruction. Despite the numerous traps, there wasn't a single body or drop of blood on the floor. Perhaps someone far more terrifying than the traps was waiting ahead. Let's proceed further. Determined to assess the situation for her family, she steeled herself to push forward. Not long after, a new problem arose for her. Which way should we go? Suddenly, 3 paths appeared before them. As they paused, unable to decide, they sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw a group of 4 cautiously approaching. As both groups watched each other warily, Tang Somi moved cautiously to the wall. "We have no intention of fighting. Please go ahead." As soon as she spoke, her guards also moved to the wall, mirroring her. "Umph! Cowards!" The 4 men, not recognizing the disguised Tang Somi and her guards, sneered at them as they passed by. The men chose the right path. Shortly after, a scream echoed from the right path. It seems the right path is not the correct one. Even the correct path may have traps, right? In response to Tang Somi's remark, one of her guards questioned, "If those who left the traces we saw earlier entered, they probably destroyed all the traps along their way. We don't know who they are, but there's no guarantee they know the correct path. Our goal is not to find the treasure, but to understand the situation. And in my view, the ones who destroyed all the traps are the ones we should keep an eye on. Let's follow them first." Her explanation made the guards nod in agreement. Not long after, another group approached them from behind. As before, Tang Somi and her group stepped aside to let them pass, and the newcomers chose the left path. When no sounds followed this time, Tang Somi decided to follow them down the left path. The Divine Thief's hidden cavern. The mountain where the Divine Thief was sleeping. Countless martial artists were climbing the mountain, and even more were approaching it than those already ascending. Tang Somi and her escorting warriors were stationed in Ganyangyan, where Zhang Bodo had first spread. Since they had moved quickly, there were fewer competitors. However, as time passed, the number of martial artists climbing the mountain increased exponentially. Of course, among the numerous people, there were also many who sought fortune or serendipitous encounters. From here on, you must have the permission of the 4 heroes of Sichuan to pass. Among them, there were also several experts who were quite renowned in Sichuan. By what right do you block this place? As the 4 who called themselves the 4 heroes of Sichuan blocked the entrance to the Divine Thief's cave, some began to raise their voices against their tyranny. Normally, they would have bowed their heads just by meeting their eyes. But with so many martial artists gathered, they judged that the 4 heroes of Sichuan could not act recklessly. However, no one dared to easily challenge the 4 heroes of Sichuan. Everyone knew that if they joined forces, they could kill those 4, but no one wanted to sacrifice their life in the process. Thus, some were exchanging quick glances at that moment. Rather, exchanging glances was just a visible act. Amidst the chaos, they were secretly communicating and forming alliances and breakups. They were looking for trustworthy individuals based on their skills and character, or those who could be betrayed at the last moment. And what broke the chaos was not a new group, but a single strong man. These frogs in a well don't seem to know the value of their lives. A figure clad in black from head to toe stepped forward, speaking in a raspy voice. "You must be the one who wants to die." The youngest of the 4 heroes of Sichuan shouted boldly and charged at the figure in black. Slice! With a single strike, 2 quick to see, 5 red lines were drawn in the air. Along those lines, the youngest one's body was split apart. Black Claw Blood Demon. Immediately after, someone who recognized the figure's identity muttered in a horrified voice. They inferred it from the black iron claws and the red energy on the figure's arm, which were revealed after the martial art was displayed. Huh, I'm glad there's still people who remember my nickname. As the black-clad figure pulled back his hood, the face of an elderly man with half-white hair was revealed. The Black Claw Blood Demon, an infamous villain known for his capricious temper and numerous killings in the past. Because of his eccentric nature, he couldn't establish a proper force and was hunted as a public enemy by several sects, leading to his disappearance 20 years ago. Everyone was equally shocked to see such a person suddenly appear here. Do you want to follow your brother's fate? As the Black Claw Blood Demon threatened the remaining 3 of the 4 heroes of Sichuan with his iron claws, they stepped aside in fright. What beautiful brotherhood. Laughing at the 3, the Black Claw Blood Demon entered the cave first, followed by some who had been hesitating. With one less person, and possibly due to the death of their sworn brother, the remaining members of the 4 heroes of Sichuan did not try to block others as before. Of course, it wasn't long before new people tried to control the entrance. Several times, new figures or groups would break through, only to be replaced by others trying to block the entrance. Make way. After some time, a group of people, unlike any before, began appearing at the entrance to the Divine Thief's cave. First, dozens of Taoists appeared, followed by martial artists in green uniforms. After them, dozens of nuns arrived one after another. It was the Qingchang sect, the Sichuan Tang clan, and the Amei sect. Elder Dang Taryong, who led the Sichuan Tang clan warriors, quickly scanned the area as soon as they arrived at the entrance. Somi must have already gone in. Despite inwardly cursing, he maintained a cold expression outwardly. Their primary goal was not to retrieve the treasure from the Divine Thief's cave, but to ensure Tang Somi's safety. Does the Tang clan have an interest in this place as well? At that moment, someone from the Qingchang sect spoke to them first. Since we are materialistic beings involved in the mundane world, we can't miss out on such events. But I never imagined seeing Taoists and nuns in front of the thief's grave. Dang Taryong lowered their own status while fiercely putting down the other party. Ahem. We are here to prevent bloodshed. Amipa. As the Qingchang sect elder, Master Chongpeng said, we cannot allow innocent blood to be shed here. When the Amei sect elder, Master Mayeljal, echoed the words of the Qingchang sect elder, Master Chongpeng, Dang Taryong's eyebrows twitched momentarily. These guys. Dang Taryong immediately realized that the Amei sect and Qingchang sect had joined hands for this event. Then, please prevent the bloodshed here. We will proceed inside. However, the most important thing now was ensuring Tang Somi's safety. Without showing any impatience, Dang Taryong spoke in a blunt tone and stepped toward the entrance of the cave. Stop! Your actions will only lead to more deaths. If you move any further, we will not stand by. Amitba. Naturally, the Qingchang sect and Amei sect would not just let it happen. If you block the entrance, there won't be any bloodshed. Otherwise, just come in with us. Since the treasure was not their primary goal, Dang Taryong said this and entered the cave. The Qingchang sect and Amei sect elders looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment. Ahem, let's go in. Following the Tang clan, the Qingchang sect and Amei sect also entered the cave. Asterisk. Shall we get going again? As everyone in the group, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes, Mujin, who had been standing guard, spoke lightly. Unlike Mujin, who practiced active cultivation, the others needed to recover their internal energy through the qi conducting technique. Of course, Mujin also recovered his internal energy faster when he sat cross-legged and used the qi conducting technique. But in a place full of traps like this, someone needed to stand guard, and since he could practice active cultivation, he took on the guard duty. Mujang, who was getting up after finishing the qi conducting technique, stretched his stiff body and spoke. Phew, this place is much more dangerous than I thought. If the Zhang Bodo that Master Mujin mentioned had spread here, there would have been great bloodshed in Sichuan. Infinite life to Buddha. It's a good thing we organized in advance. Chong Sadojang added a comment that sounded unusually sage-like, and Mugung emphasized the word we with a proud expression on his face. Well, it's certainly fortunate. Mujin could only shrug in response to Mugung's antics, acting like he was enjoying playing the role of a martial artist, while searching for Zhang Bodo and exploring the Baidong. They're all so naive. While the group was awed by the traps in the area, Mujin thought the true danger of the divine thief Baidong lay not in the traps themselves, but in human greed. They were relaxed because they had come to this place alone. But what if crowds of people had rushed in, especially hundreds or thousands of martial artists, driven mad by the thought of treasure? There'd be no time for Qi conducting techniques. Not just Qi conducting techniques, but they'd also have to constantly watch their backs to avoid ambushes. The very people entering Baidong would become another kind of trap. It's a good thing we came to Sichuan before news of Zhang Bodo spread. Exploring Baidong without the worry of being pursued made for a very pleasant environment. Let's quickly gather everything before others find this place. With those words, Mujin enveloped himself in the golden turtle technique, smashing through traps as he advanced. After passing a dozen traps and 2 branching paths. Wow, it's sparkling. Ooh, is that the legendary night pearl? They arrived at a place filled with treasure. The walls were embedded with night pearls, illuminating the interior. On one side, there was a bookshelf with several volumes of books. Additionally, there were weapon racks displaying various weapons and several chests scattered on the floor. Fearing there might be one final trap, Mujin approached the chest while maintaining the golden turtle technique. Click! As Mujin opened a chest, it revealed a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, reflecting the light of the night pearls. It's shining. It's shining. Ooh, whoa. Muyou, Ling Ling, and Mugung were mesmerized by the brilliant sight. Meanwhile, Mu Jian was examining what appeared to be martial arts manuals on the bookshelf. Chong Sadojang, with a dazed look in his eyes, was meticulously inspecting the famous swords displayed on the racks, as if he had fallen in love at first sight. In contrast, Mu Jin was contemplating the most practical issue, how to transport all these treasures. Should we have brought a wagon? No. If we were unlucky, the wagon might have been destroyed by the traps. But now that we've cleared the path, should I go to Ganyang Haiyan to fetch a wagon? Or should we carry the treasures out by making multiple trips? While everyone was immersed in their own ways of appreciating the treasure, suddenly, Ling Ling, perched on Muyel's head, started barking and waving its arms. Mujin, Ling Ling says she hears something. The sound, tilting his head, Mujin enhanced his hearing with his internal energy. Given how Ling Ling had guided them so far and its superior senses as a spiritual creature, Mujin trusted its abilities. Focusing his hearing, he heard a faint noise, as Ling Ling had indicated. It wasn't a natural sound like the wind. It was faint, but it definitely sounded metallic. Why would there be a metallic sound? They had burned Zhang Bodo, and they had entered Baidong secretly at dawn. There should be no one following them, so why was there a metallic sound? Let's check it out. Feeling uneasy, Mujin led the group back through the path they had cleared. Passing through the narrow paths with destroyed traps and the caverns with multiple branches, they retraced their steps. Before long, they arrived at a cavern with 5 branching paths. What they saw there was, "Ugh, miss, take cover. Hand over the treasure." 2 groups of people wielding weapons, attacking each other to kill. It was already surprising enough that someone had followed them into Baidong, which should have been empty. Is that Tang Somi Shurjinem? Among them was a very familiar figure, though her hair was disheveled and her clothes tattered from whatever ordeal she had faced. "Chill, we're in disguise right now." Mujin quickly warned the group, recognizing Tang Somi, but he was just as taken aback. In disguise, and not wanting to get involved with the Tang clan, Mujin was torn about whether to help them or not. Just as Mujin was deep in thought, "There are new ones over there. They came from the inside." The warriors who had been pressing Tang Somi and her bodyguard noticed Mujin's group hiding in the branches. "They might have the treasure," Seeing Mujin's group as potential treasure holders, they turned their greedy eyes on them. Finish off that Tang clan wench and her guard. I'll handle these newcomers. A bald old man wielding a black iron claw, who had been standing at the rear, started approaching Mujin's group. The Divine Thief's hidden cavern. Tang So-mi and her escort warriors, upon entering the Sinta Baidong, cleverly utilized other martial artists to navigate through traps and crossroads comfortably. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of pursuers dwindled rapidly. Unbeknownst to her, this was partly due to groups attempting to control the entrance of the Baidong, and the multiple crossroads had reduced the number of those following her direction. Ultimately, unable to wait for the rear group, she and her guards had to make choices at the crossroads, leading to traps that claimed the lives of 2 of her escort warriors. Her disguise was ruined, her clothes torn to shreds, and her hair loose, revealing her true appearance. Another new crossroad appeared, and realizing the dangers of the traps, she decided to wait for the rear group again. Shortly, 5 new martial artists appeared from the rear. Clang! They drew their weapons as soon as they spotted Tang So-mi's group. Having lost 2 of her escort warriors, she played her last card to avoid conflict. We have no intention of fighting. Oomph. Do you think we don't know you're trying to reap the benefits of our work? I give you my word, in the name of Tang So-mi of the Sichuan Tang clan, that we mean no harm. Revealing her identity since her disguise was already compromised, she hoped her name would hold weight. Huh? Do you think that treacherous clan name can protect you here? Hee hee. Instead of fear, they chose to eliminate her. Tang So-mi, always cautious, prepared to use poison while conversing with the new arrivals. Don't give her time to use poison. Attack! An old man in the rear shouted, swinging his iron staff, disrupting her chance to use poison. The 4 martial artists charged, and red energy emanated from the iron staff swung by the old man. Ugh! The escort warrior who stepped forward to protect Tang So-mi was overwhelmed by the old man's attack, losing his stance. He was quickly killed by the 4 charging martial artists, leaving Tang So-mi and 1 escort warrior against the 4 attackers. Black Claw Blood Demon. Why now of all times? Distracted by the old man watching with his hands behind his back, Tang So-mi couldn't fight effectively, fearing the devastating martial arts she had witnessed earlier. Pressed into a dire situation, her and the remaining escort warriors' lives were at constant risk. More newcomers have appeared. They emerged from inside. The battlefield suddenly shifted. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Finish off that Tang clan girl and her guard. I'll handle those newcomers. Hee hee hee. The Black Claw Blood Demon leisurely approached those who appeared with the treasure. He initially planned to navigate the Baidong alone, but created temporary subordinates due to its complexity and numerous traps. He had enticed the usable martial artists he met in the Baidong to serve under him. Hee hee. I'll dispose of them after we escape. They were merely temporary subordinates, as he was not the type to keep followers. He also felt no guilt, knowing they intended to kill him for the treasure eventually. Meanwhile, as the Black Claw Blood Demon approached Mujin's group, Tang So-mi shouted urgently despite being in a critical situation. Be careful. That man is the infamous Black Claw Blood Demon. Though she couldn't recognize Mujin's group due to their disguises, she extended her goodwill as a member of the righteous sect. Haha, where are you looking? Her brief distraction cost her a slight injury, but her warning made Mujin's group's eyes widen in shock. Black Claw Blood Demon. The infamous one. Wow! Mu Gung, Mu Jiang, and Mu Yul exclaimed in shock, prompting Mujin to frown and ask, who is the Black Claw Blood Demon? A character who never appeared in the novel. Mujin had no idea. I don't know either. Me neither. Haha. I just mimicked because senior brother Mu Gung and senior brother Mu Jiang seemed surprised. Then why did you pretend to be surprised? They said he was notorious, so I tried to act like I knew. I thought senior brother Mu Gung knew. Mujin chuckled at their confident answers. Hee. These young ones must have a death wish. Seeing them chatting in front of him, the Black Claw Blood Demon burst into laughter. Of course, only his mouth was smiling. His forehead bore the character for heaven, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "I'll handle that, old man. Go and help over there." Regardless, Mujin decided to help Tang So-mi first, though he wanted to avoid getting entangled with the Tang clan. The situation had escalated to the point where he felt compelled to help. As he put down the treasure he was holding, his companions also set down their burdens. "A youngster wants to take me on alone?" The Black Claw Blood Demon smirked at the five, openly discussing their plan in front of him. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other four started moving towards Tang So-mi's group, ignoring him. Naturally, the Black Claw Blood Demon had no intention of letting the four pass by unharmed. Red energy began to swirl around the iron staff in his hand as he prepared to unleash his technique, Devil Spirit Red Claw. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the youngster who had ignored him earlier came flying at an incredible speed. The punch, thrown at near-transcendental speed, carried immense force that couldn't be ignored. Boom! The Black Claw Blood Demon had to give up attacking the four who tried to pass by and block the punch from the youngster. Swish! In the meantime, the four youths passed by the Black Claw Blood Demon. If they had tried to attack him from the side or behind, he would likely have been injured. This moment showed just how inexperienced they were in real combat. Damn it! Furious at being mocked by these youngsters, the Black Claw Blood Demon swung his iron staff with a shout. The Black Claw Blood Demon was a villain who had accumulated countless grudges through numerous heinous acts and was hunted by hundreds of martial artists. He had managed to escape from an almost inescapable siege and lived in seclusion in the mountains until his name was forgotten. But he hadn't just been idling away. His internal energy had grown immensely after 20 years of training in seclusion. As he swung his iron staff wildly, red energy filled the narrow passage of the cave like a net, producing a deafening roar. Boom! The red energy net created an enormous explosion. "Did I get him?" The Black Claw Blood Demon muttered the phrase he should never have uttered. Through the dust kicked up by the red net, Mujin, cloaked in a golden aura, charged at the Black Claw Blood Demon. But the experienced villain reacted swiftly, narrowly evading Mujin's punch with a stepping technique, then swung his iron staff with immense internal energy. Boom! In the fierce chase, Mujin blocked the Black Claw Blood Demon's blood-red energy dozens of times. This notorious guy, he is indeed a master. Mujin realized the extent of his opponent's skill, his control over energy, his ability to measure distance, and his stepping techniques were all on par with Master Uncle Haiguan, whom Mujin had sparred with many times. And Mujin had never won a sparring match against Haiguan. Indeed, the Black Claw Blood Demon was elusive, constantly scattering energy, causing the protective aura of Mujin's Golden Turtle technique to waver and minor wounds to accumulate on his body. Despite this, Mujin did not entertain the thought of defeat. The reason was the significant difference between Haiguan and this villain. "Old man, are you going to beg for your life now?" The Black Claw Blood Demon sneered, but Mujin, far from begging, smirked in return. The Black Claw Blood Demon's martial arts and techniques were all focused on massacring weaker opponents in large numbers. Although someone could have developed such martial arts to challenge stronger opponents, he had never done so, even in situations where he was nearly captured. This convinced Mujin. "Let's be honest, old man. You've never fought someone stronger than yourself, have you?" Unlike Master Uncle Haiguan, this guy was only good at bullying the weak. A dying man hastens his death. Your evasive answer proves me right. You're just a coward who runs away from stronger opponents, but kills weaker ones to satisfy your pride, aren't you? You really want to die, don't you? Clearly hitting a nerve, the Black Claw Blood Demon's facade of calmness began to crack, his forehead veins bulging. But instead of charging at him, Mujin added another provocative remark. "By the way, old man, did you know? I was also balding. You brat." The Black Claw Blood Demon, enraged by Mujin's seemingly nonsensical taunt, wildly swung his iron claws. The idea that this young man, with a full head of hair, could also be balding was pure provocation. Of course, Mujin's comment was a reference to Choi Kang-hyuk, his former self. It was the damned hair loss that had led him to read martial arts novels and ultimately brought him to this world. Having shared the misery of hair loss, Mujin understood the sorrow of bald men better than anyone. Boom! Bursting through the red energy net again, Mujin launched his golden locking hand technique, aiming his grasp at the black claw blood demon's head, specifically at the remaining hair. The black claw blood demon hurriedly raised his iron claws to block Mujin's grasp. Smack! Ugh! But the golden locking hand was just a feint. With the black claw blood demon's defense down, Mujin drove his left fist into his opponent's abdomen. The force of the blow caused the black claw blood demon to spew blood and collapse to his knees. Mujin smirked as he gently touched his own hair. Well, not anymore. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tang So-mi was in a daze. Newcomers had appeared and quickly dealt with the four martial artists who had cornered her. On top of that, a young man, seemingly her age, was single-handedly facing the infamous black claw blood demon. But what shocked her the most was, I've seen that martial art somewhere. The golden aura used by the young man who defeated the black claw blood demon seemed incredibly familiar. Recognizing the martial art, she immediately identified Mujin's true identity. Realizing who Mujin was, it wasn't hard to infer the identities of the others. Where did that red monkey come from, though? But that's not important. Could it be that the one who broke through all those traps was Mujin? She had encountered several traps on her way, which had torn her clothes and cost the lives of two of her escort warriors. The formidable martial artist who destroyed those dreadful traps to reach this point. She now understood it was Mujin. I thought he was a master ever since his fight with Namgung Jincheon, but she realized she needed to reassess Mujin's capabilities upward. While she was lost in thought, trying to gather herself, Mujin, who had defeated the black claw blood demon, approached her. My name is Kang-hyuk. How did you get here, young lady? Though he used an alias, she decided to play along. Thank you for helping me, young hero. She thought it best not to reveal that she had recognized his identity. And I got here by simply choosing the crossroads. I meant, how did you find this cave? Do you know what this cave is? Tang So-mi tilted her head. How would she not know? This is the Sinta Baidong. How do you know that? What do you mean? From Ganyanghain to Zhongbodo, the news is widespread. Mujin's face hardened at her words. She didn't understand his reaction, but for Mujin, it was serious. Damn, was there a preliminary Zhongbodo? If what she said was true, countless martial artists might have already entered the Sinta Baidong. This could mean hundreds or thousands of battles just to get out with the treasure. Entrance of the hidden cave. At the entrance of the hidden cave, martial artists continued to gather, now numbering over 1,000, exchanging glances and engaging in a silent standoff. Despite there being no one explicitly blocking the path, the reason they hesitated to enter was simple. Three dominant forces in Sichuan Tang clan, a Mei sect, and Qingchang sect, had already sent their key martial artists inside. Of course, there were high-level practitioners among the gathered crowd, and many felt confident enough to face any one or two of those inside. However, with names like the 9 great sects and 5 noble families, the groups inside were formidable, each consisting of dozens of members. The instant they encountered each other, it would be certain death. Damn it! As someone cursed at the reality that they had to yield once again to those 3 major forces, someone else offered a peculiar suggestion to the 1,000-strong crowd. Why don't we all just wait here together? What do you mean, wait here? If what's written in the Zhongbodo is true, there's only one entrance to that place anyway. So rather than entering a hidden cave where we don't know what lies ahead, wouldn't it be better to wait here for them to bring out the treasure? A few people who grasped the meaning behind the suggestion had their eyes light up, and soon others began to understand as well. Right. With over 1,000 martial artists here, even the Amei, Qingcheng, or Tang clan would struggle to handle all of us. According to rumors, those 3 don't get along very well, so there's a good chance they've weakened each other inside the cave. The eyes of the martial artists, who were considering giving up and going back, now gleamed with renewed greed. The man who first made the suggestion faintly smiled as he felt the dark aura of desire spread. Surprisingly, he was certain that there was only one entrance to that cave. Hee. No one will be able to get out of here easily. Considering the immense value of the treasures, weapons, and martial arts manuals within the cave, at least a few thousand martial artists had to die here. To ensure this, the cave's entrance was designed to have only one point of entry, by the force he belonged to. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Seeing Mu Jin suddenly adopting a serious expression, Mu Yul tilted his head and spoke. Mu. As he was about to call Mu Jin by his real name, Mu Jiang covered his mouth. Ahem. Choi Kang-hyuk, what's wrong? Mu Jiang, unaware that Tang So-mi had noticed something, tried to conceal their identity by using a pseudonym for Mu Jin. In response to Mu Jiang's question, Mu Jin spoke. It seems we're a step too late. Others have gathered here. Oh. While Mu Jiang and Mu Gung quickly understood the situation, Mu Yul and those at the Changsa Dojang did not. Why is that a problem, Mu? I mean, Choi Kang-hyuk Dao. If we try to take out the treasure, we'll likely have to fight all the martial artists who have gathered here. That could mean hundreds, if not thousands, of martial artists. Then, why don't we just leave the treasure? Even if we leave the treasure, they will still suspect us, since we came out from the inside. The innocent children couldn't understand Mu Jin's explanation. If we don't have the treasure, why would they suspect us? They might think we hid small treasures or martial arts manuals in our clothes. They'd probably want to search our bodies. Then we can just let them search us. What if they suddenly attack or hit our pressure points? Why would they do that? Mu Jin realized how hard it was to explain the ugliness of humans driven mad by treasures or martial arts manuals to these innocent kids. Anyway, that's the situation. If we leave the treasure, the martial artists who have gathered here will start killing each other. More than 1,000 might die. Oh, then what should we do? But the thought of so many people potentially dying made the children's faces turn serious. We need to think of a solution. It would be great if we could find a hidden exit. Despite knowing the unlikelihood, Mu Jin muttered this. A trap laid in place like this was unlikely to have a secret exit. But then, unexpectedly, Yukai, Ukikiki, Ling Ling's sudden behavior. Ling Ling, who had been guiding Mu Jin and his party to the treasure, suddenly started barking and leaped off Mu Yul's head. Ling Ling then began running on all fours towards the fork in the path they had previously passed. Feeling puzzled yet hopeful, they quickly gathered their treasures again and chased after Ling Ling. Tang So-mi, who couldn't grasp the situation, and a surviving escort warrior also followed them. We need to keep them from getting up. During the chase, Tang So-mi scattered some sleep-inducing and other poisons in the cavity. After passing 2 forks in the path, Tang So-mi also arrived at the place that Mu Jin's party had discovered. On the wall, there were night pearls embedded, chests filled with gold and silver treasures, a display of valuable weapons, and shelves lined with martial arts manuals. It was truly a jackpot, but it seemed impossible to sneak out unnoticed no matter how one looked at it. Meanwhile, Ling Ling, who led them back to that location, barked while pointing at the wall with the night pearls. Yukai, Akiki. Ling Ling says there's wind coming from there. Translated Mu Yul, which made Mu Jin's eyes light up. Wind is coming through. When he thought about it, this hidden cave was quite strange. The place they had reached was a considerable distance from the cave entrance. A cave dug into the mountainside, deep within. Naturally, there should have been a severe lack of oxygen. Mu Jin approached the wall Ling Ling was pointing at and noticed tiny holes in the shadows cast by the light of the night pearls. And indeed, as Ling Ling said, a faint breeze was blowing through those holes. Yukai, Ukikiki. Ling Ling says the wind is strongest from that wall, so it thought this was the exit and came here. To think that such a long meaning was contained in just 2 barks. More importantly, how does he understand that? The thought briefly crossed Mu Jin's mind, but he dismissed it as it wasn't important at the moment. At last, he understood how Ling Ling had found the path in the hidden cave. Due to the darkness of the cave, they hadn't noticed, but it seemed there were small ventilation holes throughout the cave. Ling Ling wasn't finding treasures, but choosing paths with the strongest breeze at each fork. Mujin thought that a strong breeze likely indicated a wall closest to the outside. Right, there's nothing to lose. With this thought, Mujin reached out and placed his hand on the wall with the embedded night pearls. Then he began digging through the wall with his bare hands like a mole. What are you doing?" Surprised by his actions, his companions asked, and Mujin replied while continuing to dig. "What does it look like? If there's no exit, I'll just make one." "What do you mean?" Tang Somi was astounded by Mujin's simple and straightforward solution. Digging a hole in a cave on a mountainside was a reckless act that could bury them all under a pile of dirt if anything went wrong. Yeah, huh, as expected of Choi Kang-hyuk Dao. To think of such a simple solution. For some reason, Mujin's companions brightly laughed as if they had heard an excellent idea. "Move aside. Let me blast a big hole instead." Mugung, feeling confident after consuming the miraculous elixir, stepped forward to use the Tathaggata palm, but Mujin rebuked him. "Are you crazy? Do you want us all buried alive? I'll dig safely. You all stay at the front of the cavity and block any other martial artists from coming here." "All right." Feeling chastised, Mugung, contrary to his large size, drooped his shoulders and stepped back. After his companions, Tang So-mi, and the escort warrior returned to the cavity, Mujin resumed his work alone. With overwhelming strength and skin tough enough to withstand metal, he dug through the rocks and soil of the cave wall. And with the remaining internal energy, using the golden turtle technique, Mujin created a golden barrier above his head. This was to prevent the ceiling from collapsing as he made his way through. With his hands clearing the path, he reinforced the ceiling with the golden turtle technique. While Mujin was creating a way out on his own, "I'll take over this time." Is it my turn now?" The group took turns facing the martial artists who occasionally arrived at the cave. Muyol, Mujiang, Mugung, the Chongsu Dojang members, Tang So-mi, and her bodyguards, totaling 6 people, fought in shifts while practicing chi conducting techniques. They looked like they're in some kind of sparring match. Though Tang So-mi found it an absurd sight, having narrowly escaped death multiple times in this cave, she couldn't deny the strange spectacle. "Haha, it's truly delightful to have an endless stream of sparring partners. Let's go Ling Ling." Uki. The most astonishing part was the skill level of the Muja Quartet. Even disregarding Chong Sidojang, the other 3 seemed to have improved significantly since the Yangbanji conference, in less than a month. As a result, the number of martial artists lying sprawled on the ground steadily increased in the spacious cave. Tang So-mi was further bewildered by the fact that they subdued all opponents without killing any of them. When a number of subdued martial artists exceeded 30, Ukiki. Suddenly, Ling Ling started barking. It seems Choi Kang-hyuk has cleared the path. A strong wind is blowing in. Indeed, just as Ling Ling said, upon returning to the treasure room, they found a newly dug tunnel large enough for a person to pass through. Phew! In front of it, Mujin was catching his breath, having just returned from clearing the exit. "Now we just need to take these treasures and leave, but it looks like we'll need to make 2 or 3 trips. Leaving the treasures behind would lead to a deadly struggle, but carrying them all at once was impossible with their current numbers. They would have to transport the treasures to a safe location outside and make multiple trips. While contemplating this issue, step, they heard the faint sound of footsteps from beyond the cave. Naturally, Mujin's group prepared for battle. Soon, martial artists dressed in green uniforms appeared from the dark crossroads. Elder, So-mi. They were the Sichuan Tang clan martial artists who had come to find Tang So-mi. They had managed to reach this treacherous place without losing any members, though they had encountered numerous traps. Although they were elite Tang clan martial artists, their easy arrival was due to another reason. "What were you thinking, coming to such a dangerous place alone?" "I didn't come alone. I brought my guards with me." "That's not what I meant. But thanks to me, you found this place easily, didn't you?" "Sigh. All right. We'll discuss this further once we return to the clan." Tang So-mi's confident reply made Elder Dang Taryong sigh deeply. The reason they had found the place so easily was thanks to the unique thousand-league tracking incense that Tang So-mi had spread while breaking through the cave. Only the well-trained martial artists of the Sichuan Tang clan could detect this special scent. Tang So-mi had originally come to investigate the situation, not to find treasures, and had left the scent trail for the following Tang clan martial artists to find her. Pointing to the clan members she had led here, Tang So-mi said brightly, "Now, we can leave right away, right? We have people to carry the treasures." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, a strange tension filled the air among the 1,000 martial artists gathered at the entrance of the cave. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Could there be another exit inside? They had been camped there since noon, and now the sky had turned crimson. They must not have found the treasure yet. Let's wait just a little longer. The subordinate of the hidden forces, who had proposed the alliance, wiped his sweating forehead in response to the impatient questions of some martial artists. Despite all the traps with the Tang clan, a Mei sect, and Ching-Chong sect inside, they haven't found the treasure yet. He was confident that there was no other exit in the cave and couldn't comprehend the current situation.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.